Dreamlight, now officially live on YouTube as well. Hello, you guys. Hello. I had the YouTube stream scheduled before, but since you guys are already piling in, we might as well get things started off here. Might as well start early. Hello, everybody. Welcome, welcome. I was just about to dive into this week's theme and do a little bit of a theme breakdown for you guys. So, real quick, when I go live on YouTube, I like to give the breakdown of what these streams are and how these work, because some people watch the VOD back and it'll be their first time seeing one of my review streams, and they might not really understand what's going on. Like, why is this guy critiquing all of these stream snaps? Why can't he just say they're pretty and leave it at that? Why is this guy such a jerk? Okay, listen, you know, the reason people are sending me their snaps is because they're looking to see if there's any way it could be even better, or they want to know if I think it has a great shot at 4K. Of course, ultimately, how you perform in Dreamsnaps is going to be determined by what you pop up against and what kind of voters you get. Every theme's a little bit different. So, you know, some weeks you might pop up against some really good snaps, and people are getting better. Dreamsnaps is getting more competitive. We see it week by week as more people finish the main story and finish all their quests. There's not really much to do besides turn all your focus to Dreamsnaps, and we see more and more people doing that. We also see Gameloft reducing the bracket size for things like 4K and 2500, making it harder and more competitive. So needless to say, Dreamsnaps has become a little bit of a sweat fest lately. But, you know, all things considered, it's still very fun. It's still my favorite part of the game, and it has been for years. So I don't claim to be the very best at snaps. I'm not some kind of Dream Snaps king or Dream Snaps god. I don't claim to be better than anybody else. Ultimately, the reason I can give good advice on Dream Snaps is because I've been doing this for a long time. I've done every Dream Snap challenge there's ever been, and I get feedback. Every Wednesday on Facebook, I make a post about, like, I share my Dream Snap once voting is closed. Once voting is completely done, I get my results, and I share my submission on Facebook. I do not share my submissions anywhere until voting is finished. Once I share my submission, I ask people to share theirs and share their results, and I get a lot of feedback. And people also share their feedback in my Discord and in my streams. So over the years, I've developed a pretty good understanding of what seems to be popular with voters, what seems to be successful with voters. And, you know, we apply that to these reviews as well. Now, before we get into everything and the reviews, I like to go over the theme so we have a good idea of what we're looking for. This week's challenge is called Desert Heaven. It states, dress and decorate to channel the wonders of the desert, golden dunes, cactus flowers, and blue skies. Whether it's sunset, midnight, or noon, there's beauty in the swirling sands. And oftentimes, the title is just as important as the description, and the title this week is Desert Heaven. So what is a haven exactly? Well, it would be a shelter, a sanctuary. So essentially, the challenge is desert sanctuary or desert shelter. And, you know, of course, with any Dreamsnap challenge... Yo, Guru, thank you for the reset, my friend. Welcome back. With any challenge, the theme is going to be very important, but you're not going to be the only one doing the theme. You know, everybody's that is actually trying to do the snap is doing the theme. So how do voters pick between two Dream Snaps that do the theme well? Ultimately, it comes down to which photo is more appealing, which photo has a better beauty factor, which photo has, you know, that ability to really capture the voters' attention and make them say, oh, wow, yeah, I'm glad I saw that. So we consider all these things when we go into the review process. All right. So we're going to be looking for people that are dressed for and decorating the wonders of the desert. It says whether it's sunset, midnight, or noon. So really any time of day is appropriate, but voters do really tend to love, you know, good lighting, good saturation, good color. So we'll keep that in mind as well. And with that, let's take a look at what you guys have been doing this week. Give me 1 second here. We're going to pull up the primary review channel in Discord. There we go. And if anybody's interested in getting reviews or you don't know how to participate, just type !review in the chat and you'll get a prompt that'll walk you through it. Oh, and before we get started here, I do want to check in with YouTube, see how you guys are doing as well. Almost dropped the ball there. What's up, Half God? Hello, hello. Welcome. Vortex, hello. Left Shark, I see you over there. Welcome, my friend. We'll be checking out the other ones, too. I've got some good ideas now for this week's challenge. Nice, nice. Left Shark said, can't wait to see what you pull out. Yeah, there's some good ones. There's some good ones. Yo, Dekai, thank you for the 300 bits, my friend. Very kind of you. Very kind. Much appreciated. 500 on the board right now. We are on goal number 160. We've hit 159 goals in a row. Pretty crazy. Pretty crazy. Every day's a new record. Previous record on Twitch was 113 in a row. So 159 is, well, that's a huge accomplishment. So thank you, guys. Thank you. All right. Looks like Lilo is first up today. All right. So we got Lilo Snap here. Let's see if you know what I did here. I'm always trying to do something a little different. Maybe this will get a good response. Maybe. But, Lilo, you know, I'm actually going to be talking about this in my new guide coming out for Dreamsnaps. I have a new tutorial. I would recommend not getting too hung up on being different. We're all doing the same theme. If you want to be different, have your beauty factor be different. You know, what makes your Dream Snap beautiful? Like the way you play up lighting, your time of day. You know, you don't have to do something, you know, a concept completely different than anybody else because we're all doing the same theme. So at the end of the day, you know, I just wouldn't get too hung up on being different. Every Dream Snap is different. It doesn't matter if both if Dream Snaps feature Aladdin and Jasmine, even if everybody did, every Dream Snap's still going to be different, you know. So if you want to do something out of the box and different, like feel free, you know, be my guest. But I feel like that's one thing that can hold people back is they get so caught up in wanting to do something different from everybody else. And in some themes that actually hurts them because sometimes the theme is very specific. It'll tell you exactly what characters, exactly what kind of environment. And then that crowd that's like, oh, you know, I don't want to have my snap look like everybody else's. Yeah, but dude, we're all doing the same challenge, you know, so snaps are going to have similarities, you know, like this is a desert. Every other snap is a desert. So, you know, at the end of the day, there's going to be some similarities there. Now beauty wise, strong beauty in the snap. You featured the avatar very well here. We have the Aurora Borealis in the sky. So that gives a nice beauty factor as well. I might end up doing a second snap. Just front says LTR. There's so many options this week. Yeah, there's a lot you can do. There's a lot you can do. So, one thing I mentioned with the title being Desert Sanctuary, you know, the description doesn't mention a sanctuary, but a lot of people see the title when they vote, and they don't necessarily read into the description as much as they do the title. So with the title of the challenge being Desert Sanctuary or Desert Haven, you know, a haven. We talked about this in my weekly Dreamsnap tips guide as well. I usually try my best to incorporate exactly what the theme says and incorporate the title. So since the title is Desert Sanctuary, which would be like, sorry, Desert Haven, which would be a sanctuary or a safe place. It could be a marketplace. It could be a house. It could be castle walls. You know, anything like that. I do think not having some kind of haven or shelter or sanctuary might pose a risk. Not only is there a big beauty element in builds like that, like in some of the Agrabah stuff, that's why a lot of people go the Agrabah route. I think Agrabah is going to be very popular this week because as far as beauty goes, it's a tough one to match because you get access to some absolutely beautiful items. The challenge also mentions, you know, blooming cactuses or cactus blooms. So I think that's good as well. But yeah, this snap does have a great beauty factor. If you want to know a cool little trick you can do with these swirling sands to make them look even more beautiful, if you take some fireflies and put them in front of the swirling sands, it almost looks like glittering sand going around the swirling sands here. You'll see some other people do that today in some of the snaps we'll be looking at in the future. But that is definitely something I would recommend here. I think it would add a great beauty element, play up the beauty of your build even more, because these swirling sands already have these little like tiny gold shimmers in them, but you can play that up even more if you have the fireflies. So putting those fireflies around these swirling sands could be very cool. You know, ultimately, it's hard to say how a snap like this will do because it's very outside of the box. But it still does have a good beauty factor, and that's like a huge part of the puzzle when it comes to Dream Snaps. And, you know, you very clearly showcased a desert, not so much a haven, but a desert, which means you're, you know, I think you're delivering on what the theme says. As far as what you're going for, I believe, is this like a Marvel character? What's her name? I know it's a reference to either a movie or a different character. I don't know if I'm picking up the reference. Gamora. Yeah, I thought, yeah, Gamora's her name from Marvel. Yeah, I thought maybe this is like a Gamora build. But the tricky thing there, you know, is when you do a reference, you want to make sure it's built in a way that it can still get votes even if people don't get the reference. That's going to be really important. Luckily for you, this is built in a way where I think even if people don't understand the reference or what you're going for, you should still be able to get votes based off the beauty factor and the desert factor. It's hard to say how this will perform against the more common snaps or, like, you know, the more popular snaps. Because the other thing you have to consider is, you know, if certain approaches are very popular, that means those approaches already resonate with voters. So the snaps that you see out there, like all these Agrabah snaps that you see out there, that means a lot of people find those appealing because that's what they're choosing to make. So that's another reason why, you know, when it comes to being different with your snaps, you got to keep in mind you're not necessarily, I mean, you can make the snap just for you, but if your goal is 4K, if that's your ultimate goal, if you want to rack up as many moonstones as possible, make sure you consider the voters in addition, because you can have just as much fun making, you know, a similar concept to what a lot of people are making, and it can be different with the way you play up the beauty factor. There's so many different ways to build a snap. I think this should do quite well, though. I mean, it features the avatar very well. It's got a good silhouette. The aurora looks very fun. Good color diversity with, like, the red plants and the green grass. Some fireflies around the swirling sands, I think, would add even more of a beauty factor here, so I would consider that. But yeah, hard to say how to perform, really. It's just going to depend on, like, what it pops up against. But yeah, I typically, with my snaps, one of the reasons I'm so consistent with 4K is because I play it, I try to play it very safe, and I try to incorporate, like, almost everything the challenge recommends. So you don't have to have golden dunes, you don't have to have cactus flowers, and you don't have to have blue skies, but I will. Like, I definitely will have cactus flowers. And that's been good for me. Like, that's worked for me. Like, you know, I don't mind going outside of the box, but I'm still going to make sure it's an idea where all of this works. Now, some of these are optional. You know, you personally don't have to do all of these things, but I try to choose a direction for my photo that utilizes everything the challenge says. That way, for even the pickiest of voters, it can still work out. And that's, you know, and I still have fun making those snaps. You know, to me, that's part of the fun of a Dreamsnaps challenge, is challenging myself to do anything and everything the challenge recommends or even mentions. So I will have a Heaven in my desert Heaven. I will have golden dunes. I will have cactus flowers, and I will have blue skies. Now, you don't have to do those things to get 4K, of course. You know, that's the whole point here. Ultimately, it comes down to what you pop up against. But like I said, I think that's one of the things that's allowed me to be so successful with snaps, is that I do not deviate much from whatever the theme may be laying out for me. All right, MJ is next. But yeah, I think this will do well. It's a very pretty shot. So, you know, we'll have to see. All right, we got this one and this one. Okay. I'm a huge lover of snakes, so try the cobra. In night and day, not sure which works better. Okay, so we have well, these both kind of look like day. This looks more like maybe sunset, but it doesn't look like night. And then this is midday. I think the sunset is better because you're getting some great golden reflection off of these cobra statues. And the pose is very fun. The outfit's very good for the desert theme. You got some cactus blooms. Now, one thing I would try to do here if I were you is find a way to showcase a little bit more of the desert. Maybe if we tone down the cobra statues a little bit or move them out a little bit just so we could see a little bit more of the desert landscape and environment. With desert being such a big part of this challenge, I do think it's going to be wise to showcase some of that environment. Now, this is like, you know, a really good desert haven. Like, it definitely seems like a nice sheltered space protected from the elements. But I would try to find a way to showcase a little bit more of the desert environment if you could. Whether it's like a desert, you know, if you remove this cobra, you had like one desert home around. But yeah, the reflection here off the cobras looks good. I would definitely go with the sunset shot. I mean, look at the color difference right here on this cobra here on... Well, I'm kind of blocking it with my camera, but... Yeah, look at this one here, and then look at it here. You know, it really pops. Like, visually, I think the sunset shot is going to be a bit stronger. Another good strength of the sunset shot here is that your framing is a little bit better on the avatar. And this one, we can't see the eyes quite as much, but here we can. Now, I do have a recommendation for your makeup here. With the eyeshadow, you can do 2 colors, and you can layer it a little bit. You have the gold on, you know, the same yellow and gold on your fit here, as you have in your eyes. I would layer that with a little bit of red, too. I would do, like, some red into some gold, and I would probably mute this yellow just a little bit so it doesn't look so neon. Trying to get it closer to the gold notes we have here in the outfit, and I think that'll add to the beauty factor of the avatar here. Now, for background, if you do showcase more of the desert, you can always do like Aladdin and Jasmine's house if you wanted to, something like that. And then if you wanted to showcase the cobras even more, you could always put a cozy companion home slightly out of frame and get a couple of cobras slithering around in your shot. I think that could be a fun way to play it up even more. But yeah, great feature of the avatar here. Good lighting. And I like the foreground with the cactus blooms here. I think it could be stronger if we saw more of the desert environment. Again, you don't have to show a ton of it. We do see a little bit of sand right here. But maybe moving the cobra statues out just a little. So we can see a bit more of the desert landscape. Could be a good play here as well. Overall, beautiful snap. Beautiful snap. Jen is next. Jingle bells. So we got 1 and 2. Okay, let's see. So this one is the Mickey Cloud right above you. I like the pose on this one more, but I do like the Mickey Cloud. Now, these are both solid options. You showcase the villagers well. You know, Aladdin and Jasmine are perfect to use for this, especially if you're using, like, the Agrabah walls. I like the villager design. Great job with the, like, dark blue leading into the light blue. Like the face paint here as well. The earrings go very well with the outfit. Great beauty factor on the avatar. And we have some Agrabah market setups here. This is a good sanctuary. You know, we were talking about, you know, Desert Haven. This is a great haven, you know, a place where you're kind of protected from the elements. I like the fireflies and really nice foreground details here. I love that you have the cactus blooms down here at the base. And then we have these ones here. I even see a little snake tail here. Lighting is also very good. You have the sunset lighting right behind the camera. We can see your shadow going back. So everything in the photo is capturing some really good light here. Yo, yo! Thank you for the resub, my friend. Welcome, welcome. Much appreciated, much appreciated. Oh, it's Derek. What up, Derek? Welcome back, brother. Welcome back. Good to see you, my friend. Good to see you. Okay. But yeah, both of these poses are good. This one, you do have the Mickey Cloud centered right behind you. But I like the spacing of the fireflies in this one, and I like the pose in this one a bit more too. When it comes down to it, though, these would likely rank very, very close to the same. I don't see these minor differences like the Mickey Cloud or the fireflies being a bit higher up or the pose change having that much of an impact on performance. Because ultimately, these are designed in a way where they would capture the attention of the voter about equally. Good use of the blue silhouette behind the avatar here. I do think that blue silhouette stands out a bit more without the Mickey Cloud, though. But yeah, you could realistically pick either of these and I think do about the same. You do have a good beauty factor in the scene. And, you know, great use of villagers as well. If you're using Aladdin and Jasmine, you could always set up a companion home somewhere as well. Maybe behind you where you're blocking it. Like if you have the Nightmare Before Christmas one that came with the Zero Fox, it's pretty skinny. If you put it a good ways back, you could fit it behind your avatar and you can attach magic carpet to it. And you might be able to get him flying around in the background a little bit. That could be another fun feature to have here. And I like the details of the earthen jars here around the marketplace on this side. I would probably add a couple more details around the stalls on this side as well. But overall, solid snap. Great lighting, good desert environment, good beauty factors. And yeah, these are both good options for you, Jin. These are both good options. These both have a good shot at 4K. Dreamer is next. Dreamer says, not sure which build to use. Okay, so we have two options. You got this one. And this one. I like this one a bit more, Dreamer. This one, if you wanted to go, you know, the Jedi robes are kind of out of place here. And so it's like, you didn't, like, change your makeup from your previous design. So if you were going to go with something like this, you would want to do your hair and makeup to match with this, right? You don't want to just keep the same hair and makeup you had for a totally different outfit. Because on this one, the blue hair, the purple lip, and the blue eyeshadow, doesn't really vibe with the Jedi robes. And, you know, you're using some Star Wars items, but a lot of Agrabah items. You know, my rule of thumb when it comes to, you know, creating a Dreamsnaps build is you want kind of everything to make sense in that build. So if you're going to go with, like, the Tatooine walls, I think, are fair to use here because, you know, we don't see exactly what makes them Tatooine, so they can be pretty strong just as they are. But the outfit and, like, the Vaporator and, you know, it feels a little bit out of place with, like, Aladdin and Jasmine. I think this is a much better bet. This one is very strong. The makeup and hair are great. You got a good pose with you and Aladdin here. The Agrabah market setup behind you is nice. One thing I would recommend doing with your setup here, Dreamer, is one of the most beautiful elements of this Agrabah wall are the golden towers. And you've kind of hid them out of the shot. So if I were you, I would build the Agrabah towers into the scene a little bit because they have those beautiful golden tops on them. Like we can see them here in this shot. Like these things they have such a good beauty factor. So if you're going to be using the Agrabah walls, it's a little bit of a missed opportunity not to add those Agrabah towers in as well. So having those, like one here and like one here, even if you had to move some of the stalls up a little bit, would be very much worth it. And I would also break up and rotate some of your trees. Whenever you're detailing your environment, you don't want to just copy-paste and just drop them right next to each other. You see how every single one of these trees, the leaves are doing the exact same thing? If you took the trees and just rotated a few of them, they would feel a lot more natural. Like, you know, you want to try to make something feel like a movie scene and not like a movie set. So you want to try to make it feel real to a degree. Still going to be a fantasy element, still going to be a Disney element, but to a degree that, you know, the environment doesn't feel fabricated. And when every tree leaf is coming out the exact same, you know, it is going to feel a little fabricated. But if you just, when you're placing them, just take the extra 2 seconds to, like, rotate each one, like a couple of points, and then all the trees will feel a lot more lush. The leaves will be going in different directions, and it'll feel a bit more real. So the advice I have for you on this one, Dreamer, it's a good backdrop, good desert haven. You even got some swirling sands in the back. I would fix up the trees a little bit, and I would also include those Agrabah towers because they have a really good beauty factor. The pose is nice, and the shot of Aladdin is nice. So I think you're good to keep those as they are. Good lighting as well. You got great light coming into this scene. The pixie dust is fun. Little red treasure here. So some good details. This is definitely the one I would go with if I were you. I would just make some adjustments, you know, again, to the trees. Maybe include the Agrabah towers as well for that extra beauty factor. Mr. Left Shark is next. Oh, very cool, very cool. All right, let's take a closer look here. I like how you did the Naboo house with the Corona Castle. It looks like one big building. That's pretty fun. We have the Swirling Sands over here. And we have the Tatooine house. There's the speeder. It's another kind of Agrabah, you know, like Jasmine, and it's kind of Agrabah and Star Wars, which is interesting. But the outfit still works really well here. Very pretty outfit. Got a little Fennec Fox with his big head. We got a nice little water oasis here. Good for your sanctuary. For the Swirling Sand, I do think it would be great to include some fireflies. I talked about that earlier. These Swirling Sands have like little bits of gold flakes in them, but when they're further away, it's like so hard to notice them. But if you add a few fireflies around the base here, it creates a really fun, like, glittery swirling effect, and I think that would be a great addition to have here. Hey, Left Shark, thank you for the super chat, my friend. Thank you, thank you. Jasmine is a absolutely beautiful villager to use, you know, when it comes to amplifying your beauty factor. Yeah, she is a wonderful candidate to have here. It's certainly interesting, you know, seeing, like, a mix of Star Wars and Agrabah, but the colors are very good, you know, very vivid, great saturation, great lighting, and I'm glad we have this Mickey cloud up here because, you know, this is a lot of open space near the top of the frame. You know, what we see a lot of weeks with Dreamsnaps is that the entire photo, for the most part, is, like, really filled out. A lot of the high-performing shots, they don't have a lot of open sky. There's typically something either in the foreground or midground that occupies a lot of it. You'll see a little bit. But in most of my snaps, I tend to kind of go out of my way to fill out the skyline as much as I can. You know, if I do have a big opening, I try to play it up with, like, an important item. Like, even in this one, where we were kind of limited on what we could cover the sky with, I have the wind vanes, the pulley systems, and then I got my avatar close here to fill in this gap, so there's minimal, you know, gaps. That way the photo feels pretty full from, like, frame to frame. And that typically works out very, very well for me. Let's close these. So yeah, having the Mickey Cloud is big because if you didn't have that here, I feel like it would be, you know, when you get, if you get matched up against those snaps that have more of that full lush feeling where, you know, from frame to frame, it's very occupied, it can be a lot tougher. We have less sky here. Jen, thank you, my friend. Jen with the 400 bits. Much appreciated. Almost 20% of the goal. Let's go. Thank you, thank you. Actually, over 20% of the goal because of Left Shark Super Chat. I got that too. But yeah, in a lot of the other shots we're seeing, there's not as much exposed sky. So it can be a little risky here to have things further back. But again, the Mickey Cloud is huge. That's going to really, really help with that aspect of it. And the castle is nice too because that's filling up a lot of the space behind you. It's tricky, though, too, because, you know, when you're building a desert scene, it can be very tempting to have, like, a lot of open space like this. But your average voter tends to appreciate more detail. Like, you don't have to make it busy, but having, you know, having more detail throughout the snap typically makes it stronger. One thing I would consider adding here, if I were you, would be cactus blooms. Since they were referenced, you know, by the challenge. I think it could be a good foreground item to occupy, at least break up some of the open space to the left and right of your avatar. Like if you had a little cactus bloom coming up right here and right here, you can even use the droppable ones. Some of them are going to be too tall, like the cactus beds are pretty tall. But if you had some cactus blooms kind of around you guys right here, I think that would break up some of the sand we have here at the bottom and fill out the photo a little bit more. Punchy Laroo is next. Fun wide shot here. I'm really liking this. I originally had too much orange/gold in the foreground. It was painfully blinding. The sunset here is not great, but I really love the ruins in the background. I'd love to hear your opinion/advice. Always appreciated. Of course, Punchy. Thank you, my friend. First off, beautiful snap. Really love the avatar here. Gorgeous pose, gorgeous design on the avatar. Well done on the makeup. The horse here is very fun, and I love the foreground. We have these glass flowers here, the birds of paradise. I love this little obelisk type item here as well. And the sand fountain here on the right-hand side, another very, very good foreground element. And we get this cactus bloom attached to it. Again, you know, something directly referenced by the theme. I actually think you have everything that was directly referenced by the theme. I mean, Golden Dunes, we can just take that up as, you know, the sand kind of going up here on the cliff walls, so that works. Jasmine's pose here is very good. I think that's going to be a great wow factor, having both Jasmine and Aladdin in their dream styles, and Jasmine seated on this little cushion. It's a wonderful little haven you've created. You know, I think this resonates very well with the title. Hey, thank you for the Twitch sub, my friend. Thank you. That was Sapphire. Welcome to the supporter family, Sapphire. Thank you. Great to have you. Yeah, the downside with the dunes is that they're very large. So, like I said, though, this can work. You know, having the cliff with the sand on it, I mean, that's gonna be your, you can just count that as your dune. I mean, you have rising sand, and that's kind of what it's referencing there. But yeah, the golden camel, the Agrabah Palace display here, the whole marketplace, very strong, you know, and it really feels like a desert haven. It feels like a sanctuary. It feels like a safe place, and it has loads of detail, which is kind of what I was saying with this one. One thing that worries me is a lot of voters, you know, they love vivid color like this and a clearly defined space, but they tend to prefer, you know, if you look at a lot of the higher ranks on average, they tend to prefer snaps that are more filled out. You still need space to move around. Like, you still want walkways, like your little, you know, your sandstone walkways you have here with the garden stones. You know, you're still going to want some space so you can navigate, just like you did here. But having the whole area detailed, you know, is typically going to work out very well in your favor. So, overall, very strong snap. I would actually be quite surprised if this did not get 4K. The avatar looks really good. The build is very strong. Foreground elements are on point, you know, having the flowers down here, having the cactus bloom over here on the right side, the sand fountain here. I talked in my YouTube video on Thursday about how strong these tea sets were. This little tea set here is fantastic to have. And, you know, a lot of good Agrabah elements. So, yeah, very strong, beautiful scene here. And really good lighting. And, you know, it looks like the shadows are kind of going back into the left. So, while this will be a little shaded, I don't think it's shaded to the point that it's going to hurt you. Dream GG! Thank you for the reset, my friend, and welcome back. Great to have you. Yeah, very strong, Punchy, very strong. I think this snap has a lot of potential. Like I said, I would be surprised if it didn't get 4K. Lots of good detail, well constructed. Dreamy GG is next. Beautiful scene here. Beautiful scene. We have 2 options. And this is what I was talking about with the fireflies. Look at the fireflies here. They're several spaces up from the sandstorms. But look at how much of a beauty factor they give these sandstorms. We were talking about this earlier, you know, because a lot of people are using these sandstorms. And I think if you're going to use them, putting some fireflies between them and the camera and layering it in a way to where it looks like these gold swirls are swirling up is, I think, a really strong play this week. Dree is also playing up one of the most beautiful parts of the Agrabah walls, which would be the towers here. We got some great desert trees in the back and a very strong desert oasis. You know, we see a lot of the elements of the desert, like the cacti. We see a lot of sand behind Jasmine here. We have the Moroccan fountains, some gold piles, the gold cobras, and she's cosplaying Jasmine. I love this outfit. One of the most beautiful outfits in the game. Very strong use case this week. Aladdin looks great here. And a wonderful silhouette around the avatar as well, just bringing out more of that purple, really highlighting your Jasmine cosplay very well here. Overall, I think very, very strong snap, extremely high beauty factor, which is going to be very big when it comes down to performance and, you know, how well you match up against the other strong snaps. You don't always pop up against strong snaps at first. But as I was voting today, like right before the stream, I released my weekly member exclusive video, which was all about, you know, I just do voting and I publish that. But one of the first, you know, strong snaps I came up against was up against another strong snap. And the later in the week it gets, the more common that becomes. And the reason why is, you know, at first, it's kind of random who you pop up against. Like, you could pop up against a random selfie. If you're unlucky, very early in the Dreamsnaps process, you can start popping up against good stuff. And if you lose those votes, then, you know, you can end up with a result you really don't deserve. Because it seems what happens is, as photos rack up more votes, they will become increasingly likely to pop up against other good photos. Which is why, when you vote on Tuesday night, and you guys can try this for yourself, you might have to skip several times because there's still going to be random selfies and subpar snaps out there. But if you vote on Tuesdays, you have a much higher chance of having to pick between 2 good snaps. And that's the tough thing, is as Dreamsnaps gets more competitive, you're very likely to pop up against other good snaps. And, you know, you're both going to be doing the theme. So really it's going to come down to beauty. It's going to come down to which photo is more appealing to the voter. So having, you know, a gorgeous avatar, a gorgeous pose, featuring that quite well, having the beauty element of the fireflies around the sand tornadoes, you know, it can work out very well. Of course, there are snaps out there, you know, that could give this a run for its money. It just really comes down to what it pops up against to ensure it still gets 4K. But this snap would have a good fighting chance against pretty much any of those snaps because it's very, very beautiful. I would say, like, you know, if these two popped up against each other, it would be a tough choice, you know? And that's the thing, is you can't really control that. You know, you can't really control what you're going to pop up against, which is why it's important to make your snap as beautiful as you can. Great job, Dreamy. Great job. I would definitely go with this one because of the fireflies. You got them lined up better with the sand here. On this one, they're kind of going out of frame, and then we don't have them over here on this side. So I would definitely go with this one. Very high beauty factor here. Gorgeous scene. I think this will do quite well. Alice is up next. All right. Hey, Sim, I wasn't sure which pose to use here. Thought I'd try the camera tool selfie pose. It's been a bit challenging for me figuring out how to set up a shot with the camera angle. So I spend a ton of time rearranging the scene to bring things closer together. Any suggestions or advice are very much appreciated. Okay. Well, first off, one of the first things I noticed is in this particular photo, hang on, let me open a bigger version of it. I would lower the character lighting a little bit because you have great light hitting the avatar. Usually when you have like that kind of beautiful sunset lighting coming in and the avatar's already well lit, you won't need to adjust the character lighting. And if you do want to adjust the character lighting, I would give her a darker complexion. So notice how with this one, they're kind of doing the Jasmine cosplay, kind of like you are with the black hair. When you create your avatar for a Dreamsnap, this ties back into beauty. You know, we were just talking about good Dreamsnaps are going to pop up against other Dreamsnaps. So what can you do to be competitive? Because that's how Dreamsnaps is now. It is competitive. Some weeks you could do everything right and still not get 4K because you popped up against some really, really strong snaps. So what can you do to contend with the strong snaps? Well, let's talk about what we see here versus what we see here. Now, you got a beautiful design for your environment, right? Love the fireflies. I love how well you're showcasing the gold towers of the Agrabah wall. The desert palace in the back is quite nice. And you filled out your skyline well. So there are a lot of strengths here. But as far as the avatar goes, it will be very hard to compete with something like this because we didn't do our makeup, first off. And when you get close to the camera like this, when you get that closer angle, you did do the lip, but the eyeshadow is so important. And if we look at some other strong snaps, you know, notice how with this one, not only do we have this purple silhouette highlighting this purpley pink outfit here, but we also have this light purple eyeshadow to tie in with it as well. Not only that, but since they're going with a Jasmine cosplay, they've gone with a darker complexion because, you know, Jasmine is, you know, in Agrabah, in a desert environment. You know, she's not going to, you know, she's going to have a good tan. Let's put it that way. So, and we look at this one, you know, we see the same. We see this dark purple leading into this light blue. Now, this isn't a Jasmine cosplay, so they don't, you know, necessarily need to darken the complexion at all. But they also didn't, you know, boost the character lighting to make themselves, like, extremely, like, you know, bright. So that's one thing here I would adjust. I would either reduce the character lighting, or I would go with a darker complexion if you're going to crank up the character lighting like that. I usually don't mess with character lighting much at all, unless I'm doing a nighttime photo or I'm in the shade. You know, if I'm using sunset or good daytime lighting, it's not necessary. Maybe I'll boost it by like 10%, like something very tiny just to get a subtle glow. But you really don't want to go too strong with the character lighting when you're already well lit like this. And then again, you know, when you get close to the avatar, it's a great opportunity to, you know, do the eyeshadow. You want to really think about how you're presenting the avatar and make them as beautiful as possible. That way you can be competitive against these very strong snaps if you run into them. Now for the scene here, Golden Iago here in the front, very nice little foreground element. We got the tea set here. And you have an Agrabah build, so another thing you can consider is villagers. If you're doing like the Agrabah walls and Iago, you know, we could always bring in, and if you're cosplaying Jasmine, you can bring in Aladdin to build on that. Having an element of storytelling in your snaps is another great way to appeal to voters. And I recommend always considering that when choosing your pose and the structure of your snap. That's why, you know, we have Aladdin right behind the Jasmine cosplay here, kind of, you know, looking over. In this one, we have her kind of gazing off into the distance, taking in the beautiful scene, while Jasmine rests on the cushion behind her and Aladdin approaches. And she's got her horse with her, too, like she just rode into the market. Her hands kind of extended out towards the lead. So, you know, this pose is communicating something. It's delivering some storytelling. Now, you know, the photo, the selfie pose can also communicate something. You know, you're taking in a beautiful day in this desert haven. But you can build on that. You can build on that with villagers. And again, if you can tell a story with your snap, it's going to give it more pull with voters. So if I come across two equally beautiful snaps that both did the theme equally well, and one tells a bit of a story and the other one doesn't, I'm going to lean towards the storytelling. Like I said, this post does some storytelling, but including villagers can build on that. So, you know, just keep that in mind. The challenge also mentioned cactus blooms. You do have a couple back here. But I would consider including some near the front of your scene as well. That's one thing I really liked about this shot, that we have this big cactus bloom right here next to the sand fountain. Plays very well into the theme. The glass flowers are gorgeous. I would definitely keep most of these around you, but a little cactus bloom here or there I think would be a great addition. Also, don't forget, in this pond here, this fountain that you have, you can put items inside of that. So, you know, the orange glowing lilies can be very pretty in there. They would match well with the desert sand and the flowers, so those are other things you can consider as well. Overall, very beautiful snap, Alice. It certainly has a chance for 4K. Ultimately, it comes down to what it pops up against. There's some strong snaps out there. So if you want to be more competitive, I would definitely consider, you know, if you're going for a Jasmine cosplay with the Jasmine hair and the Jasmine outfit, I would go with a darker complexion. I would do the eyeshadow a bit. And I would include Aladdin to really play up the Jasmine cosplay here. Carolyn is next. I don't have a rift in time, but I tried to make up for that with the new path. Let me know what you think. Okay. So we got this one here. And this one here. Okay, well, very cute pose with you and Jasmine. This is very fun. It's like a, you know, Palace Girls day out on the market. I like that. This one I wouldn't use because the face is a little funky. It's not your fault. It's just the way Gameloft handles the poses sometimes, but the mouth feels like a little small. It doesn't have the same beauty factor. And this one, she looks absolutely beautiful. Like, this looks beautiful. But this one, she looks a little off. And I like that you guys have a very similar kind of pose going on here. It looks like you guys are together, enjoying yourselves. Aladdin over here in the market, very fun. And yeah, I know you're limited on what you have, which can make this a bit trickier. You know, not having the Agrabah walls. You did have the new sand, which is great. I don't know if you were able to get the Tatooine walls. I would definitely consider either the Agrabah walls or the Tatooine walls if you have them, though. The Magnolia wall here, it can work, but it doesn't have a desert feel to it. So, I know you purchased the new Tatooine house. You have to purchase that to get the new sand path. I'm not sure if you purchased the new Tatooine decor bundle as well, but the Tatooine walls would totally work here because they're sandstone walls. You know, they're even though they're a Star Wars item, they're still just a wall, and I don't think people are, you know, if we go back to, like, the shot that Dreamer had here, like, if we got rid of the Jedi outfit and we just looked at this Tatooine wall with, like, the Agrabah stuff, it looks good, you know. It looks like a traditional desert wall. It's also a little bit taller, which is going to help you hide a little bit more of the backdrop. Now, one thing I also like about this one, as opposed to this one, is that you've added some lights in the back for an extra, you know, silhouette, nice little beauty effect here. But what if we had some lights kind of further back behind you to get a little silhouette around you as well? You know, that can be very, very impactful for the beauty factor of a Dreamsnap. We see this purple layer behind this Jasmine cosplay, and it just draws the eye to her, and we get this beautiful pose. Absolutely gorgeous, right? So I like that you have a nice little gold silhouette back here. But since the avatar is right at the front, I would play up a silhouette, you know, on her, as opposed to worrying about one back here. You could do both, by the way. Now, in addition to that, I would also do what you can to fill out this marketplace a little bit more. So, let's say, for example, like back in here, you know, you have this stall, but nothing on it, nothing beside it. On this stall, we have a couple of items, but the stall behind it, nothing there. This area over here looks all right. I would still probably add some more items in here. And I would even have something back here. At the end of the day, this is a very pretty and a very strong Dreamsnap. But again, I cannot stress this enough. Dreamsnaps are getting more competitive. So it's harder than ever to get and maintain 4K. So you're going to be up against some very good, very detailed snaps. You won't always pop up against them. You know, you'll have weeks where you mostly popped up against selfies or snaps you can beat. You know, snaps that are good, like this one, that you managed to, you know, beat in the voting process. But then you'll also have weeks where you pop up against stuff like this and stuff like this, where they're very detailed. You know, you can tell a lot of time and effort is put into them, but the theme is still very present. The beauty is still very present. So if you were to pop up against snaps like these, it would be a little bit tougher when we have a lot of opportunity remaining. So getting 4,000 moonstones, you're going to want to put in that 4,000 moonstones worth of effort. And it's not that you have to spend hours and hours and hours on your snap. If you want to get 4,000 moonstones with a snap that takes less time, build everything closer. For this pattern party submission, this took me 25 minutes, maybe 30 minutes, and it got around like rank 112. Okay, so I just built, I played up the beauty factor, and I built everything close to the camera, so I didn't have to worry about detailing a big area. I was able to focus all the beauty right here at the front. So on weeks where you don't have a lot of time, playing everything close to the camera is a good way to deliver on the theme, and voters tend to love simple dream snaps. When the avatar is close to the shot, it's got a good beauty factor, the villagers are easy to see, you know, that can really help with the strength of the shot. But when you build further back like this, like when you put your wall this far away, and you have all this open sky, you're going to give yourself a lot more work. You're going to need to fill this in a good bit more. So since the wall is further away and we have this big marketplace, I would certainly consider adding some more details to your market. You don't have to spend 6 more hours on this or anything. I would just put items on the tables out here. I would consider like crates or barrels around the market. That's another thing that could work. And I'm not sure if you have like fireflies or anything that can kind of help fill out the sky or beautify the sky, but I would try that as well. So yeah, that, you know, when you have more depth of field like this, when your dream snap goes further back, and I know the reason this goes as far back as it does is because you want to show off this whole tower. But you could always build the walls closer and then have the walls go back in the middle and wrap around and then come back up. Does that make sense? So, like, you could do the walls to where they're closer to the frame on the sides, then they turn and go in towards the tower, and then they close behind the tower. That way, the walls will be closer up here, so you don't have to detail as much in the back. So that's another approach you could take if you wanted to fully detail this market without having to decorate all the space back in here. But if you want to keep it structured the way it is right now, I would definitely consider adding a bit more detail into the scene. Black Knight is next. Very good, very good. Great shot with the Raya outfit. This one is in the shop this week. Great for the desert environment. I think this is a very, very strong outfit. Great details on it too, like having the villager up close. We can see, like, you know, the little furls in the shirt here. You get the gold band here on the waist. You get the bracers, the leather bracers here, and the hat. All of it looks very, very good for the desert environment. We got the little Finnick fox down here, brand new fox, native to the desert. And lots of cactus blooms, which I love to see. You know, this also, just like we mentioned before, this has all the things the theme was asking for or mentioned. We have the blooming cactuses, we have the swirling sands, we have the golden dunes, we have the blue sky. Literally everything that the theme referenced is present in this photo. The Oasis Retreat Starpath house, great house to use here. These warm golden lights add a lot of value to the beauty factor here. I would consider fireflies here as well. Again, they just look really, really nice with the swirling sands. You know, we see it here and here. You don't want to put them right up against the swirling sand, but like in between the swirling sand and the camera, you can get a really cool effect like this. So for these, I think if you put some a little bit back behind this tree, could be a really fun effect. That swirling sand is a bit further away though, so it might be trickier to layer it. Sky is filled out well. The hat takes up a good bit of space here. And yeah, I love the little patches here. And we have our desert sanctuary right here. You know, our desert haven is this little oasis house here. The wooden path leading up to it, great detail. Great way to fill this space, but still keep it open as a walkway. And great way to fill out the desert sand by putting, you know, a nice little mix of vegetation in these spots while keeping just enough open to walk through to make the space navigatable and not have it feel too cluttered or too busy. Overall, it's a very well-balanced snap. Lighting is very good. Outfit is very good. You know, it's there's a lot of different concepts for this week's theme. We've seen a lot of Agrabah. We've seen some interesting mixes of like Agrabah and Star Wars. And at the beginning, we even saw a Gamora shot. So there's a lot of interesting diversity this week. This is the first Raya shot I've seen, but I think it's a great capture of the avatar and of the environment. So I could definitely see this doing well. Ultimately, it'll come down to, as always, what it pops up against and how voters resonate with like the Oasis / Raya builds. I think it looks really cool. I would definitely vote for this. In terms of high-end competition, you know, things like the silhouettes around the avatar can be really strong, but I think it wouldn't make as much sense in this case, since it's more of a desert landscape behind you. But maybe a soft silhouette, maybe 1 or 2 yellow street lights just to get a very light haze. But also the hat's very big, so you might not be able to get a haze all the way around. Again, not something you have to do, but could be interesting. Either way, Avatar looks really good. Landscape looks really good. I think it delivers on everything that the theme specified. And has very good lighting. So, a strong likelihood for 4K. Tanya is next. Hi, Sabai. I made 2 snaps this week. I personally feel like the second one, but I feel like it might be risky. So, I'll let you decide. Okay. So, we got the first one here. Interesting. So, we got the Padme dress, R2. You have kind of a sandstone doorway in the foreground here. You've created like a little balcony overlooking this desert oasis. I think you've designed it to be sort of like an alien-esque desert because you have the blossom trees. I don't know if the blossom trees are really the best to use here just because they feel a little too foreign. I know for me, and probably for some other voters, they're really going to be, when it comes to the theme, I think in a lot of ways they're going to be operating based on what they feel a desert haven should look like and does look like. So something like this I think is very strong. There are beautiful things you can add like the blossom trees, but I wouldn't add them here because you can get plenty of beauty just with the natural desert items. So I would be hesitant to add things that feel like they don't really belong in a desert setting. I mean, even in a Star Wars desert setting, you know, you wouldn't really see things like these blossom trees. I mean, they do pair well with the heart and with the dress, but I think the scene would look better without them and with some other things in their place. Now, for your other shot, this one's really fun. I love the double sun, you know, very tied in with the Tatooine lore, you know, if you're familiar with Star Wars. The fact that you're sitting in the speeder is really cool, and R2's kind of strolling ahead of you here. So I absolutely love this one. Like, this is so cool. But yeah, it is risky, like you said. Unfortunately, I'm not the average voter. You know, unfortunately. And you're not the average voter, like if you're here. Because the average voter is made up of like the, 70% or so of players that you see when you vote. So selfie submissions, kind of hastily thrown together submissions. Most players, like 70% of the Dreamsnap submissions out there, they're just kind of throwing things together and saying, okay, if I get 900 moonstones, I'm cool with that. 1200, I'm cool with that. Most people aren't, putting that much time and effort into Snap, sadly, which surprises me because it's the best part of the game. And, that becomes very clear when you vote, especially early in the week when you see, today when I made my member video on voting, I had to skip so much to find 10 cool pictures to feature for the video. More than usual. But also that theme, crafted with care, I think a lot of people didn't really like it, so they just, kind of did whatever. But it was really hard to find, good scenes. And the thing is, that's the average voter, is the same people submitting these things. And they like what they like. I've seen it time and time again. Every week when I post my results, I get a bunch of pictures from other players that share their snaps and their results, and I get a really good idea of what consistently does well. And with the average voters, they really like colorful, even if it's night, still having the higher saturation, boosting highlight, having good glowing elements, making it, still very colorful. And then they really love well-saturated sunset shots. They eat stuff like this up. They eat stuff like this up, and it makes it hard to beat stuff like this. So the risk here is if this popped up against this is really cool. This is a really, really cool Dream Snap. But a lot of people decide so fast on a small screen, and they prioritize beauty over concept, which I don't like. I don't like that. I think the two should be viewed equally, beauty and concept, because in my mind, these are very even snaps. I would actually have a hard time choosing, to be honest. If you put these two snaps in front of me and you were like, which one do you want to vote for? This is not simple for me. I would have to really think about it because I love different things about both of these. I love the beauty of this. I love the colors, the gold, the fireflies, the silhouette on the avatar, how beautiful the avatar looks, the presence of Aladdin. I love this. And then I look at this one. I love the showcase of Tatooine. I love the dual suns. I love that you were able to capture the avatar sitting in the speedster, or in the speeder. I love that you have R2 strolling on ahead of you. The Tatooine house here on the side. I love both of these photos about equally. But the question here is not necessarily, the advice I give is not necessarily about what I think is best. It's about what I believe voters like more. And they tend to gravitate towards stuff like this more. Now, if you submit this, you might be pretty fortunate and you might end up getting Star Wars enthusiast. One of the biggest reasons I would vote for this is because I'm a huge Star Wars fan. But we also have to consider that there are a lot of people that play this game that have never watched Star Wars, don't really know anything about it. They're not really, they might not appreciate the two suns as much as somebody that does watch Star Wars does. They might not appreciate the landscape. They might just say, this feels empty, and then vote for whatever it's up against. Ultimately, it just comes down to what you pop up against. But I really don't want to discourage you from submitting this because I freaking love this. So I'm kind of torn because, I know this isn't what a bunch of voters like, but I love it. Also the clouds you have in the back, it feels like a big sandstorm is brewing. These thick clouds in the back, and then the swirling sand here. And also the lack of color, the fact that it's not overly saturated makes it feel even more like Tatooine to me. So, yeah, I really like this. I mean, honestly, I would go for it. And if it doesn't get what you were hoping it would, at least you know it's not because it was a bad photo. It's not because, you know, you didn't try. It's not because you had a bad concept. It's just because it's not what voters are, like, the average voter is fond of. But if you get, you know, I would go for it because if you put this out there and you get the right voters, this could do really well. It just comes down to, you know, what you pop up against and what kind of voting pool you get. With the right voting pool, I think this could do numbers. I think this could be a very high performer. Again, the pose is very good here. You know, the pose, the outfit, R2, the Tatooine house here, the sandstorm brewing in the back, the double sun. You know, the downside with Tatooine is that, you know, it doesn't have, like, any vegetation. So, like, even the cactuses back here are, you know, a little random, but they're so far in the back they don't matter. But also because of that, you can't really have, like, a lot of pretty flowers and stuff, you know, in a Tatooine build because it's not going to make as much sense. So, therefore, not as much diversity in the environment. That's one thing we talked about. That's the struggle with doing a Tatooine build this week, is it's going to be a bit harder to get that beauty factor to be as strong as some other snaps. You know what I mean? But I really like this. I think you should go for it on this one. And I hope it gets what it deserves. Because this is really cool. You know, this is a really, really fun build. And also, I would say, even, you know, regardless, I think it's stronger. This one has, like, way better colors and saturation. But also, I feel like the pink trees, you know, they kind of depart from the theme a little bit. If you did go with this one, I would probably change that aspect of it. You can keep the rest, but I would definitely embrace more of the desert side of things. But I honestly would go with this. It feels like a movie scene, you know? And that's a big thing for me. What this might lack in terms of beauty, in my mind, it more than makes up for it in terms of storytelling. You know, it feels like you're putting us right into a movie scene in Dreamlight Valley. And that's really cool. So, I think you should submit this, and I think you should be very proud of it. And if it doesn't get the results it deserves, you know, you can understand why, and it's not because it's bad. You know, there's nothing wrong with this snap. This is a very cool snap. Ginger Snap is next. So we got this one and this one. All right. Good beauty factors here. Pretty happy with these options. I like the first one. The poses are fun, but my favorite is the second. And that's the one that's currently submitted. I can't wait to hear your opinion. Thank you for the review, as always. Okay, so we have the first one here, and then the second one here. So the only difference really is Aladdin. Very minor difference between the two. These would likely perform about the same, so I wouldn't really put too much stock into which one you choose. At the end of the day, these are going to capture the attention of the voter about the exact same, because most of the structure remains completely identical. There's only one shift, which is Aladdin. It's easy to get hung up on a detail like that and be like, oh man, I don't know which one of these two to choose. I do the same thing. But I do so knowing that at the end of the day, it's not very likely to make much of a difference at all. Now, the strength of this one, I would say, is that you can see the jasmine flower really well back here, which is a cool feature, but it is kind of further back in the midground, not as noticeable. And the strength of this one is you get Aladdin with this quirky little expression, and you can see down the walkway a little bit better. The pose on the avatar, I think, looks really good here. I think he did a good job with the makeup. I love the cactus blooms at the bottom here. This is very nice. You filled out the sky very well. These torches on the side add great brightness to the edges of the shot. If I were to recommend anything else for this, I think a silhouette on the avatar here would be lovely. You have a lot of room behind you, and you're completely covering this space. So if you went all the way back close to where Aladdin and Jasmine's tower is, and you put, you know, I would do either blue to match the blue outfit or gold, you know, the yellow street light. I wouldn't go too strong with it. Just a nice, mild silhouette on the avatar I think would be very pretty in your shot, kind of like what we see right here. But I do think that would be a great addition to your scene, because it's just going to help to break up some of the plants we have back here. Like, you have a lot of these trees back here, and getting a little silhouette around you, I think, would be a nice feature here in this photo. Again, I would keep it subtle. I wouldn't go, like, with 3 or 4 lights, maybe 1 or 2 at most. Just a nice light silhouette so we can still see all the details in the back. The fireflies are nice. If you do go back and make those changes, I would probably also rotate some of the trees, kind of like what we touched on with Dreamsnap. The trees will feel a bit more natural if the leaves aren't all coming out at the same angle. But that's if you go back and do anything else with this. I think it's a pretty good snap to leave as is if you wanted to. Like, if you wanted to be done with it. This certainly has a good shot at 4K. It's got good beauty elements. It feels like a desert haven. You have most of the things the challenge referenced, with the exception of the swirling sands. You know, those are in the premium shop. Not everybody's going to have those, but I see you have a dune here. The dune is kind of hard to see, but it is there. You have the cactus blooms very present, which is really nice. You have the blue sky. So you have a lot of things the challenge referenced. So yeah, overall strong snap. I think you can keep the one that you have submitted, but again, if you wanted to go with this one, they're very, very even. But yeah, if you want to tweak this at all, a minor silhouette on the avatar could be fun, and rotating some of these trees in the back just to get them kind of fluffed up and some of them pointing in different directions, I think could be strong, but very minor changes. At the end of the day, this is, I think, pretty close to, you know, just finished, and I would try not to spiral on it. But yeah, solid snap, good beauty factor, great villagers, good foreground. Again, really love the cactus blooms here. Captures the desert haven vibe very well. Snowdrop is next. I just have the base game and minimal Aladdin items so far. I didn't notice Buzz in there. We'll fix on round 2. Okay. Yeah, Buzz snuck in on you there. I see. Okay. Well, the eyes are really pretty on the avatar here. And the dress is fun. So you do have the Agrabah walls. Now, one thing that has been working very well for a lot of people in my community, one thing I talk about all the time, and actually in the script I'm writing right now, I'm making a new video right now, one that I've been working on for so long, but the script is almost fine-tuned and ready to go. Hopefully I can start production in the next day or 2. But I'm working on a new Dreamsnap guide. Because the last one I did was 10 tips to become a Dreamsnaps Pro. And while a lot of what it covers still holds weight, it is a little outdated in a lot of ways. And the reason I'm bringing up that video right now is not just to plug my content. It kind of relates to your Dreamsnap here. One of the things I discuss, the first thing, because it's going to be 5 tips to level up your snaps. Like 5 things I do every week that have been very consistent for me, and why I do them and how I came to do them, which is mostly by seeing what voters like. And, you know, I have access to a very vast data pool when it comes to Dreamsnap results. All the people that send me their results on Facebook, Discord and in stream, it's a lot to look at and it's a lot to understand, but I've developed a very good understanding of what voters prioritize when it comes to 4K submissions. So theme and beauty are like the two big ones. Now, when it comes to beauty, I touched on that and basically said, as for the beauty element, there are several ways to play up the beauty of a Dream Snap. At the end of the day, every Dream Snap challenge at its core is a photo challenge. During the voting phase, you will likely pop up against other players who have executed the theme, and thus the voter will decide which photo to vote for based on which one is more appealing to them, and of course, that can be different from each player. As for me, the beauty element of my submission starts with lighting. So, lighting. It's where it all starts when it comes to beauty. In most cases, I use the sunset time of day with the sun behind my camera. So not in my camera, but behind my camera, to cast light into my scene, typically constructing the scene in a way to minimize shadows, and this gives great natural saturation and increase to the overall visibility of the scene. So there's more to go into following that, but the reason I bring that up here, it's okay to capture a good sunset in your Dream Snap, but with the items you're using, the Agrabah walls, you would get a much stronger beauty factor if you flip that around on its head. If you had the sun behind the camera at sunset, pouring light into your scene. And that's why you see so many people doing this. So this is also sunset, just like yours, but the sun is behind the camera. And because of that, look at the towers. Look at these golden towers. See how they're reflecting that sunlight? See how the cobras are? This is also taken at sunset with the sun behind the camera. Look at how well lit the entire environment is. Look at how much the beauty factor is strengthened. So yes, a setting sun is beautiful, and this can do well if it pops up against the right things. But in comparison to photos where they have the sun behind the camera, look at the disparity in color for the whole snap, in lighting. The sunset, yes, it is beautiful, but in many cases, it's not worth the trade-off of losing so much beauty and saturation. So that's why you see people do this so much. It has become a staple, really. Most 4K snaps are using this method. I would say roughly 80% of all the 4K snaps, on average, are using this sunset time of day. Yo, Lerat, thank you for the 300, my friend. Much appreciated, much appreciated. If you guys are enjoying the content, if you get some good knowledge and insight from the streams, consider supporting. You can do so by typing !donate or !tip. Most of what I do is very much tip-based. I do make some YouTube ad revenue, and we do have several supporters, which is very helpful. We've hit our daily goal here on the stream for 159 days. Right now, we are at goal number 160. We have 1,200 biddies on the board. So if you guys want to support the content, you can do so by sending bits, super chats, !donate, or !tip. Thank you, thank you, thank you for making what I do possible. So yeah, there is a lot of beauty with your sunset here, you know. But I don't think it's worth the trade-off of losing all this good saturation and all this good color. Now, again, if this pops up against the right things, I think it could still potentially do well. But most players out there that are getting 4K consistently, you'll notice most of them are utilizing the sun behind the camera. And the reason this is so successful, the reason this is so popular, and the reason why people keep doing this, the average voter eats this up. They love vibrant, well-lit, colorful scenes. And another thing is, you have to consider a lot of voters are on small screens. So they're on Nintendo Switch, they're on Steam Deck, Apple Arcade. You know, there's a lot of different handheld players. And many players, your average voter is not the person that's going to put hours into their Snap. They're not, you know, we are a minority. Hey, thank you, Mama Dukes, much appreciated. We are a minority. Those of us that put a lot of time, effort, and energy into our Snaps, maybe 10 to 20% of the player base. So the average voter, you know, they don't put a whole lot of time and energy into their own Snaps, so they're not going to have a whole lot of time into voting either. So they usually vote fast. And when two photos pop up against each other, the one that catches their eye, the one that stands out, the one that pops with color and saturation, usually takes the win. And we can see that because most of the photos in the 4K range have this lighting, they have this vibrancy, and they have this saturation. Again, I'm not saying you can't do sunset photos. I've got plenty of sunset photos that have gotten 4K over the years. I'm just very careful about when I do them. And whenever I do create a sunset shot, I always try to avoid the kind of whited out sky. So there's shots where you can capture a setting sun, where you're going to get a beautiful skyline with like deep purples fading into a light purple, fading into a gold. This is more along the lines of what I recommend when it comes to capturing a sunset. You're going to want to make the most of, you know, that golden sky and those beautiful colors. So, you know, sunset can be really good. But I think in the case of your photo here, it could actually be a lot stronger if you built it the other way around. Now, I know you mentioned you didn't have the DLC. So what I would do if I were you is I would go to Dazzle Beach, which I think is where you are, but I would go to the floating island. Not sure if you're there. I would set my time of day preset to somewhere between 6 p.m. and 8 p.m. That way it's going to be sunset. And I would build my scene using the sun as a giant spotlight. So you want to look at the sun in Dreamlight Valley as if it was just a big light prop. You know, like if you go to get your photo professionally done, the photographer is usually not going to put the light pointed towards the camera. They're going to take the light and point it towards the subject, towards the scene. And in doing so, you're going to get really good beauty factors because you have good items for this. You know, you have the Agrabah walls, the Agrabah well, you have some Aladdin and Jasmine items, you have this fountain. You can play up the advantage of these items. You know, you can get these golden shines on the walls. You can utilize Aladdin and Jasmine's house. And you can also utilize Aladdin and Jasmine themselves. So I would definitely rethink the composition of this snap. And since you do have these beautiful Agrabah walls, I would use the sun as a spotlight and play up the gold shine that they give off. You can also combine these walls with Aladdin and Jasmine's house. And you can also do a bit of storytelling by bringing Aladdin and Jasmine into the shot. And I went over, if you check out my video from Thursday, the guide for this particular challenge, you know, I discussed different ways to build like an Agrabah palace with these walls. So that could be something cool worth checking out as well. Again, what I really like about this are the eyes, but you can get that same beauty the other way around. So in closing for this one, I would restructure the shot. I would build it using the sun as a spotlight. Sure, as it is, you know, it could do very well. Ultimately, it depends on what it pops up against. you know, performance is going to be determined by how many votes you get. But if you pop up against snaps that are using the sun to their advantage this way, because the challenge, if we take a look at it here, it says, dress and decorate to channel the wonders of the desert, golden dunes, cactus flowers, and blue skies. So there are going to be a lot of shots using the sun behind the camera because that's how you get your sky this deep blue, and that's how you get this beautiful color. So not much blue in the sky and not much color in a lot of the items here in the shot because they're not getting enough light. I mean, you did adjust your settings to bring in a good bit more color than we would have naturally. So I think these were good adjustments. But I think this could be even stronger if you flipped it on its head and used the sun as a spotlight. Oh, and also, you know, consider utilizing either companions or villagers. I think every photo we've seen has one or the other, except for this one. So that tells you that a lot of voters this week, you know, are kind of going out of their way to do some form of storytelling. And if two dream snaps pop up against each other and they're equally beautiful, they do the theme equally well, ultimately it's going to, you know, what's going to determine which direction the voter goes will likely be the storytelling aspect of the dream snap. So you can build up on that quite a bit by including pets, companions, villagers, even horses. There's a lot of ways to play up that. Keto. He said, okay, last week is bad, but this week I got it together and locked in. Loving how this turned out, but any advice or ideas are always welcome. Thinking in advance. Version 1 is the current version. Version 2 has lighter colors in the sky, just because I'm curious of your thoughts. Okay, so we got option 1. Beautiful lighting. We were just talking about that. Sun behind the camera, sunset time, beaming into the shot. Beautiful light reflecting off of these Agrabah walls. Great details in the snap. There's so many awesome items. You got all these cacti. You got monkeys. Really good storytelling, too, with the monkeys here with the food. Aladdin and Jasmine on the side. Great poses from both of them. And even some fireflies. Oh, you already got the fireflies around the whirlwind. Very nice. Very nice. Yeah, this is really strong. And in your only spot with, like, open sky, you got a big old Mickey cloud. Very good. Very good. Let's see the other one you have here. I think it's this one. Okay. Yeah, the cloud is like it's a very rich white. Definitely makes the cloud more prominent, but I wish the cloud was still here on that left side. I really like it on that left side. Honestly, Keto, these are both very, very good. I like this one more. For me, you know, I usually gravitate towards the sunset time of day as opposed to the brighter midday. And you do have really good lighting. Actually, I think this is still sunset because you still have the lights active. I think you've just boosted highlight. The cloud's just so much wider, though. Yeah, all the shadows are the same, so I think it's the same time of day.
Sunset is submitted. That was my instinct, but as always, I value your thoughts and ideas. I did the quick swap for the sky on the second one.
Oh, okay. Thank you for letting me know. Yeah, I kept on clicking back and forth and I was trying to figure it out. Okay, so quick swap. Gotcha. Yeah, because I kept looking, I'm like, the shadows are the same, but it feels like midday. What is going on? I totally forgot about quick swap, even though we had like a whole segment on that. Okay, thank you for letting me know. Also, real quick, I gotta add Mama Duke's Dono and Left Shark Super Chat to the goal as well. Give me 1 second here, you guys. Fall behind on that. Let's see, 15, so 420, 1920 plus 160 is 2180. Okay. All right, there we go. 2180. Thank you, you guys. Thank you. So yeah, I think they're both really, really good. What I like about the sunset, I mean, I usually go sunset anyway, but I think in this challenge, it's even stronger than it usually is because it makes things feel warmer. Like, you know, you get a great warm light on everything, which works really well for the desert environments. You know what I mean? The swap, we have a much cooler lighting. This still works really well, though. I honestly feel like these would both rank very well. I'm not too sure if this one would do better. It might, visually it pops really, really well. But this one has a really good natural feel to it. And they're both very, the lighting is very, very good in both. They both stand out very, very well. And they both have very good structure. So I'd probably go with this one if it were mine. I'd go with your gut here, mostly because I really like the placement of the Mickey Cloud. If you could do the swap and have the Mickey Cloud over here, that would be great too. But the other thing is the fireflies and the gold reflecting off of the towers, I think is a bit more noticeable with the regular sunset setting. But yeah, very cool, very cool. I do like the fast swap here. But yeah, I would stick with this one for now. And I don't think there's anything you need to do to change this. You delivered everything the challenge mentioned. We have a nice golden dune right here. We have cactus blooms. We have swirling sand. We have blue sky. Literally everything it says is in the photo. So direct and decorate to channel the wonders of the desert. Golden dunes, cactus flowers, and blue skies. There's beauty in the swirling sands, and it has every bit of that. Every single bit of that is in here. So I think this will perform well. It also has a great storytelling element. And yeah, wonderful lighting, wonderful beauty. Loads of good detail. I love the two sand dunes here with the path going in between them. All the cactus blooms on the side. But yeah, I think this is a very strong submission, Keto. I think you're pretty safe with this one. Well done, well done.
Notice me, senpai. Notice me.
Hey, much appreciated,
I do like
my
results
friend.
and I have a big Olay streak to defend, so I am being ungodly literal. Thank you so much.
I don't
Won't
blame
see you
ya.
the rest of the week, so here's some extra love.
Oh, thank you, my friend. Thank you. Yeah, I don't blame you. I'm the same way. I've been doing, I've been so consistent with snaps that at this point, I just find it so much safer to take it very literal. Of course, with this week, you don't have to have golden dunes or cactus flowers or blue skies, but I'm going to, it's what's worked for me is really playing up everything the theme says, even though it won't appear when voting. It's only like a part of the theme that they mention when you actually go to vote. But I like to challenge myself to deliver precisely what, the theme recommends or states. And I've had I've had a lot of success by doing that. So I definitely think it's a good path to take when it comes to Dream Snaps. So yeah, I don't blame you. I think that's a great approach. And it's part of the fun for me is the challenge of finding out how to do all that the theme says while giving it a really good beauty factor. Like one of the tough things there is how do we put these giant dunes in here without making the picture feel too empty? I had to work with mine a little bit to get that to work. And then it's also, you know, cactuses are a bit wonky. You know, you have the cactus beds, then you have the singular cactuses, so where do we put those to get them to really shine and show? The swirling sands aren't the most flattering item, so, you know, where do we put those to where they don't obstruct the background too much, and how do we make those more beautiful, like with the fireflies? That's part of the fun. That's part of the challenge. Is, in my eyes anyway, going out of your way to be extra precise with the theme while trying to make it as beautiful as possible. It's fun. And it often pushes me outside of my comfort zone and leads me to 4K. So, you know, I think it's a good choice. And yeah, I think your streak should be pretty safe this week. This is a very good looking snap. You know, very much on theme, very good beauty factor. Dekai is next. Oh, very fun, Dekai. I like the sun motif you have here. So yeah, you were able to capture the sunset and have the sun behind the camera. That's a nice little life hack. The two swirling sands on the side are very nice. We have the Oasis House tucked back here, and then we have the Desert Palace tucked back here, and you have the Agrabah Towers on the sides. I love this little Oasis Pond you've created. So we have Birds of Paradise, we have some cactus blooms, little scorpion here, beautiful scenery. Great eyeshadow on the avatar here. There is a really good necklace you could wear with this dress. That gold and blue one. I think that would look really good here, especially with your hand kind of reaching up to it. Either that or the amulet necklace. There's another necklace that's gold with a little gold amulet in the middle with some gemstones. But it would look like you have your hand on the amulet, which would be really cool with this pose. So I would recommend some kind of necklace to interact with here for the pose you're doing. I think that would be a nice little bit of storytelling. And then it might be tricky to have the fireflies since these are a bit further away. You know, like we see the fireflies on... Oh, dang it, I think I closed it. Like the fireflies around the swirling sands here. Yours are a bit further back, so that might be hard to do. But if you could tuck some fireflies back here kind of in front of the swirling sands, I think that would be nice. And even if you don't put them in front of the swirling sands, a small number of fireflies in this scene I think would be very tasteful. You know, because you have a lot of beautiful warm light, and those fireflies give off, like, you know, these nice little warm gold orbs. And I think that would balance really well with, like, all the warm sand notes and the great warm light you have coming in here. Beautiful position for the avatar, though. Not a lot of room to incorporate villagers or companions, really. Well, you could do companions. I don't know if you got the Finnick Fox. But, you know, that could be kind of cool in a little area around here. But, yeah, it's going to be tough because there's not a lot of room. I don't think you necessarily need that. I'm just kind of thinking out loud here. Another fun thing to consider would be the orange glowing lily pads. The ones from Tiana that go in the water. If you did the Dapper Delight StarPath. I wouldn't, like, overload this pond with them, but, like, one or two of those giving off that subtle magical orange glow, I think would play up the beauty of this snap even more. So, yeah, really, really beautiful job here, Dekai. I think this is a very strong submission. You really captured the Desert Haven well. And just like the last snap we saw, you're doing everything the challenge mentioned. You know, you have your golden dunes, you have your cactus blooms, you have your blue sky, you have your swirling sands. You got everything the challenge recommended or referenced. So I think this is very strong, very tastefully done, and very thoroughly detailed. The only thing I would do from here, or I would consider, would be to play up the beauty element further with a couple of glowing lilies. You know, I wouldn't go too crazy with them, but they are so pretty. And it would be a great way to break up a lot of this water we have. Like, since it's, you know, all kind of solid here. Like, one or two glowing lily pads would be awesome. And then just a sprinkle of fireflies. You know, either by the sandstorms or just kind of sprinkled on the left and right of the scene. Even if they're like behind a lot of this stuff, I think they could be a very nice addition to the shot. But yeah, beautiful job here. Beautiful job here, Dakai. I think this is a very strong submission. You did really good with this. It's a great nature scene, you know, and a wonderful little desert haven. Well done. Lunaris is next. Man, there's so many good snaps this week. Lunaris is feeling pretty good about how this turned out, but would love to hear if you have any suggestions to improve it. Thanks as always for your time. All right. So we got this one. And this one. Okay. I have another version with the tower further away. Okay, so this one versus this one. Tower's a bit further back. Okay. So you opted to have the sun in the background. I do love the silhouette of the trees in front of the sun, though. That's really cool. You boosted your character lighting, so she's still very visible. You have the glowing lily here. You have some cactus blooms. And I love how these candles are lining your path with these lily pads. That's really pretty. You did a great job with this pathway. The combination of the flowers, the candles, the rocks, and the lily pads is a really, really nice combo. Good little desert oasis back here. You have the fountain here. Only downside is the color of the sky. I was talking about this earlier. You know, I love occasionally capturing sunsets for my dream snaps. But I always try to capture it in a way that, you know, I don't get the pale sky effect. I have seen plenty of snaps that have the pale sky effect still get 4K though, so it's not a death sentence or anything. It's not like, oh no, I gotta rework the entire snap because the sky is pale. You don't have to. It's something that kind of comes with when you boost your highlight to make, since the sun isn't lighting your scene, you have to rely on your camera settings to do that. And after you boost your character lighting and your highlight and you light things up, the sky ends up losing a lot of its color as it brightens. So, you know, typically, like, it's a setting sun is beautiful. And I've already gone through this today, so I'm not going to worry about going through it again as much. But you'll see, you know, most of the very strong submissions we have here from people that, you know, have consistently been doing very well in snaps, you know, they're intentionally putting the sun behind their camera to get really good lighting and saturation in their shot. Now, if capturing the sun adds a strong enough beauty factor, it could be worth it. You know, it could be worth the trade-off. So you lose this great saturation and this great lighting and this very, very crisp little wow factor here. So when you do a sunset, I think this is a sunset done right for the most part, you know, making sure you have a really good silhouette around the sun or play it up somehow. I think you played it up very well with these plants. And you handled the shade very well. Because when the sun's back here, you're going to have a lot of shadow. But playing up the candles and the glowing lilies, and then adjusting your highlight and getting some good character lighting, you know, it balanced it out very well. So, yeah, it looks great. It looks great. I don't know why your pointer arrow is here. That's funny. I guess you screenshot it. I do think you should go with the house where it is in the second one. Yeah, I think the second one is a bit stronger. The bows and the outfit are very good. Villagers are very good. And you have the cactus blooms and the sand dunes. No swirling sands and not really a blue sky, but again, you don't have to have those things. Also, great job with the fireflies. If you didn't have the fireflies in here, I don't think I would like this as much, because with the sun back here and the sky being so pale, the whole top of the shot would feel really dry if not for the fireflies. But the fact that their gold comes through so well on the back of these trees, since the back of these trees are shaded. So the sun's hitting the front and the side of these trees, and the back of the trees is completely dark, which is making these fireflies stand out really, really well along the tree line. See, I think you did a good job with this sunset shot. I think it would be better if we had a little bit of color in the sky. But unfortunately, you know, when you adjust your camera settings to like make everything look a bit better, it can drain some of that color out. But yeah, it's a great sunset shot. It's the strongest sunset shot I think I've seen today. You know, with the exception of the Tatooine one, but this one's kind of a special circumstance. It's not really playing up color at all. It's more all concept. But yeah, typically the safer route and what you see in, you know, a lot of these Dreamsnap submissions is using the sun behind the camera as a lighting source. And I think that's, in particular for this challenge, a very good play, because it mentioned the blue skies, and that saturation works so well with a good desert environment. But this is still, like I said, a very good example of a strong sunset. Ultimately, you know, how you perform, as always, will come down to what you pop up against. As you've seen today, there are a lot of really, really pretty sunset scenes with the sun in the opposite position of yours. But on the bright side, this is, like I said, a good sunset shot. So I feel like, you know, you could, with this one, like, you could still be competitive. On a small screen with these two, you know. So a shot with the sun setting in the image versus a shot with the sun lighting the image. This one, visually, like color-wise, the saturation, it's going to stand out a little bit more. But I think this one still is set up good enough to still grab attention. So hopefully, you know, the fast voters that kind of just click on whatever they, you know, whatever catches their eye first. I think this one's still good enough, even if it's against a very well saturated, very well lit photo. I think there's still a chance that, you know, they'll give this one a good look and possibly choose it over the, you know, sun behind the camera shots. You did a good job. You did a good job. I've submitted many sunset shots myself, and the biggest challenge with them, and the biggest reason I see people... Hey, thank you for the resubs, you guys! The biggest reason I see people, like, fall short with them is because they don't properly adjust their settings or position their sun in an optimal spot. And I think you did a very good job with those things. So, yeah. Good luck. Hopefully you'll pop up against, you know, the right snaps to get what this deserves. We got another sunset shot, and I think for Tatooine, this is the way to go. Tatooine's tough because it's not going to have a good beauty element, so you want to rely on the storytelling and the wow factor. So this is Miss Spock, and if you're familiar with Tatooine, you know, it has two suns. And in Dreamlight Valley, for whatever reason, there's always two suns in the sky, which is kind of funny. Now, this one, you have the motif here, and then we have this, and this one we have the Mickey cloud. Okay. I have one with BB-8 right in front, looking up to R2, and another one with the Mickey Cloud, but BB-8 is further away. Okay, well, let's see. Yeah, BB-8 right there, and BB-8 back here. So, the one here on the left, it's not just BB-8 I would be aware of. It's also this swirling sandstorm right here. I like the swirling sandstorm popping up on the left hand of the scene. It makes the shot feel a bit more full. And you can see through it very well. So it's not breaking apart the background at all. Now, Villagers, Mike Wazowski, we talked about how good he was for a Star Wars build. You know, he's going to be perfect because he looks like an alien. Stitch is an alien. Wally's good as a droid. And then you have Flynn, Gaston, and Kristoff. Good color in the sky, too, considering you got the sunset. This is exactly what I was talking about with some of the other photos. It's so tricky to keep color in your sky when you're setting up your lighting with a sunset shot, but you did very good with this. Honestly, I think most of it comes from the vignette border. Maybe that's what Lunaris could try to get some of the color back in her sky. Just turn up the vignette a little bit to bring a little bit of the blue back into the corners at least. But yeah, you have like these deep purples in the sky here, which are really fun. Between the two, Miss Spock, I would actually choose the first, the one with BB-8 here, but not necessarily because of BB-8, but because of the swirling sand. I really like that, and I also like the motif. The Mickey Cloud is fun, but, like, it feels a little out of place. You know, we already have, like, Flynn and Gaston, so, like, it already feels a little weird, you know? But with the Mickey Cloud, it's like, I get it, you know, Disney owns Star Wars now. But I think for Tatooine, having the dual sun is so much more appropriate. And the people that I think this is going to appeal to most are going to be Star Wars fans. And those kind of people are really going to appreciate this. Now, one thing I would highly recommend here is boosting your character lighting. Keep in mind, you don't need to crank it all the way up. You don't need to be super bright and super well lit, but I would turn it up just a little. You know, just get a soft glow on the avatar. Again, you don't have to crank it up to where you're as bright, you know, as the sand here or anything, but I would turn up the character lighting just a little. And I would go with this one between the two. Also, I think Wally, Mike, and Kristoff are really good here, but I would not use Gaston. His outfit is way too, like, it feels like a completely different vibe, if that makes sense. You know, I'm not sure what the ages were for Beast and Belle. What was it, like maybe late 1800s or like mid 18? I don't know. But that old, you know, the like the red shirt and the buckle, you know, the big boots, he feels kind of out of place. Now, Kristoff, I think, is perfect. He's got that thick, kind of like, almost looks like handmade, you know, shirt top. It looks like something, like, this looks perfect for Tatooine. Like, Kristoff looks perfect. Gaston looks really out of place. Mike looks perfect. Wally's perfect. But Gaston, if he was here, I think this picture would be... If he wasn't here, I think this picture would be even better. Because then, like, everyone would kind of make sense. Like, even Flynn, I can kind of see as, like, a rogue, like a space rogue. He kind of works. But I don't think I would do Gaston. And you don't need them. You got plenty of detail back here. And you've already got great villagers. So, Kristoff, R2, BB-8, Mike Wazowski, Flynn Rider, and Wally, I think is more than enough. Gaston, I think, takes away from it because he's the only one that feels very out of place here, whereas the rest of them feel very natural. Good detail, you know, this is actually pretty for a Tatooine build. You know, Tatooine is very bland, but like we talked about in the Thursday video, if you want to make a good Tatooine build, you know, one of the things you can really focus on playing up is the marketplace details. You know, having things like crates, like you have here, the bow staves back here, the boxes, the wicker basket here, the basket on the ground over here, all the earthen items fills out the snap really well. And the sandstone here for the pathway gives great detail into the open environment. You got the vaporators here, Tatooine walls, the house, and yeah, the double sun is really nice. I really like this Miss Spock. Hopefully it gets the results it deserves, because I think Tatooine builds are challenging. I think they're going to be kind of tricky, and I really appreciate the effort that goes into trying to make these work, because there are a lot of themes this week that are so much easier because they just have these built-in beauty factors, like Agrabah. So, you know, I'm gonna have a lot of respect for the Tatooine shots I come across, because I know we don't have the best items for this. So making it work is tricky. But I think you did a really good job on this. My only recommendations for your build here would be, I would 86 Gaston. I would slightly boost character lighting. And that's about it. I like the vignette. It helps keep a lot of color in the sky. Love the dual sun. I don't think you need the Mickey cloud, so I would go with the motif here and the sun here. And yeah, the rest of the villagers I think are awesome. But that's my only recommendation. Very cool snap. Very cool. Great desert environment. You did a great job with this. Really like this. Nice, nice, nice. Alex is next. All right. Wow, lots of detail. Lots of beauty. Thank you for all your hard work and dedication to helping us get better at Dreamsnaps. Appreciate any feedback and critiques. I had further thoughts, and after some reminders from your stream, I made some adjustments. Any suggestions on this version? Okay, so you have another one here. All right, all right. So original, and now a change up here. Oh, it looks like you worked to play things a bit closer in on this one. Okay. So, in this one, you were a bit further back, and we had more space. And in this one, you moved closer to some of these builds. Now, to be fair, I think these are both good. When it comes to building closer, you want to have your, you know, beautiful elements like those Oasis house closer a lot of the times. But you don't always have to. Really, you just don't want a lot of exposed sky, but you had the sky filled out very well in your original with the Aurora. You actually had it very well balanced here. Now, if this was all an empty sky, yeah, this would definitely be the one you needed to go with. But they're both good. With you being closer in, we do get a much better look at the Oasis Retreat house and the swirling sand. So I think being closer in is a very good play here. But there are some elements I think you should tone down if you're going to be closer. So when you're further out, notice how, you know, the Dreamsnap, it's very detailed, but it has an openness to it. So everywhere we look, we see detail and beauty, but there's still room to breathe, you know? Like, we can go over this carpet, we can go down this path, and there's a lot of space between a lot of the big details. But on this one, we don't get much room to breathe. You're fully covering the path here with the dress, and then we also have all these butterflies kind of piled in, and the butterflies are a bit much. I don't think you really need the butterflies this week since we're doing a desert haven. They're beautiful. It's a great beauty factor. But if you add too many different beauty factors, they can kind of override one another. And you're good on the beauty factors. You got a lot of good beauty here. The Aurora is beautiful. You know, Jasmine on the couch here is beautiful. You have these beautiful glowing lily pads here. You have some pixie dust sparkle over here. This house is very beautiful. So, you know, while the butterflies and the jasmine flower right here is beautiful, and you got it right behind Jasmine. If you add a lot of elements, it can take away from some other strong elements. Like in this one, it's harder for me to appreciate some of those beautiful elements I just mentioned because the photo feels a little overly busy with the butterflies. And the butterflies aren't really the best for a desert setting. You want kind of everything you choose to utilize to have some kind of relation to the theme. So for a desert haven, you know, butterflies aren't, you know, in my mind, really going to have a correlation there. But a lot of the other stuff you're using does. And I think I could appreciate these other elements even more if you didn't have the butterflies. Another example of this would be these New Year's celebration lanterns. We don't really need these here because you have this beautiful glowing wish blossom right behind them. When it comes to using items like these, like the New Year's lanterns, they're fantastic if you have some open space to fill. You know, like if you have an opening at the top of your scene, you want to have them up in the foreground. Or if you have a dark area where you want to have a glowing element, but you're stacking a glowing element on top of a glowing element. So you already have the Wish Blossom here. So we really don't need the New Year's lanterns. You even have glowing crystals behind that. So you have a lot of fun beauty factors, but I think you might be going a little over the top on the beauty factors. So if we go back, you know, we'll look at some other really pretty Agrabah scenes. What I like about shots like this and what I think is going to help them do very well is if you look at the shot, every single item is there because it works with a desert. There's no giant crystals, there's no butterflies, there's no wish blossom flowers, yet this photo is just as beautiful as your photo. So you don't necessarily have to have all of these extra items to have a beauty element. We talked about this earlier I have a new Dreamsnap guide coming out to really, really dive deep into this, which I'm hoping to have out by the weekend. But I was talking about this earlier. When it comes to lighting, there's one place, or when it comes to beauty, making a Dreamsnap as beautiful as possible, there is one place where you should start every time, and that's your lighting. You'll get so much beauty in a photo if you get the lighting right to where, you know, other elements like fireflies and even sand dunes are going to be beautiful. So I think, you know, your photo's looking really good so far. So I don't want you to think that I'm saying it's bad by any means. But what worries me with the direction this one's heading right now is that it's a little too heavy in the outside elements. And if we look at... Why does it keep opening for Discord? If we look at a lot of our other strong desert dream snaps, because we have so many from today. You guys are really killing this challenge. Like, there are so many really, really good Agrabah scenes. But if we look at these, we'll notice that pretty much everything in these shots is correlated to the theme. So the swirling sands, the fountains, the cactuses, the gold, the cobras, the outfits, everything here ties directly into Desert Haven. Same here. You know, you don't need giant crystals. You don't need floating celestial crystals like the New Year's lamps. You don't have to have those things for beauty. I know when we did Cozy Dreams, I talked a lot about the beauty element, and I talked about good items to use to play up that beauty element. But that was for a dreamscape. That's why we use those items, because we want it to feel like a dream. This week, it needs to feel like a desert haven. And if you look at these photos, you can kind of get an idea as to what that means for these players. Because these people are voters, just like you, just like me. And if we look at these photos, a lot of them have really good details, and they have items, and they have beauty equal to the beauty you have, but they're not using items outside of the theme. So while the Wish Blossom flowers and the New Year's lanterns and the orange crystals have like a cool, good beauty factor, you can get that same level of beauty by using items that work better with the theme. So this is why I always say there are two things that matter most when building your Dream Snap: theme and beauty. So you don't want to lean too heavily into one and kind of overshadow the other. And I think that's what's happening here, is that you're leaning so heavily into beautifying the snap that you're starting to depart from the theme. So no one I've seen has been using butterflies this week. So why is that? Butterflies are beautiful, so why aren't people using them? Well, because it's a desert. It's a desert oasis. We're not very likely to see butterflies. Wish Blossom flowers are beautiful. Why haven't we seen these yet this week? Same reason. The desert, it can have some plants. The challenge mentions cactus blooms. And there can be like dune trees and different things. But the Wish Blossom flowers feel a little bit foreign here. And then we have these giant crystals. Another thing people aren't really using. Now for those, I think you can get away with them. I actually kind of like your giant crystals because of the color you chose. If you had chose pink or blue crystals, I would say I would not do those either. But I think a couple of little orange crystals, putting some light around the Oasis house could be pretty cool because they are desert colored. So those can actually kind of work here. They have a nice orange note to them. And the fun thing here is if you do, get rid of the Wish Blossoms, and you do get rid of the butterflies, and you do get rid of these New Year's lanterns, your photo's still going to be absolutely gorgeous. This is so pretty. And if we take away those elements, it's still going to be pretty. You've done a really good job on this. I just think refining it a bit so it vibes even better with the theme would be a great play. And keep in mind, because I know you were saying you'd already made some changes to this, because I think this was your original. Let me make it a little bit bigger here. So this was your original. This was a good snap. Voters do tend to love simple. And that's why, snaps like this can do so well and snaps like this can do so well, because they're very clear and concise with the theme, and they play their cards close to their chest, right? Like, the beauty elements are brought inward, and then you don't have to decorate as much. But you can totally do a snap like this where things are further away. It's just way more work. And then you also had to worry about filling out your sky. But you did that. I think you can get away with that. That said, I do think if you take the right direction with this new one, I think this could be stronger than the original. Because this one, there are a lot of elements when you build things that far away. And since so many people vote on Switch and Steam Deck, when you look at this on a small screen, it's going to be really hard to appreciate these details back here. Now, with your new one, on a small screen, we're still going to be able to make out that beautiful Oasis house. The scene is going to feel more full and diverse, at least in the area around you. So I think you were wise to get a little closer into your scene. I think this is a good play. I think it's just a little bit too busy. So let's talk about what you should definitely keep in here. First off, this is such an amazing scene right here. Jasmine on the couch with the blooming jasmine flower behind her is perfect. So I'm really glad you got closer and you brought that in, because in your original, you know, you had Jasmine here, the flower was way over here. They're both pretty together, but they're not really correlated here. Whereas in the new one, you know, this is an amazing setup right here. So I think this is one of the strongest parts of your photo. I love this. The placement of the Oasis house right behind that, fantastic. Then you have this little pond here. And then the cacti in the foreground. This little motif as if it's blooming out of a cactus is pretty fun too. Not that you need it though. I mean, motifs are fun. They can be cute and clever, but like oftentimes the actual flowers in the game look better. And there are some really pretty flowers that you could add to get a very similar effect that'll feel more natural in the environment. I've had a very good track record with Dreamsnaps, and you'll notice I almost never use motifs. If you want, there's plenty of motifs that snaps that get 4K though, if you want to use them, you know. But like, you know, this one I had a frame on it. I think the last time I used a motif, man, here we go, was for Fun with Fun Guy, because I was tripping balls. You know, that was the idea here. You know, we got the funky eyes, and then we're like hallucinating cartoon characters. So like, there are times where motifs can be a really good angle, a really good element of storytelling. And there are also some motifs that are designed to work really well with Dreamsnaps, like these green swirl ones, or for example, the new sun one, you know, like we saw with Miss Spock's dual sun Tatooine here. So this new sun motif is awesome. Now, if you want to use these, I don't think it's going to hurt you, but personally, I just think the in-game items are almost always more beautiful than a motif, and they feel more natural. But yeah, if you want to use it, go for it. Go for it. I just think that motifs sometimes can come across as a little gimmicky unless you have a really good reason to use them. In my member exclusive video today, when I was voting, I put that out right before I went live. I came across a really, really good Clock Workshop Dreamsnap. I loved everything about it except for the motifs. They had all these clocks on the wall, and the wall was at like an angle where it was like slanted, and then they threw clock motifs up on the wall. The motifs
Makes sense.
The motifs
Thanks
are flat.
for feedback.
Oh yeah,
Smiley
absolutely.
face emoji.
And
off to
thank
adjust.
you for the support. Thank you for the support. And don't worry, I still got a couple little things I want to cover for you here though. So I had these they had these clocks on the wall, and then they put 2 clock motifs on the wall as well. But the I still voted for the snap because it was genuinely good. But the only thing I did not like about it were the motifs, because they felt cartoony. They didn't feel like they were actually there. They just felt like stickers slapped on top of the Dreamsnap. And that's why I think you got to be really careful with how you use motifs. Most of the time, it's not going to matter, because your Dreamsnap is either going to be clearly better than the other, or it's not. But when your Dreamsnap is up against another really good Dreamsnap, if one is using natural elements and one is using cartoony motifs, the other one, I think, is more likely to win out there. But that's when you're evenly matched, which is rare. Most of the time, you know, motifs aren't going to bring you down. They're not going to matter. So if you want to use them, use them. I'm only bringing that up for the competitiveness of snaps now. But yeah, overall, very solid snap. Really, really good shot with Jasmine. Now, I do have a couple little recommendations for you, aside from, you know, removing some of the non-desert themed items. One thing you can bring in right here would be the glowing water lilies. These ones. You might not have them, though. I know this one you get from Tiana, but the one that actually goes in the water is from the Dapper Light StarPath. I don't know if you have it, but if you do, those would look really good in your pond back here. Not a lot, like 1 or 2, because we can see the pond really well. So adding like 1 or 2 of those orange glowing lilies in there would be amazing. The other recommendation is if you have fireflies, as we've seen in several other submissions, putting some fireflies around the swirling sands is a really cool feature that makes it look like there's sparkles kind of swirling around the sandstorms. So that could be very fun. But yeah, aside from that, this is already very strong. My only, recommendation would be to be a bit pickier with what you choose to add. And, you really want to play up beauty. You do. It's super important. You want your snap to be as beautiful as possible, but you want to balance that beauty with theme. So when you're choosing what kind of beautiful items to add, choose based on beautiful items that are going to work really well with the nature of the theme. Like this cactus topiary, great choice. It's got these fun little green lights on it. I think even this thing with the golden lights hanging down, it looks like sandstone. It's a great choice. The tea set carpet, great choice. The Oasis house, great choice. I think even the giant orange crystals can actually work quite well here. I wouldn't go too crazy with them. I think like 1 on the left of the house and 1 on the right of the house will be fine. And then, yeah, you can play up other fun desert-themed items. Overall, though, very beautiful snap. Very beautiful. Again, really like the setup with Jasmine here. I think you did a great job with that. And the Aurora adds some good beauty. So, yeah, final thoughts. Removing some of the non-desert themed beauty items and then just full sending on desert beauty. Some glowing lilies in the pond here would be nice. Some fireflies by the tornado, if you have them, I think would be cool as well. And if you wanted to, you could also potentially... Hey, Jen, thank you, my friend. Jen with the 289. That is very kind of you, my friend. 29.69 on the board. I do have some extra... I think I have to add that super chat to the goal, too. We'll do that in a moment. But yeah, if there's anything else you wanted to do, you could also add a light silhouette to the avatar. That's another great way to get a beauty factor, which works with almost any kind of environment. You don't absolutely have to do that, but it is a beautiful thing. We see it here with this purple silhouette kind of around Jasmine. This is probably just two street lights. So putting street lights, a bit back behind the avatar, you can get a fun silhouette on them. Again, not something you absolutely have to do, but you did get the avatar nice and close to the shot here. So that could be fun. But yeah, with as much beauty you have in the shot, though, I don't think you absolutely need the silhouette, so just keep that in mind. The last thing I'm pondering right now is the outfit. The Padme dress is very pretty. I'm just kind of cross-comparing with other desert scenes. And the main reason I wanted to look at it versus other desert scenes is because the Padme dress is a very light color at the top here. Like, you have this kind of cream color at the top, and then it fades into, like, a pink. And also your hair is a light pink. I'm looking at a lot of the outfit mixes. The Raya outfit looks really good with the yellow and leather, like up against the sand. But you definitely don't have to use that. The Padme dress has been popular. And then both of Jasmine's outfits have been very popular. I think the light blue with the purple or just the purple version. I think the reason these do so well in the desert environment is that they're not as light. They have a bit of a darker color. I mean, this is definitely like a light purple, don't get me wrong. but it contrasts very well with the sand. And since you have this light cream color here and also the light cream color here on the flower, I'm wondering if a different outfit could potentially work better. Now, keep this outfit for now. I'm not saying to 100% switch it. If you get a re-review, I would love to see a new version with the changes we discussed with this outfit and another one with a different outfit. I just want to see how this feels with a different look. Because it feels very, very bright right here. And I would love to see this at a different angle, you know. We might still like this one the most, but I think it's worth checking, you know, seeing how it feels with a different fit. And if you do a different fit, you know, I would love to see it with darker hair, dark eyebrows, and a new eyeshadow. That's if you have time. The main thing we wanna focus on for re-review would just be those little changes we already discussed. But I would love to see this with a different outfit. I would love to see how it feels. All right, Belle B is next. Always like seeing Belle B snaps. Maybe just the hair, too, because I'm looking at it with Belle B's. Yeah. Also, Belle's covering the brighter part with the sleeves with her pose, so we get more of the pink here and less of the cream at the top. But, yeah, the darker hair, I think, works better with the dress. I think maybe the problem is having the hair the exact same color all the way down. Like, if it was just highlights, I think it would work better. But I think what might be throwing me off with the outfit, it might just be the hair. Because this is a lot of the same color in one place. Whereas if you had a different hair color, we could kind of break apart the dress from the avatar. Because I'm seeing it with Belle B here, and it's I like it a lot more with the brown hair. So it might just be that. Might just be that. Either way, like I said, beautiful, beautiful snap. Let me update my goal real quick before we get into Belle B snap here. Give me 1 second. Vortex. Oh, that was you, Vortex. That was you. Thank you, my friend. Thank you. Let me do a quick update here. I can't see what that number says. There we go. 29.69. So 31.69. There we go. There we go. It wouldn't let me put anything in that pond. Oh, Alex, that might just be... Yeah, that Moana pond might not allow for items. Hang on, hang on. I'm using that same pond in... If it's the one I think it is, I think I used it in my Oasis snap. Oh, and Cyber Lucy, I saw your comment saying there are butterflies in the desert. Yes, butterflies, especially in North American deserts, but also they're not going to be this common. You're not going to see a swarm of butterflies. So I think you're kind of missing my point. Butterflies aren't really something most players are going to consider a desert-themed look or a desert-themed item. So I think you're kind of ignoring the entire point that I'm making here. And fixating a little bit on the technicalities. I mean, really, just about any bug or creature You know, there are a lot of things that can live around desert environments and on the edge of desert environments. But in the core of, like, let's say, you know, I want you, here, try this. When you get a free moment, I want you to go watch Aladdin. And I want you to count the butterflies. All right? So, next time you get a chance, throw on the movie Aladdin, pull out a pen and paper, and just make a note every time you see a butterfly, and then get back to me. So, desert-themed items is what I recommend. And the other thing, you know, is that we also don't really need them here because we have plenty of beauty. You know, there's plenty of beauty throughout the photo already. Another example would be the fact that we have a lot of talented people here that get 4K pretty much every week. Like Dree here. Like Keto. Or Beyblade. Or Dekai. And no butterflies in those shots either. That's kind of my point there. So, yeah, you can find butterflies in certain deserts. In particular deserts. There's always an exception to the rule. There's always an exception. Just like a random empty photo can get rank 2 in Dreamsnaps. You know, as long as they did the theme. Like we saw with the last Star Wars challenge, right? A photo that had an empty room and dropped 6 Naboo items into it got rank 2. But that doesn't mean that's always the case, you know? It's like an exception to the rule. So my whole angle when I was bringing up the butterflies is essentially to point out that you can get the same level of beauty while focusing primarily on decor that makes sense in the desert. And if I'm not mistaken, I don't really think there are bold blue butterflies quite like this in the India-style desert where, you know, Aladdin and Jasmine would be native to. There might be, but I doubt you would see this many. And again, most players are not going to associate the butterflies with the desert environment. It's just like when you play Dreamlight Valley. What do you see when you go to the Glittering Dunes? Because if we go to the meadow, we see butterflies, right? But when you go to the Glittering Dunes, we don't see butterflies. Why is that? It's because they're not as common. They're just in deserts, on average, you're going to see far less butterflies than you see in a meadow, in the grasslands, in the plains. It's just not something commonly associated with deserts. So yeah, let's not split hairs and technicalities here. Let's focus on the theme. Belle. Oh yeah, did I do the update? I did. Beautiful shot here. So we have a really good Agrabah castle. Beautiful sky right here. Loads of the fireflies. We get the swirling sands. And another Dreamsnap with literally everything the challenge is asking. So, you know, this challenge mentioned cactus blooms, golden dunes, swirling sands, and blue skies. And you have all of it. I also like Aladdin's kind of like, you know, swag look over here. You know, he looks like he's giving you the eyes. Great pose for Aladdin. Beautiful little orange lilies. Oh, I really like the way you did the pond here. So you're using the river kit with flower beds. In particular, the cactus beds. That's cool. Yeah, you sealed it off very well. And this is exactly what I was talking about earlier when I mentioned these glowing lilies. These look so good in desert builds. They have this nice, like, golden orange look to them, which is going to work really well with the golden Agrabah towers, the golden camels. You know, this just pairs very nicely. You got a good silhouette around the avatar, too. Looks like you went with a pink light to match with the pink dress. Good complexion on the avatar. She's very tan. Great makeup here with the lip. I can't tell, but it looks like you might have done like a light brown eyeshadow. Or that might just be the actual shadow. Might just be the shadow from your head. Hard to tell. Even if you don't have eyeshadow on this, yeah, it actually looks fine. I probably wouldn't do light pink anyway for the eyeshadow. So, you might have a dark, or, you know, like a light brown here. I think you do. I think it's a very subtle light brown. Very solid, Belle. Very simple, too. You know, and voters do tend to like that. You're playing things close in. The entire scene is beautiful. From side to side, you know, there's not really any point of this shot that feels empty or incomplete. Very optimal lighting. You know, you got that sunset lighting coming in. Very good saturation. So yeah, very high beauty factor. This is certainly on theme. So I think this has a great shot at 4K. The only thing I'm considering with it is, and I wouldn't change this. I think if I were you, I'd keep it the way it is, but something to consider for future snaps. I am seeing like this, kind of like my, like if we go back to my pattern party snap here. Simple shots like these tend to do, you know, would tend to do very, very well for a lot of themes. But I'm noticing lately they're still doing well, but they're not doing as good as they used to. It seems that as Dreamsnaps is getting more competitive, the shots that are kind of a mix of, I guess, decor diversity is the big thing I'm getting at. Like, I'm noticing shots that have more diverse items built into them, as long as they're still simple and easy to understand, seem to be performing even better. But also, that might just be something we noticed with the past couple of challenges, and it'll go back to these being, you know... Actually, I think... Hang on. Pretty sure the tops were pretty simple, too. Yeah, kind of like this, I mean. Kind of like this. So, this is simple, but in a very strong way, you know. Not by any means basic, right? I mean, this is the rank 1 public snap. So they built everything close in so that the snap was very simple. They featured the subjects right here at the base of the shot. But in the back, we had a lot of diversity in the different items sprinkled into the environment. And we kind of saw the same thing with this one, where there's a good bit of diversity in this little pocket we see here. So, yeah, very, very high beauty level and very much on theme. So I think this can do well. I think it will do well. But I know your last snap, I believe, which I thought it would have ranked a lot higher because it was super beautiful, was on the lower end of 4K, like to where it almost got 2500, which was surprising because it was such a beautiful snap. But I know that's the kind of snap you tend to make the most. So if you notice the same thing this time, if not, I wouldn't worry about it. It could have just been a one-off. You might have just popped up against really good stuff. But if the same thing happens with this one, and you end up getting like rank 7000, or like, you know, on the lower end of 4K, I think one thing that could potentially help is having a little bit more open space in your snap, like a little walkway. That has worked really well for me with a lot of my snaps having like little openings. I know you have done that in several of your snaps as well. I can't remember if it was your Marvels of Nature I'm thinking about or Cozy Dreams. I think it might have been Marvels. But yeah, I guess what I'm trying to say here is opening up the environment a little bit or giving yourself a tiny bit more depth of field could be the difference of, you know, being on the lower end or higher end of 4K. But again, don't worry about that unless it starts to become a common trend with these close-up, beautiful, simple snaps. If you see them slipping at all, I think that would be a good direction to go in, because you could still do the same thing you're doing, but you could give yourself a little bit more room to work with, and in turn, you would be able to add a bit more diversity into the environment. But that's only if these don't perform as well as we hope. But this should definitely get 4K as usual. I don't see it performing much differently than your other snaps. It's just one of the results kind of surprised me, so I've been thinking about that. Clinksy is next. Thank you for the honest feedback, as always, says Clinksy. Thank you, Clinksy. Thank you. All right, so we have a little Agrabah Palace build back here. We have the sand fountains on the side. Some fresh veggies. The ponds. Okay. Very good lighting, first off. You know, you got the sunset lighting, sun behind the camera, good light coming in. Now, on the downside here, I love these sand fountains. I love these. But they can be a little intrusive as foreground items because they cover so much of the scene. Like, I see you have the Oasis tent back here, but we can't really see inside of it or what's going on with it. And then with your avatar right here, also in the foreground, taking up a lot of space, and then the sand fountain right beside you, we don't really get to see into the backdrop until right about here, and then that cuts off right here, so we get a small window. Whereas there are a lot of snaps circulating this week that give us a bigger view into these desert environments, and I think that's going to be important. With the challenge being Desert Haven, I think seeing into this desert environment is going to be a big play. It's kind of what I talked about in the first snap I reviewed, whereas, you know, I thought it was cool that they're playing up the snake idea. We touched on a few things, but one of the things that concerned me was that we didn't get to see much of the desert. Now, I'm not saying you got to show a whole bunch, but like just these dunes here, like in Belle's, I think are very useful. The sand fountains are fun, but there was a snap that used them in a really nice way. So you see how this one is, where the sand fountain just comes in barely. So they're using it like you are as a foreground item, but they have the bottom part coming in, and we get this cactus bloom right here. I think if you were to structure your sand fountains more like that, like if you took this and pulled it all the way to the foreground to where we just saw this part and the cactus bloom behind it, I think that might be a better way to utilize it. Just because then we could see into your scene a little bit more and appreciate more of the design concept to the backdrop here. And that would bring that desert bloom, that cactus bloom, closer to the front of the shot. And I do think highlighting those cactus blooms, if you are going to do an Agrabah or a natural cactus type of build, I think highlighting those blooms is going to be a really good play this week, since it was referenced by the theme. And a lot of people are doing a really good job of that, showcasing these pretty close to the frame. Like we have them here. Now in yours, you have these tall cacti close to the frame, but these don't have as good of a beauty factor as the blooming cacti do. Now with your avatar, I like the position, but I don't know if I would be quite that close. Maybe just a little further back. My rule of thumb when positioning my avatar, like what's worked really well for me, is to always keep a little bit of space between either my hat or my hair, whichever is present in that photo. A little bit of space between the top of the frame and the top of my avatar. You'll see that's kind of a common theme in most of my snaps. That's how I always try to position them. And in snaps where I failed to do that, like this one, where I'm a little, like my hat kind of goes over a little bit, I still got 4K, but it got lower than my normal rank. Like this ranked around 5,000, where I usually rank around like, you know, top 1,000 to top 100 or somewhere in that range. But yeah, having a little bit more space, I think, is going to be helpful for your snap in particular, because we already have these large foreground items kind of obstructing the view. And if you were to move into the shot just a little bit, you would be smaller overall, and we can see into your scene better. We'd be able to see more of these glowing lilies, and we'd see the pond on the left a little bit better as well. And then the other thing I would consider is for your sky. You could do fireflies. The aurora is beautiful. You know, I know people say, oh, you know, the aurora is something you're going to see in the mountains. But the aurora can appear anywhere on Earth. You know, it just has to do with geomagnetic storms or like solar storms. You know, they can push the aurora all the way down to the equator. So you could have the aurora anywhere as long as you have it. Some people don't have it. You might not have it, and if that's the case, that's fine. But fireflies could be good as well. I think getting some beauty in the top of your scene would be very helpful. And as you can see from a lot of the photos we've been looking at, they have a lot of things going for them in terms of that beauty factor. And again, you know, your shot is great. It's beautiful. But Dreamsnaps is getting more and more competitive. So how do you compete with these other very beautiful snaps? Well, you just got to match them on beauty. Now you have great beauty elements with the pawns and with the camels here. But with as obstructed as the foreground is, it's limiting how much beauty we're going to get out of this scene. So yeah, I would move the sand fountains out a little bit and try to position them closer to the frame instead of this cactus down here. And give us a better view into your little desert haven that you have back here. Now, if this pops up against the right things, I don't think any of that will matter. You know, if you pop up against the right snaps, this will be 4K ready. But odds are, you know, with as competitive as Dreamsnaps are getting, you are going to pop up against some very beautiful scenes. So you got to outmatch them on beauty if you want to keep in that 4K range. And I think that would be a great place to start. I think downsizing the avatar just a smidge, opening up the foreground a little bit, and instead of these green cacti at the front, going with some beautiful blooming, some blossoms from the cacti, I think would be better. Or just the sand fountain itself and focusing on this little bloom here. Either way, beautiful snap. And like I said, even if you don't make changes, it still has a good shot at 4K as it is. But I think it could have an even stronger likelihood. Mama Dukes. Oh, wow. How pretty. Had to do something quick this week. Something feels off because I rushed it, but I will have time to make changes Monday night if need be. Okay. Very fun Oasis build. Takes me back to when we did the Oasis challenge. Aladdin with the apple right here with the basket of apples beside him is very, very clever. I love that. Great storytelling. Beautiful position for the Mickey Cloud here. The Oasis Capybara, perfect little guy right there. Perfect. Jasmine looks great. And yeah, the Oasis house, nice and close here. This is such a beautiful house. This is the great thing about... So, I think this snap is a wonderful example of how, even on weeks where you're pressed for time, where you don't have hours and hours and hours to spend making some big, elaborate Dreamsnaps build, if you build things closer in that have a high beauty factor, you can have a great shot at 4K just, you know, with a snap that took you 30 minutes as opposed to a snap that took you 3 hours. So playing the Oasis close to the frame here is a wonderful idea. The yellow lights look very good here. We can see up into the balcony, and it fills out the frame very nicely. It's also got great details on the feels off with the snap. I do know you dress for the Oasis, but I know the challenge does state dress and decorate to channel the wonders of the desert. So I understand the idea of the Oasis outfit to match with the Oasis stuff, but I don't know if this is the best outfit to showcase the wonders of the desert, so to say. I think that's why some dresses that feel more desert-inspired, and also the Aladdin and Jasmine style clothing has been a bit more popular this week because I think it kind of channels the wonders of the desert a bit more. That said, again, I totally understand the outfit choice because you've created a desert oasis, so you have the oasis outfit. And this could work, you know, it looks like an outfit that would be great for warm weather. But I do think there are alternate outfits that are going to work a bit better to channel the wonders of the desert, so to say. But that's only going to matter if people, you know, put a lot of stock into that part of the challenge. Overall, you know, for a quick build, it's very, very well done. I like the tea set here. Great shot of the villagers. Great shot of the Cappy. Great shot of the avatar. Only thing I would consider adjusting would be the outfit, but with the seated pose, it's also kind of tricky. You know, some outfits, like some dresses and stuff, don't look right with the seated pose. But yeah, aside from that, there's not really anything I think I would really alter or change here for a snap that, you know, you put together quickly. This is very strong. LOTR. We got 1, 2, and 3. The only difference is carpet and the fireworks. I couldn't think of anything else to put on the left in the open spot, so I put Jasmine there. I really wanted 2 cactus houses, so I'm in Rift, not on a floating island. Gotcha. Well, you got good lighting with where you are, and the 2 cactus houses are very fun. Oh yeah, and you do have items in this pond. I think that's the same pond Alex was using. And she said I wouldn't let her put items in it. Alex, are you sure you were using the right lily pad? Because there's 2 different types of lily pads. Those glowing lilies, the ones that go on the ground, they can't go in ponds. So if it wasn't letting you put those in ponds, that would be why. So there's a version of that lily pad that can go in water, and there's a version that can go on ground, but they both can't do what the other one does. So you can put items in this one. I meant to look at that when you mentioned it. I think that's the pond you're using. And I got totally sidetracked with the butterfly comment, but I was about to pull this up. Yeah, here they are. This was my Oasis, my lost Oasis submission right here. And that, I think that's the same pond you were using. And I have the lilies in there. Just keep in mind, these lilies are different from the ones that go on the ground. So I think that might be what's throwing you off and not letting you put them in the water. If you're trying to put the ground ones in, they can't go in. Okay, so the difference is carpet and fireworks. This one is really nice with the kind of silhouette you have around the avatar here. Oops. I like the subtlety of these with carpet kind of coming around the edge here. Yeah, this one seems to look the best with the avatar, the way they line up with you. But carpet's positioning is much better, and this one kind of peeking over your shoulder. I really like that. The only other thing I would recommend here, I would, you know, if you could capture a shot like this with, because right now this is what you want to go for with the fireworks. This kind of silhouette forming around the avatar is very magical. But my other recommendation would be to use garden stones right here to fill in this space. I wouldn't keep this empty. The garden stones look like sandstone. They're perfect for making desert pathways. We see them right here in front of the Oasis house. It's a great way to add detail to your open ground without keeping it completely barren. And it would be a wonderful detail to have in your scene. And then if you did make the pathway go up to this house here, you could put, you know, more cactus blooms on the side of it, and then we'd have a nice opening leading to the house. But I would definitely recommend doing something with this stretch right here. I think getting those, getting those garden stones in here would be a really strong way to fill in this area a bit without cluttering it. And then on the other side of the stones, you know, you could do some cacti, some more of the little blooms like these guys. But yeah, as far as the fireworks, this one I think is the best. If you add the garden stones as a path leading up to this cactus house, you could try to get another shot where carpet is better and you get this beautiful silhouette with the lights here. Hey, Shinosaurus, thank you for the 33 months, my friend. Much appreciated. Jesse Joints is next. We got a Tatooine build. I'm very excited for this week's theme and wanted to capture the full essence of Tatooine, but I feel like it's missing something. Is the space too empty in the foreground, or maybe the lighting off? Thank you in advance. All right, all right. Well, that's the tricky thing with Tatooine. I talked about this a bit in my Thursday video, Jesse Joints, if you have not seen it yet. So on every Thursday, I post a full guide for the challenge, and I usually have examples for different builds. I talked a lot about Tatooine, and what makes Tatooine a bit trickier is that it doesn't have a great beauty factor like Agrabah or Cacti builds. You know, they're going to have, like, or Oasis builds. There are a lot of builds you can do this week that have a very, very strong beauty factor. Now, as far as capturing the full essence of Tatooine, I don't know if I would really do that in the glittering dunes. I would probably do that on a floating island because Tatooine doesn't have plants. So it's trickier, but I mean, you know, I don't think people are going to dock you for having plants, but it does kind of take away from the Tatooine feel a little bit. I've seen two really, really good Tatooine builds so far. This one from Miss Spock, I really like. Now, she's on the island, the Glittering Dunes Island, and we do have some trees that are part of the island way back here, but they're very well hidden. And then Tatooine also has two suns, and finding a way to capture that, I think when it comes to Tatooine shots, I think shots like this are going to perform best, you know, for a Tatooine build, because I think the people that are really going to like the Tatooine builds are going to be the Star Wars enthusiasts, and the closer you can get it to Tatooine, the better. Now, I know Tatooine doesn't have a lot of floating rocks like this, but you want some kind of way to fill out your sky and space. And the other Tatooine build I saw that I really liked was another double sun build. So we have a sun here, there's the sun here, that's just built into the map. And this one, like yours, is very open, but they got a great wow factor with the characters sitting in the speeder here. So Tatooine builds are going to be tricky this week. But if you do a Tatooine build, I think the angle there should be really playing up and convincing the voter that it feels like Tatooine. So limiting how much like greenery or plants you have. That's why I really like this one. We do have the trees in the back, but again, those are built into the map, but they're really far away. They have like a dried scraggly bush here. And they have the clouds rising like a big sandstorm. For the lighting, you are in a massive shadow. If you boost your character lighting, I think that could definitely help. And another tough thing with Tatooine, it is going to feel kind of open. You know, Tatooine is a very barren place. Now, the Tatooine markets you can make a bit busier. I don't think you need the bordered path here. I think you could just keep this area right here kind of open and then put like boxes, barrels, clay pots, and things along the walkway so it feels, so we can tell that it's a road, if that makes sense. If you're curious, I touched on this a lot in my Thursday video because Tatooine was something I really wanted to cover because it's really fun. But I talked about a lot of different items and decor you can use in a Tatooine build. I do think something like this would be better to make on a floating island, though. Just because there's a lot of greenery in the Glittering Dunes itself. But if you go with this one, I think you can improve on it by boosting character lighting for one, since you are in a giant shadow. Or maybe there's something here blocking your sun. I don't know if you have a wall up, kind of in front of you. But if you can remove whatever it is causing that shadow, then you'll get plenty of good lighting here. Alternatively, you could just boost character lighting, and that could help. The other thing to consider if you're wanting to capture the full essence of Tatooine is other fun villagers. Since Tatooine builds aren't going to have the same level of beauty, and again, theme and beauty is what drives votes. Most people that put any effort in are going to do the theme. So how does a voter choose between two on-theme photos? Typically, they just choose the photo that they're more impressed with, and that typically just comes down to which photo is more beautiful, which photo, really drives them to be like, oh my god, wow, that's so pretty. And that's harder to do with Tatooine. So if you want to make up for that, storytelling and coming up with clever ways to sell your Tatooine idea is the path forward. And that's what we saw with Miss Spock Snap here. Notice the villager presence. The only villager I felt like needed to go was Gaston, but Mike Wazowski looks like an alien, right? Kristoff, his outfit is perfect for Tatooine. He looks like a desert merchant. And then, the robots, you don't necessarily have to have both. You do have R2 in your shot, but Wally can work really well. So Wally, Mike Wazowski, Kristoff, villagers that can really sell the Tatooine idea. But this is, it feels a little empty to be Tatooine, especially a marketplace. There should be some hustle and bustle, even if it's just a handful of people or villagers. So bringing in villagers like Mike Wazowski, Stitch, just in his regular style, no attachments, just Stitch in his blue fur. He's a little alien. Wally, Kristoff, and then also another thing I covered in my Thursday video, there are toys and dolls that look like little aliens, like the stuffed monsters. You can put a couple of those up. So if you're looking for ways to fill out this snap more, definitely consider checking out the Thursday video, because I talked a good bit about Tatooine and different ways you can make that work. But so far, I mean, it's a good looking build. I like the way you did the marketplace. I like the house here. But I have to say, as a Star Wars enthusiast myself, I really prefer the Tatooine builds that don't show greenery. And it's more challenging that way. Like, yeah, there's greenery way back here, but it's very hard to see. This feels a lot more like, she's traversing the sands of Tatooine on her speedster. And for Miss Spock, I think this is the most beautiful Tatooine build I've seen so far. And also one of the most convincing, because there's very minimal presence of items that don't belong on Tatooine, and a great villager presence as well. Also the dual sun. Tatooine has two suns, and Star Wars fans, if you can showcase that, I think will really like it. So it's up to you. You could stay here with the greenery and focus on the wow factor of bringing in villagers and adding more crates, boxes, barrels, clay pots, different things to detail your marketplace a bit more. Or you could move the build to a floating island and set up a Tatooine scene, kind of like what we see with Miss Spock, where you play up the two desert suns and you play up the marketplace elements while leaving out, the greenery and the trees. Very fun build, though. If you stay with this, I think if you add villagers, it could be really fun. I think it'd be a really fun way to fill out the build, and then I would definitely add some more details. If you have the garden stones, you can always use those as your pathway instead of the paving. JMR is next. Okay, we got another Agrabah build. So we have fireworks to fill out the sky. Aladdin and Jasmine's house. We have carpet. Aladdin on the right, Jasmine on the left. Nice villager presence. I would avoid the gummy smile. I talk about that quite a bit. Not your fault. It's Game Loft. It's this weird thing they do with some of the poses, but if you pause and unpause, usually they'll close their mouth a little bit. But I think the gummy smiles do take away from the beauty factor a little. And it's not something that's always going to matter, but when you're up against another really beautiful photo, if the avatar's face looks weird or off or different, then it's going to be harder to win the vote against them as compared to when the avatar looks more natural and beautiful. Like, you know, the avatar here, stunning. This one looks very natural. And like this one here, you know, we got a perfect smile. We don't have the weird gummy situation going on. So whenever this happens, I would find a way to fix it or change the pose. Again, not your fault. It's the way GameLoft codes it, but things like that do matter when you pop up against other beautiful snaps. Oftentimes, if both avatars are close to the frame, it's really going to come down to which scene looks better, and the avatar plays a big part in that, whether consciously or subconsciously for people. Now, the other thing is the open space here. It's okay to have an open pocket, but I would find a way to detail it. So the garden stones, for example, leading up to Aladdin and Jasmine's house would be a great way to fill out some of this space you have here. And then you can put stuff on this table. Now, for one of these stalls, you can't. But I wouldn't leave the table here empty because there's not a ton of detail in your shot, so you want to take advantage of the space you have. So putting some items on this table could be huge. They could be food items. They could be, you know, jars or pots, whatever you want. Or some of the, like the golden items from Beast and Belle. There's like those golden vases and some fun things you could put there. But yeah, I would definitely consider sandstones. I would definitely consider fixing the avatar expression a little bit. You know, go for beauty. Go for the most beautiful look that you can. And try to avoid the weird GameLoft things when, you know, they smile like this. But yeah, lighting is very strong. And you have most of what the challenge referenced. You have the swirling sands. You have cactus blooms. You have the blue sky. We don't have the golden dunes, really. I think you might kind of have one over here, but it's buried behind these cacti. But I think out of all the things, that's probably the least important. And then your foreground is also a bit empty. Remember, when it comes to your foreground, it's the corners that are the most important. So we don't have anything here, but we do have something coming out of this corner. So maybe some more blooming cactuses down here could be really good, but I would definitely try to fill out the corner a little bit. With the wall as close as you have it, it's tricky because you're not going to be able to put, like, much detail into this build or scene. Like, this is great if you're pressed for time and you don't want to put a lot of time in your Dreamsnap. But it is going to be tougher to perform well against snaps where that wall is a bit further away and they've been able to add beautiful details. And again, beauty's the big thing, right? So if you're doing Agrabah, those walls are beautiful. But what about beautiful waterways, fountains for a nice desert oasis? You know, it's a desert haven, so making it inviting is going to be important. But keep in mind, you know, the two most important things to get votes are theme and beauty. So you got to ask yourself, is, you know, the way I design my scene, is it going to be able to match the strongest snaps in terms of beauty? So by having things a little bit further away, you know, you don't need to put things like all the way across the floating island to where your entire sky is showing. But for example, with this one, you know, we have the dune, and the house is way back here. And then we have the walls like you have, but they're a bit further away and they go down in this direction. So in this one, everything is built very close, so you have very limited opportunity to build. And it's going to be hard to make a scene like this as beautiful as it needs to be to beat some of the stronger snaps. But ultimately, if you don't pop up against them, it won't matter. So yeah, final thoughts here. I would find a way to fill out this space. Garden stones would work great because they look like sandstone. They could be a good walkway. I would fill out this corner. Cactus blooms, you know, whatever you could put there could be really nice. But optimally, I think it would be a good idea to give yourself a bit more space so you can play up more beauty elements. Because there are some very beautiful shots out there. Like this one, for example. You know, we have the beauty of this fountain here, the beauty of this fountain here. We have the Moroccan fountains. Aladdin Jasmine's house in the back, it's a bit further away. We have the sandstorms, gold piles, gold cobras. You know, there's so much more going on than we have in yours, so it's going to be really hard for a shot like this to compete with a shot like this unless you give yourself the space to be competitive. Again, this is a good option if you're running short on time, though. Oh, this is a really interesting shot, Breezy. Very cool. After putting together one and realizing after a couple of pieces said it was too tropical, I put something else together, completely new. Never faced my avatar away from the camera, so hoping this does well. It can when you're telling a story. I had people in the past try to tell me that the avatar has to face the camera in order for the Dreamsnap to do good. And to that I say, tell that to my rank 2 take a hike challenge. I was literally facing away from the camera and I got rank 2. So it can work. It can work. You just want it to have a storytelling element, you know? Like in this one, it was a hiking challenge, so it showcased the hiking backpack really well. And I was able to wave at Donald with a little monkey on my shoulder. Beautiful waterfall in the back, you know, so this really, really worked out for facing away. And I think it's going to work out well in yours too, because the pose you're doing, you know, it looks like you're trying to navigate your way through the desert. This is a really, really cool looking photo. I mean, you really nailed the swirling sands, and you have everything the challenge asked. You have the blooming cactuses, you have the golden dunes, you have the swirling sands, you have the blue sky. This is really cool. I also love the light flare coming off of this glass flower here and the rock you have on this side. You filled out the open space well with these stones kind of leading up to the castle gates here. And the well is a really nice feature here too. So yeah, really, really good shot. And even though it's a bit whitewashed compared to a lot of the shots, it still has a very good beauty factor. Of course, you know, there are a lot of shots out there that are going to visually pop compared to a shot like this. But I still think a shot like this has a lot of potential if it gets the right voters. You know, there's a lot of average voters that just automatically gravitate towards, ooh, bright, shiny, pretty, you know. But I love stuff like this. So if you get the wrong kind of voters, it could bite you. But I think most people will really appreciate this because this is very different than anything we've seen in any Dreamsnap challenge, thanks to the way you capture the sandstorms. You know, you got them layered very well. The one here and then these two in the back. Also mixing the fireflies in with it. It looks like little reflective, you know, pieces of sand kind of flying through the sky. And it pairs very nicely with the little yellow sprinkles we have down here at the base. And the Raya outfit is awesome here. So, yeah, very, very cool snap. I really like this. I hope it gets the results it deserves. You know, again, average voters, they just really eat up the colorful, vibrant shots. But I hope they appreciate this because, you know, I find it very tasteful, and I think it's a very, very cool snap, and it feels like a very authentic kind of desert, you know, as far as like mystical swirling sands go. But I like the palace in the back. Yeah, very cool, very cool. I personally wouldn't change this. I would keep it how it is. I hope it gets what it deserves, though. Jedi Lauren. Lights, Neon Desert. It's a risk. 2 options. One with a sticker, one without. Interesting. It is a risk. You're right about that. I think this will be very, very different from what people are expecting this week. Also, the outfit feels more for the neon environment, but the challenge said dress and decorate to channel the wonders of the desert. And then it mentions golden dunes, cactus flowers, and blue skies. There's beauty in the swirling sands. So I personally never really recommend kind of incorporating your, like, what am I trying to say here? An outside concept like this into the theme. So, like, neon lights aren't really tied into the wonders of the desert. So, I mean, if it is a desert at the end of the day, like, you know, you're in the glittering dunes. And you have the Cave of Wonders, so that ties in with the wonders of the desert. So, if you get the right voters, this could still do well. But, you know, for the sake of my 2 cents on the review, I would likely not take this direction. So, we're supposed to dress and decorate to channel the wonders of the desert. Like, that's the whole objective of this theme. I don't really see how this outfit channels the wonders of the desert. And I don't really see how this build channels the wonders of the desert. I think the whole concept of this challenge is to intentionally decorate and design things in a way to play up what the desert is all about. Now, I know, like, Las Vegas is in the desert, but it's more of a nature kind of approach, I think. And I don't know, you know, maybe it'll work, but I would have a hard time voting for it personally over the snaps I see that have, you know, more of an emphasis on cactus houses or Agrabah or Sandstone or Tatooine or Oasis stuff, because, you know, the outfit doesn't feel like it has much to do with the desert. It has more to do with the city. And when I think about the wonders of the desert and channeling the wonders of the desert, I don't really come to a correlation between, like, neon lights and cities. Like, I know Vegas is a thing, but I don't think Vegas would be considered a wonder of the desert. It's more of a wonder of mankind and, you know, city building. But who knows, you know? I would do the one with the motif coming out of the jukebox. I think that's pretty fun, the way it kind of swirls in there. But you never know. Could do well. Crafty Joe is next. Okay. So we have you posing here. Aladdin and Jasmine. So a couple things. Crafty Joe. One issue is your sun position. You have the sun off to the right. So not only is the sun not lighting up your scene, but you're also not getting the advantage of the sunset. Like, if the sun isn't hitting your scene directly, then at the very least, you should have the sun in the shot. But having it off to the side like this is what your competition looks like, right? Like, look at this beautiful lighting, because the sun is behind the camera. And, you know, I think we've talked about this with you with other snaps, Crafty. I would really, really like to see you take that advice and utilize it. So when it comes to making a dream snap beautiful, one of the most, if not the most important thing tied in with beauty is the way you light your snap. So if you're taking your photo at daytime, before you even snap your photo, before you even build or put one item down, you need to go to the time of day you're using, and you need to make sure the sun is beaming light into your shot. We can tell the sun is off to the right because of the shadows. All these shadows are coming in from the right side of the scene. So the light is being blocked by this topiary, this tree. It's hitting the right side of the palace, but it's not hitting you, your avatars, your build, and that's really hurting your beauty factor. So, you know, if this photo, I'll just take one random example. Okay, so we landed on LOTR. if these two photos pop up against each other in voting, which one is going to stand out and pop to voters first on a small screen or even on a large screen? Look at the color disparity. So look at the color of her walls versus the color of your walls. We have this beautiful, well-saturated, warm sandstone. And then here we have this almost pale, like tannish color for the walls on this one. And that's just because of the location of the sun. So I hope after today's review, I can convince you to be more conscious of the sun. If you look at my Dreamsnap submissions, all of these have very strong lighting and very good saturation for the same reason. I go to the sunset time of day between 6 p.m. and 8 p.m. And before I place a single item, I position my shot with the sun behind the camera, beaming light into the scene. This is extremely important if you want to get 4K consistently. But I'm having a hard time convincing you to do this. I really want you to give it a try because I think you'll see a great increase in performance and in rank. Now, when it comes to nighttime shots, it's sort of similar. But instead of having the sun at the front of the scene, you'll use character lighting, highlight, and saturation to get your photo to look better. But for daytime shots, you simply can't beat having the sun behind the camera. Nothing is going to give you this level of detail, this level of color, and this level of lighting. There's no way to get that in the game for daytime other than using the sun. Give me 1 second here to pull you back up. So, you have a well-structured build here, you know? Like, you clearly put time and effort into how you design this. Like, you have the fountain, you have the topiaries, you have the rugs, you have villagers. You put all this time into, like, putting things properly in the build, but you unfortunately neglected the most important concept of an outdoor Dreamsnap, and that's lighting. Lighting is more important than any of the decor you've placed, and it takes seconds to make sure you have your lighting set up properly before building. But if you jump right into building, you'll end up with a photo that's too dark and that will struggle to perform against other shots. Now again, as usual, if this pops up against the right stuff, you could still get 4K. It really just depends. But the odds of your shot beating shots that are actually using good quality lighting is very slim. So if you pop up against any of these, it's going to be so hard to capture the vote. And the shots I'm showing you that are using this, you know, these are people that are consistently getting 4K because they know how important the lighting is. I'm not trying to beat a dead horse or anything, but I really would like to convince you, you know, before placing a single item, before decorating a beautiful build like this, you gotta get the lighting figured out. So here's what I want you to do for future builds. Before you place a single thing, before you drop a single item, before you figure out where you're gonna pose or what you're gonna do, the first thing you're gonna do is go to whatever biome, whatever floating island you want to use. Let's say, hypothetically, I'm going to be doing a Dreamsnap on the forest island. Well, I'm going to go to the forest island, and I'm going to go to the sunset time of day. Okay, so the sun's right there. And now I'm going to set myself up to where the sun is hitting me. So we see the shadows, my shadow is going behind me. That's what we want. And now we're going to kind of go towards the middle of the island, so I have a lot of room to build, and we're going to make my dream snap right here. And I'll do that before I place a single item. Usually I'll drop an item right here to mark that this is where I decided to do my snap. So I would just drop something I'll pick up later, but we'll say, okay, that marks where I'm going to be. And the next thing I do is place the item that I'm going to use to push my camera up. So we'll add the Vizier's Alchemy table here. Now we've got my camera angle, we've got the sunlight, and now I start building. And if the build takes me a few hours, it's going to get dark, but then I go into time of day and I change it back. And I'll have that same lighting I started with. But you really can't beat this lighting. I promise you'll notice a big change in performance if you plan for lighting. When it comes to getting beauty out of your snaps, it is the key to most of it. Now for the pose, you know, this is fun, like doing the squirrel pose with the gold orb. But you are a little far from the camera, and your eyes are closed here, and we don't get much of an expression from you. I'm not sure if this pose is really worth it here. I think it would be better to highlight the beauty of your outfit. You know, these desert outfits are very pretty. Remember, to get votes, it's all about beauty and theme, right? So what's more beautiful? You know, crouching on the ground with the gold motif, or showcasing a stunning avatar? It's going to be this one. This one's more beautiful. Now, that doesn't mean you can't do something like this, but you need to find a way to play up the beauty of a shot like this. And you also want it to tell a story. You don't want to just pose with the gold orb just because. So, like, you know, you have Aladdin and Jasmine here. You have a monkey. Like, what's the purpose of this? How does it play into your dream snap? If it were... You know, if there were some kind of story to the gold orb or something that, you know, played into the shot, then I think it would be better. But as you can see from a lot of the snaps, the poses people are doing are either showing some kind of storytelling, like this one, or they are playing up the beauty of the avatar. But you really want to do one or the other of those two things. So the key takeaways here, Crafty Joe, I really, really hope I can convince you to start adjusting for lighting before building. Because it looks like you're on the sunset time of day, but you built your scene with the sun behind the camera way over here on the right. Had you had built this facing the other way, you would have beautiful light cascading into your entire shot, and it would look so much better. Because it's a well-crafted scene. You know, you got the cactus topiaries, you got the agrabah walls. You got really good items for this challenge. A lot of people don't have these items, but you're not taking advantage of them properly. If you utilize lighting, these items become so beautiful. It's basically like having a flashlight, but walking into a dark room and just not turning the light on. That's kind of what you're doing here. You have the tool, you're just not activating it. And to activate this tool, you need light. You need the lighting. Now, maybe you can change the time of day and get this to work. So let's say because in your case, the sun is like off to the right. So for you, the sun is over there. So if the sun is off to the right, you could just depart from nighttime and cycle through time of day until your shadow is going behind you. Once your shadow is going behind you like this, so this is sunrise, that might actually work for you. So going to sunrise, you can actually get the light going behind the avatar, but you need your shadow going back. You don't want the shadows going to the left, you need the shadow going back. The only exception to that rule would be is if for some reason you're capturing the sunrise or sunset, because in that case, the sun will be actually in the photo. Because there are going to be times where capturing a beautiful sunrise or a beautiful sunset are optimal for a Dreamsnap challenge. But if you're not capturing a sunrise or sunset, you need the sun behind the camera. It's a giant spotlight for your Dreamsnap. Alrighty. Poppy is next. I have 3 for this week. Not feeling Tatooine scene. Currently have one with Aladdin submitted. Yeah, Tatooine can be a bit tricky. That's a good Tatooine scene, though. You're pretty good with it. Very strong Aladdin scene. Great lighting. And this one. So, beauty factor-wise, yeah, I would say your best bet is the Aladdin one here. It's also pretty fun storytelling, you know, because Aladdin has Abu, so you have this monkey. You got a good Jasmine cosplay here. The monkey's kind of mocking the camera, which is really cute, so I really like this pose. Aladdin looks fantastic here. Now, your Tatooine scene is good. This is good, you know. Tatooine scenes are tricky, though, because they don't have the strongest beauty factor. So I think if you go with a Tatooine scene, it needs to really play up the storytelling. Again, you know, good examples of this would be like Miss Spock's snap with the 2 suns and all the different villagers to kind of sell the Tatooine marketplace idea. Or this one we saw earlier of the Avatar in the Speedster here. You know, very cool way to sell the Tatooine concept. But that's kind of the route I would take for Tatooine. If you do like if you do kind of a normal shot without villagers, it's just gonna be hard to have a wow factor impressive enough to really sell this concept to voters. Again, this is not a bad scene though. You did great for a Tatooine build. You decorated it well. You minimized how much greenery we saw. But yeah, as in terms of what I think is going to perform better, I think you made the right call. This Agrabah build is very strong. Great shot of Aladdin here. The pose is really fun. You got the Agrabah palace walls, which look good. I think you could move some of these swirling sands closer so we don't see the top of them. Like, I would get one, like, kind of right behind the wall in some spots. Because that'll fill out more of your sky as well. This one might not be able to come any closer, though, because I think you have that Agrabah market stall right here. But you could always try to put one... You know, you could take this tree, put this behind the stall, and you could take the sandstorm and put it right behind the wall here. But I think bringing some of these sandstorms up a bit closer would be a good call. And I also think getting some blooming cactuses in your foreground, I would move back the little companion tubs just a little and play up cactus blooms in the foreground because they're very pretty and they work very well with the scene, and they'll actually break up some of this sand color with some green. But yeah, this is definitely the best of the 3, so I think you have the right one submitted. Well, actually, this one has better lighting. Yeah, the sunset time of day looks a lot better. I would do... Yeah, look at the rich color of the sand here. Honestly, I would do this one with the monkey pose, with Aladdin, but I would definitely have this lighting as opposed to the lighting you currently have in that one. This one has the best lighting out of the 3, and I think is the most beautiful. But this one has the best pose and good storytelling with Aladdin and carpet. If you were to combine these two by getting the optimal lighting in this photo, I think it would be the strongest. Or, you know, a great submission to roll with. Stevie T. Hi, Sam. I hope you're doing well. I'm struggling with lighting still. I never know which is better. I have 2 here, one with standard vignette, one without. I'm always unsure when it's best to use vignette and when not to. Any help or suggestions from you are always welcome. I'll have time tomorrow to change things. Okay. I was playing around with my snap. I think this pose may be better and filled out the scene with more characters. I'm so unsure this week. No more touching it until I hear from you. All right, all right. Hey, thank you for the bits, my friend. Much appreciated. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Sunshone, that was you. Thank you, Sunshone. Very kind of you, very kind of you. We're coming up on the goal right now. 32.69. We are less than 1,800 biddies away from the goal, or the equivalent of $18. If you're enjoying the stream, consider supporting the content. You can do so by typing exclamation tip or exclamation donate. We've hit 159 goals in a row. So if we miss goal 160, it is not the end of the world. It really isn't. We've had a heck of a streak. That said, you know, on the Dreamsnap review days, I typically stream a lot longer than I normally do, so it's a lot of extra hours. So, you know, it's awesome if we can hit that goal, but you guys have had a long time streak, so, you know, no pressure, no pressure. If we miss it today, it's not the end of the world. Okay. So, this one... And I'm actually, you know, I'm going to open it in a separate window now because that one's getting pretty full. We're going to do this one. Okay. And then we have this one. And you have your newest submission, which is this one. Okay. So, to address your question about vignette, there's not really a clear answer where it's like, oh, you shouldn't have it here, you should have it here. It's going to vary from photo to photo. So in some photos, like if you have really bright things in the bottom corner, getting rid of the vignette will make them too bright and it's going to overwhelm a lot of the shot. When you want to get rid of the vignette is when you have really good details in the corners that are too dark. That's when you don't want the vignette. So, for example, this one is good without the vignette. Because with the vignette, you know, we have this shade on this rope. It's kind of hard to see the rope here. We have these beautiful purple colors on these pillows, but it's hard to see the purple color because it's covered by the vignette border. And also, we can see the greens from these trees up here in the top left-hand side have been made, like, completely black. So, rolling back the vignette is going to allow us to see these details better. And since you don't have anything super bright in the corners, it's not going to be too much. So that's the answer, really, to the vignette question. But like I said, it varies from photo to photo. So if you're wondering when you should or should not have a vignette border, realistically, you just need to experiment. And be critical of yourself and say, okay, like, which one actually looks better? Like, in this case, this one does. You know, the desert is a bright place. It's hot. You know, the sun is beaming down. And you have these great colors in the corners. And now you're making the most of them. Whereas in this one, not so much, right? So, clearly this one is fine without the vignette. And the lighting here is very good. You have the sun behind the camera. Everything is very well lit. And as far as the poses go, you know, you definitely don't want to just kind of stand there. So it's great that you're striking a pose here. It doesn't have to be this pose. There are tons of different poses you could do or choose from. But what you want to avoid is kind of not doing anything. A good default pose, to be honest, like something that works really well in like 90% of submissions, that I default to quite often if I don't really have something I want to do with the pose, would just be the B pose with the B hidden. This is such a good, safe, easy pose. We'll get nice and close. And if you're ever not sure, I think this pose has a really, really, really strong beauty factor. And again, that's kind of what it's all about, is trying to get your snap as beautiful as possible. And what adds to the beauty here is... Well, I'll tell you in a second. We'll wait. Let it play. She hugs the bee. Right after that, let the bee fly away. Pause. Right there. Now we hide the B. And this is a really good pose to use all the time. The reason this is so strong is because it doesn't have the gummy smile. The smile is gorgeous in this shot. She has her hand up to her heart and the other hand out as if she's staring in awe at the beauty of whatever the place is. Hey, welcome to the membership fam, my friend. Much appreciated, much appreciated. So, you know, this is a very, very, very good pose to fall back on. Now, I know this one's Wish Blossom Ranch, and if you don't have it, I'll show you some other options. But the beauty factor of this is very strong, and I default to it all the time. Posing is not too complicated. It can be trickier if you're trying to tell a story. Like for Cozy Dreams, I wanted to come off like I was sleeping, so I did the Pegasus pose, and I hid the Pegasus. You know, so there are times where a certain pose will tie in better with the theme. You know, with... Dude, no way you just did that. Bro! Who did... Okay. What, dude? Oh my god.
Anniversary. I know it's late, but with all the love you got Friday, I wanted to save it for another day.
No
I know
way.
I like to give you a hard time, but I really am so proud of you and how much you have accomplished.
Oh my god.
Your determination is admirable.
Well, thank you, demoted mod. Demoted mod, are we serious? Dude, thank you so much for that. And also thank you for the love for the partner anniversary. Yeah, Friday... You know, we hit 3 years since we got partnered here on Twitch, so very exciting, very exciting. And thank you so much. That's crazy. I cannot believe you just did that. We went from possibly not hitting today's goal. We were, you know, a little over halfway there. I feel like we probably would have. To almost tripling it with one dono. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I believe that was Ashley because they said demoted moderator. I could be wrong. Could be somebody else. So let me update the goal real quick here. 13,169? Yeah. I cannot believe that. Thank you so much. I haven't heard that alert in a while. I like that song that plays when that happens. I always know when it's one of those types of donos because I hear the music and I'm like, hang on a minute. Thank you so much. Thank you. That's so nice of you. So nice of you. Wow. Put some extra love in the chat, you guys. Drop some love into the chat. That is so kind. Thank you. Thank you. Johnny said the B pose is the best. Indeed, my friend, indeed. It is one of my favorites. One of my favorites. It's a great pose to fall back on. Great default pose. Ashley, is there somebody else that gives you a hard time? Okay, yeah, that's fair. It has to be Ashley. Yeah, I think it's just you. I think it's just you. I out of all my mods, I think you're the only one that harasses me, so yeah. Thank you, Ash. That was very sweet of you. Thank you very, very much. Kirsty B on YouTube said, hello, Senpai. I hope you're well. Please, could you give some advice for people only with the base game? Not today, Kirsty B. Today, we are hosting Dreamsnap Reviews. So, on today's stream, I'm giving specific advice to specific people. Now, if somebody submits a Dreamsnap to me and they only have the base game, I'll give them advice based on that. But the advice we're giving today is for these specific people. If you're curious about advice for people that just have the base game, check my weekly Dreamsnap tips video. I always talk about options for players that don't have expansions and options for players that don't have the premium items. I do that every week. But in today's stream, I unfortunately cannot do that because we are focused on community Dreamsnap reviews. So we're helping people that have submitted their snaps. Like right now, we're working on this one. Okay. And thank you again, Ash. Thank you for all the love in chat as well. You guys, y'all were awesome. Guru, Belle, D4, say congrats on belated anniversary on Twitch. Thank you, my friend. Thank you. Miss Spock, Pokey Grandma, Dekai, Kindle, Alice Loves Kimchi, Lilo. Thank you for all the love in the Twitch chat, you guys. And big love to Ashley. You know, I give Ashley a hard time too, but she's an amazing moderator. Oh, and Shelly Shell. Did I miss you sending that gifted membership earlier? Thank you, my friend. It looks like Dawn Sager got the gifted membership from Shelly. Much appreciated, Shelly. Much appreciated. That is very kind of you. Another new channel member. All right. So for Stevie T, that's who we're on. So yeah, we've already covered the vignette border. So when it comes to having or not having a vignette border, it's going to vary. It's good to get rid of it if you're trying to show the items in your corner a bit more. Like in this case, I think it's a great idea because now look at that beautiful purple on the pillow, the lush green on the cactus. You have great foreground items, which were, kind of buried behind that vignette border. But if you had bright items here, removing the vignette border will sometimes make them way too bright. So you just need to kind of play it by ear, week by week. If you're unsure, you can always submit one for review with and without a vignette, like you did this week. Now, for the pose here, I do think there are some better poses you can do. It looks like maybe you're using the dragon pose, but you're kind of to the side. So again, B pose. If you have Wish Blossom Ranch, the B pose is very, very, very strong, very easy to use. Now, if you don't have Wish Blossom Ranch, another great pose to fall back on, a good classic, the Sunbird pose. Now, there is a certain way to use this. It's going to cast a shadow on the avatar, but if we hide, but we also don't want the side profile. So when you use the Sunbird pose, what I typically do is turn a little left and then strike my pose like this. Now we hide the Sunbird, and there's another really good pose there, Steepy. So, it's not hard to find beautiful poses in this game. You want to find a pose that gives a good natural smile, which most of them do. Some have that weird gummy smile, and you'll have to kind of work around that. But the B pose, the Sunbird pose are very, very good options. With the Sunbird, you just want to turn a little bit so you're facing the camera and you're not getting that side profile. Personally, I wouldn't really use the dragon pose here. I think the B pose or the Sunbird pose would be a much more beautiful option for you for this angle and for where you are. But yeah, the build itself is pretty fun. You got a nice little desert marketplace. Good cactus blooms with the cactus topiary. Good foreground elements down here. Good lighting coming into the scene. I'm not sure why you're saying you're struggling with lighting, because I think you said that last week, but just like last week, your lighting is optimal, so I think you should probably accept that you're good at it now. I know you might have a hard time accepting that, but you are. You're good at lighting. So, again, it's not difficult when it comes to the lighting. You just need to position the sun behind the camera, and you can have good lighting in your scene. And you want to avoid shadows. So avoid very large items blocking that sunlight. Now, it's a bit trickier when you have to use a place that's shaded. Then you have to get into the nitty-gritty of adjusting like character lighting and saturation and highlight. But that's a different can of worms entirely. So yeah, the desert marketplace is pretty good here. You got some good characters. Aladdin, Jasmine. I see Jafar back here. Mickey is a little bit random. Personally, when I choose what villagers... You can use Mickey. Voters love him, by the way. Totally safe to use him. But for me, whenever I design a Dreamsnap, I am very, very intentional with every single villager I feature. And, I think a good example would be Wild West Wonders. So I made sure the villagers I showcased felt like they could fit in the times. Like, she's got, like, the corset here. This dress feels kind of like a showgirl dress. Kristoff, he's just so basic, he works almost anywhere. But, handpicking my villagers so it felt like the Wild West was the concept here. For spring into style, every outfit has a spring style. So I was very intentional with Rapunzel with the flower style, Minnie with the flower style, and Daisy with the flower style. Sometimes it's better to use less villagers that are all on theme than it is to have more villagers where some of them are off theme. So I think in this case, your photo could be even stronger if it was, Aladdin, Jasmine, Jafar. I think Moana can still work because her outfit works very well for the environment. But you don't necessarily need all these villagers. If you want to keep them, though, it's fine. I don't think people are going to dock you for that. But just remember what I said, that you do not have to use more villagers just because it's more villagers. You could just focus on a smaller number of villagers where they all perfectly fit into the environment you've created. So just keep that in mind. But yeah, lighting is good. If you have fireflies or anything that you can sprinkle into the skyline here by putting them a little bit behind you so they're kind of floating up here, that could be nice. A great way to fill out your sky. And again, I would adjust the pose. Keep the vignette off. That was a great call. But consider turning and using the sunbird pose, or use the bee pose. Just pause it after the bee flies away. When you put your hand on your chest, very, very good, strong pose there. Great universal pose. Like I said, I use it all the time. You know, here I'm using it with a bee, but you know, I'm using it here. Okay, here's a great example. Bee pose with no bee. So just great default pose. This got a really good rank. It was a super basic snap I put together. Took 30 minutes to make this. Look at how pretty she is with the bee pose. She looks off in the distance. She has a beautiful smile. Hand on the heart. One hand extended as if she's in motion. It looks like a candid shot. That's what makes the bee pose so strong. And again, the bee pose right here with Majesty on Ice. Same exact reasoning. This is also the bee pose, but I'm using it to look up at Jack because the bee flies over here. So I'm looking at the bee, but it looks like I'm looking at Jack. And this was for Wonder in Christmas Town. Now, there are other poses, you know, that are going to work out for certain themes. But if you just want a good default pose, there's the sunbird pose, right? If you just want a good default pose that is very, you know, going to have a good beauty factor and work well with a close-up shot of the avatar, the sunbird pose and the bee pose are the best. Like, they are so good for just a run-of-the-mill pose. And unless you're doing some kind of storytelling, like sleeping in a dream shot, you know, if you're not playing up some kind of storytelling with your pose, just use those two. They're so good. Voters love them. I mean, even when I mentioned it, there were several people in my chat that were like, yeah, the bee pose is awesome. People love seeing it. They love seeing it. And if you did the bee pose, we would get a beautiful expression here, and we would see your outfit straight on rather than from the side like this. Dreamy Dewdrop. It's the bee pose. Let's go. Oh, look at that. Beautiful, Dreamy Dewdrop. Beautiful. That's so funny. So funny. Just talking about it. Wonderful snap here, by the way. Absolutely gorgeous. Definitely took a little tweaking to get my shot the way I want it. The OCD is real. I'd appreciate any advice. As always, thank you so much for taking the time to help with improvements. I appreciate you. You're very welcome, my friend. You're very welcome. Look at how pretty this pose is, though. You know, like, this is exactly what I mean. And it's so simple. This is such a simple thing to do. All you do is you equip a bee, you let the animation play, you pause it when she puts her hand on her chest, and you hide the bee. And everyone loves this pose. I see it all the time. I use it all the time. If you don't have some kind of storytelling going on with your pose, if there's not a really good reason to use some other pose, just use this one. It works so well. Great placement of the avatar. Little bit of space between the head and the top of the hairline there. Cactus blooms everywhere. We got the sand fountains here, and then we have the swirling sands. Now, one very cool thing I've seen Dreamy Dewdrop with the swirling sands, one thing I've seen a lot of people doing, which I've really liked, has been the fireflies. So these swirling sands have these little gold speckles in them, which is really cool. But you can play up to that even further. Let me see if I can find it here. I moved it around so much. Actually, we have it here in this one. Putting these fireflies around the swirling sands, you'll get these, you know, this really fun effect that looks like, you know, those fireflies are like part of the swirling sand. And it's a great way to beautify those sandstorms. There's another one that did this really well, if I can find it. I think I moved it recently. Yeah, look at this. Look at these fireflies around each of these sandstorms. It looks like it's part of it. There's some back here too, kind of at the base. So they put these ones closer to the camera so that they would be up high, and they put these ones further away so they'd be down low. But this is a great way to make these swirling sands gorgeous. So yeah, absolutely beautiful snap. My only little recommendation here would be to consider adding some of those, you know, if you have them, the fireflies around the swirling sands, I think would be very nice. And I like all the cactus blooms around you, but I would lower their number a little bit, at least surrounding you, and maybe consider dropping garden stone there instead, so it looks like you kind of came up a walkway, because right now it looks like you're standing, like, it looks painful. Like, it looks like you're standing in a cactus patch, but if you gave yourself just, you can still have most of them. I just mean, like, the 4, like, right around you here, it would give you a little bit of space with where you're standing. That's a small detail, though. It probably won't make much of a difference. But yeah, I love all the cactus blooms here. Love the swirling sands. I think the fireflies would be great to add. My only other recommendation is you are kind of blocking one of your coolest features, which is this cactus house. Because you have this cactus topia, you have the cactus house here. I would consider putting the cactus house more to the right here, because it's a beautiful house, and it's going to work so well with, like, all this whole cactus build. It's not centered at the moment anyway, so you might as well move it over to where it's a bit more visible, because it has a great beauty factor. And then you can just have a tree cluster on the other side to balance it. So a tree cluster here, cactus house here. Then we get the beauty of the cactus house and all the cacti you have placed. But yeah, those are the only recommendations I have for you. A very beautiful snap, wonderful pose, great beauty factor. So yeah, my only recommendations here would be to trim down just the 4 cacti around you at the base. Add some fireflies, if you have them, to the swirling sands. And move the cactus house over to where this pocket of tree is here, if it can fit there. Hopefully that's not the edge of the floating island. Hopefully it can fit there. And then you can just have this cluster of trees here on the left to balance it. Again, dude, I cannot believe you did that, Ashley. Thank you so much, my friend. Thank you so much. That was so sweet of you. 160 consecutive goals now. That is incredible. That's also a very, very, very super helpful dono. Thank you so much. All right, next up we have Caroline Rose. Hi, buddy. Is he begging?
Yes.
My cat wants to say hello. I'm reviewing Dreamsnaps, buddy. You know it's a busy day. Hey, buddy. Little horty purr intermission. Okay. Back to it. Bye-bye, buddy. Be a good boy. All right. Now this one, yeah, Caroline Rose. So we got a nice little silhouette around the avatar. You have the Agrabah Palace here. Or, you know, the Agrabah walls. Good foreground elements. I love all the cactus blooms down here in the base. Now, you did pave quite a bit. I know with the rugs here, you know, it definitely makes sense. And thankfully, we do get to see some desert sand from the sand fountains. But one thing I've been fond of this week is seeing a bit more sand in the builds, if possible. I don't think people will dock you for, you know, having all the paving by any stretch of the imagination. But I think, you know, at least for this pathing, you already have like the white color, cream color on your dress here, so it's a lot of white. We have all the white here. There's the white on Aladdin's pants and the white from your dress. And then we have this Golden Opal Road, which is like this kind of reflective white. I think I would either swap this out for like a fountain, like instead of these rugs, you could have a fountain behind you. Or, thinking of what other path to use. Hang on a second. Yeah, I have the Gem and Opal Road here. Sorry, my house is missing. Oh, don't worry about it. It doesn't matter if the house isn't here right now. This isn't my complete snap anyway. So what I'm doing is I'm using a pose that's going to push me to the side like this so that I can hide Pluto. And you can see the beauty of this fountain in the center. And I'm going to have, there's another house behind this that'll make it feel more like a complete castle. Just ignore it for now. Let me get a little closer. Yeah, I have to get really close for the Pluto pose to work here because it pushes you back further. I went the wrong way. Dang it. Notice the gummy smile. We got to fix that by playing it and pausing it until she stops. There she goes. Okay. Now we hide Pluto. Okay. And because of that, we're facing away from the sun a little bit, so we'll have to boost our character lighting. All right, there we go. So what I'm getting at with your photo, you look on the sides here, you see these big sand dunes I have coming up. And there's one really big one here on the right, one big one on the left, and then we see all the sand back here going kind of into the build. Let me open your photo back up. And also the outfit, you know, since this path is white, I don't want a white or cream colored outfit either. So I think what could be good for you is instead of the rugs here, I don't know if you have that long fountain that I'm showing, but if you do, that could be really, really nice here because it's going to break up some of that white. And then you're also going to get those little blue shots of water coming up. I love the placement of Aladdin and Jasmine. I would keep them where they are. And I like the silhouette behind the avatar. The other thing I would recommend is doing something to fill out your sky a little bit. I don't know if you got the new swirling sands, but the challenge does mention swirling sand. So utilizing those swirling sands, if you can, I think is going to be really good. But if you had those kind of back here in the backdrop, that could be really nice. And if you don't, I would just add fireflies to the top of your scene. But whenever you have a lot of exposed sky, finding a way to beautify that, you know, whether it's with the fireflies or maybe a light sprinkle of fireworks or the aurora. I will probably add the aurora to this personally because it has a very strong beauty factor. But yeah, you want to make sure you get a lot, you know, that we can clearly see the desert sand. And then if you are using a white path, you want to really limit how much white or cream colors you have in the rest of the snap. So I don't think this dress will be the best choice for this backdrop. I mean, it's not a horrible choice by any means. It's very pretty. But compared to other snaps, like what concerns me is, you know, they're going to have, you notice how this one has like no white to it. We have this beautiful bright yellow here. We have the brown leather. And then behind that, we have this deep blue. And then we have these green and all these flowers. The only white here is from these little cactus blooms. And you'll notice if you look through my snaps, I have a very strong history of avoiding a lot of white and gray. You'll rarely see an abundance of those colors in any of my snaps. I tend to go with darker brick. I never go with the light gray brick. I rarely go with white outfit options, especially if there's like lighter colored buildings. I like the Padme dress a lot. I'm just recommending being careful if you're using the Padme dress with like a white backdrop. Like that white ground you have behind you. But yeah, I've been pretty vocal on minimizing the amount of gray and white I insert into my snaps, because voters are just really, really drawn to color. Now, you do have great color in your foreground. Again, really good job with... I love how you did the foreground here with the blooms. I think you did a wonderful job with that. I also think you have a wonderful display of the villagers. You have them perfectly balanced, you know, on either side of you, which is perfect. I would keep that exactly as it is. But if you do have that long fountain, I think that would be a wonderful way to break up some of this white. And then the white and pink part of your dress will be up against a bit of a blue backdrop, so you stand out much better. Aside from that, I would just consider doing something fun with the sky, just to give this a beauty element as well. You already have the beautiful Agrabah wall towers. So what if we added the aurora? What if we added fireflies? There are different ways we can really beautify the top of this scene. Lastly, the silhouette around you here. Since you have these pink notes in your dress, I think going with either a pink or purple silhouette would be a bit better for the outfit you have, especially if you get that blue backdrop. If I can find Belle's, I believe she has the same dress. I think it was right after this one. Yeah, there we go. So she has the same dress you do, and she's using the red light, which looks pink. So she has kind of this pink silhouette. And, oh, I didn't even think about this. Yeah, she's up against a blue as well. So if you don't have the fountain, you can do something similar to what Belle did. So she's using the river kit. And for the edges of the kit, she's using cacti. So this is another thing you can do. But yeah, I would try to break up some of the whites that you've kind of gotten bunched in the photo, which will be, dang it, the cream colors here on your dress and the whites from the path and the whites from the marble. So yeah, if you got a fountain or a pond situation behind you, your cream color dress would have a blue colored backdrop, which is going to make you stand out really well. And then you can also consider, you know, swapping out the gold silhouette for a color that kind of resonates with the dress a bit more. And again, of course, I would definitely detail the sky a bit if you can. You know, if you have things like the aurora or the fireflies, they could be really good. If you don't worry about it. You know, you could always, you know, do little fireworks just to sparkle it up. I wouldn't go crazy. One thing I see people do with the fireworks that's a bit overbearing is they just let them go all over in the back. And I would be very careful with that. I like to use them a little and then have them fizzle out. That's kind of when they look the best, is when they're kind of fizzling. I'll show you what I mean real quick. I think a good example of that would be like this one. So there's only a couple of bright flares, but most of the fireworks are already falling. Like you can see the little lines as they drop down. So they're kind of fizzling out, which just gives it like a little magical sparkle. You'll get all these like little sparkly effects. And if you don't have any premium fireworks, Mushu gives you the Mushu firework. It's a bit harder to use because it shoots off once and at an angle. But if you had one blow up right here and one blow up right here, it could be a great way to sparkle your sky with some beautiful details. Looking really good so far though, Caroline. Hope is next. All right, we got the swirling sands, the jasmine fountain. I will say, Hope, I don't think this fountain here is a good call. Way too tall. This fountain would be better either on the side of a shot or deep in the background. For a mid-ground item, it's covering most of your photo. Instead, what I would consider, Hope, if you have them, would be this fountain right here. You can use one or two of them back-to-back like this, or you can do what Belle B did, and you can make a little makeshift fountain out of the river kit. So if you take the river kit and you put these cactus beds on the side, you can make your own little pond. But consider that, Hope, like if you look at the shot you have right now, what if instead of this tall fountain that obstructs our view of the background, we had a beautiful pond-like fountain that we could see over, and better yet, you could put details in it. Like you could put the glowing lily pads in that water. So then you wouldn't just have this non-detailed pool of water behind you. Now, this is a beautiful fountain, but I think it'll serve you better on the edge of your frame or deeper in the background of your shot. It's a little too large here. The other thing I would recommend here, Hope, would be fireflies around your swirling sands for sure. I think the fireflies would be very nice. And I would highly recommend cactus blooms in addition to the glass flowers. I know you have some on the side here, but the challenge did directly mention cactus blooms. And I would certainly play up a few, if you can, around the front of the scene here. Lastly, I would get a little closer to the camera with the avatar. And I don't know if I would do that pose in particular. If you had a great reason to do this pose, I would. But if you don't, just go with a close-up bee pose or the close-up sunbird pose. But again, if you do the sunbird, it's going to be very... I'm obsessed right now with this Pluto pose. This is a bit more complicated to do. And I'm sure some of you guys are probably wondering, how do you get the Pluto pose to look like this? Because normally, here I am way up in my scene. If I did the Pluto pose right now, it would look like this, right? That does not look very good, So if you want to use the Pluto pose like I'm using it, first off, you need to get very close to the item that's pushing your camera. Like your hair needs to go out of the frame a little bit. Secondly, you're going to want to pivot. Is this the right way? I think left about 45 degrees. I'll know in a second. Nope, that was wrong. Sorry. So you're going to pivot to the right about 45 degrees. Now you should look like this. Now you use the Pluto pose. And we're going to adjust focus. We're going to hide Pluto. And now you let the pose play. She's going to do this, which is really cute. But her eyes are closed and she has that horrible gummy smile. So we're going to pause and unpause until her mouth closes enough to where we don't have the gummy smile. And now we can see her eyes. We have this cute expression. She looks like she's engaging with something. I love this pose, and I think it has great utility. Now, the other complex thing about using this pose is it changes the orientation of your avatar. We are no longer facing the sun. We are no longer facing towards our light source. So since we faced away, we're going to have to take lighting in our own hand, and we're going to have to boost our character lighting a little bit to get the lighting back in the avatar. Also, let me fix time of day real quick. There we go. The sun was setting. So yeah, I'm obsessed with this pose right now. I think it's super fun. It's super cute. I've really enjoyed having this one. It is a bit trickier to use, but ever since I've mastered it, I used it. I think I just used it I think last week was the first week I really used it besides my actual pose here with Pluto. But last week was the week where, like when I did the crafting challenge, that's the one where I really experimented with it and got this angle, and I've been obsessed with it ever since. Like, I think it's so pretty. So this is a great angle, but if you're not going to, if you're not going to do that, Hope, the sunbird pose, I think is an awesome option. You won't want to be this close anymore, of course. We're going to be a bit further back. And for the sunbird pose, just like the Pluto pose, if you do it normally, you're going to kind of be facing away. It's not the worst, but it could be better. So with the sunbird pose, especially when you back up, it's going to be like a straight side profile, which I try to avoid because you can get more expressiveness from the avatar if they're facing the camera. So for the sunbird, we're going to turn about 20 degrees maybe 30 degrees left. Once we turn, we go back in. We hit the sunbird pose. We hide the sunbird. Fix focus. Give her a second here. So you can either do this where she's looking upwards. But I like her looking more towards the camera. What a weird, goofy smile that is. So when she kind of steps... Wait a minute. Oh, let me cancel. Yeah. If you pause it, like, right away. So basically, turn it off. Turn it back on, pause. This is a beautiful pose. This or the B pose are... The B pose and the sunbird pose, in my opinion, for just a regular default, everything goes type of dream snap, you know? Like, if you're ever like, oh, I don't know what pose to do, I just want to do something pretty, do one of these two. They're the prettiest. They're so nice. Now, if you're storytelling, there's a ton of different poses you can do, right? Like, maybe you want to look at your paperwork because Gaston drilled in the wrong place, right? You're telling a story, so you want to do something else. Maybe you're welcoming Pocahontas to the valley, so you're cuddling with Miko, you know? Maybe you're having a day at the, you know, little seaside villa with Max. You know, there's a bunch of different poses you could do. But I think the best looking everyday run-of-the-mill poses, if you're just trying to make a pretty photo and you're not actively doing some kind of storytelling, would be the B pose, paused here with the hand on the heart, or that's the sunbird pose. It's a classic. It's a classic. It's very pretty. You get to see the eyes very well. The smile is very natural, you know. And again, you know, there's plenty of other super fun poses out there. But a lot of the other ones, like I said, they're kind of giving more of an element of storytelling. So if you're not telling a story, like this one, you know, there's like a romance, like, oh no, Prince Eric, don't touch my butt. So, you know, there's different things you can do to tell a story, but, or like, you know, looking up at Jack. But yeah, for, like I said, for just a regular, everyday, run-of-the-mill pose, you know, the B pose and the sunbird pose, I think, look the best. So this one, you're a little further away from the camera. And I think you could... I would either do... I think if you make a pond here or a fountain, like I was saying, Hope, like if you get rid of the tall one and you do something like we recommended, I think the Pluto pose would be best. You'd have to set it up the way I did, though, where you turn to the right about 45 degrees, and then you set it up, and you also got to get really close to what's pushing your camera forward. It's tricky to figure out, but it's going to look really good, and it's going to move you over to the right enough to where we can see that beautiful fountain area that you make. But this is looking strong so far. Definitely want to detail the sky a bit. You definitely are going to want to add some fireflies to your swirling sands. And my biggest recommendation is to totally rethink this fountain. Go with something flat, deep blue, something you can put glowing lily pads in, and this could be a lot stronger. And lastly, I would add some cactus blooms to the base of your shot and reconsider the pose. I would do something a bit more beautiful that looks at the avatar more dead on, because this outfit is so pretty. It's also kind of a spicy outfit if you think about it. Maybe that's just my guy brain. I don't know. But I mean, you know, look how good it looks when it's dead on here. You know, you got the little, you know, V trail going down to the no-no zone. You know what I mean? It's a very beautiful look. Very beautiful look. All right. Mushu is next. Oh, very cool Tatooine build, Mushu. Very cool. Dang, you use the Bluebird house? Interesting. This actually feels like a kind of a space house, though. Like, I get the vibe. I get the idea here. Because it has, like, the iron kind of you know, iron and glass dome structure here, and it has a plant inside. Also, the stone vines, very nice detail. The barrels, the ancient parts, like the ancient radiator, very good choice. Ancient gears, piles of sand, jars, and then like the time cores. Then we got BB-8 and R2, and then the avatar striking a lightsaber pose. Very cool, very cool. Yeah, this is a really good Tatooine shot. I think, yeah, I think this one is going to be up there with the other two really good ones I've seen. So this is I've seen several, but I've seen two so far that I was really impressed with. And this one I think is going to join those ranks. You did a great job with this Mushu. This fountain is really good for a desert, by the way, because it looks like it's made out of sandstone. Now, in your traditional Tatooine environment, you're probably not going to see a fountain with water, but you got to do what you got to do in Dreamlight Valley to kind of fill that space out. I do love that you really limited greenery. You know, if only we can get rid of this greenery in the window, but I really like the building here, so I don't blame you for using it. Mickey Cloud filling out the sky here pretty well. If you want to add anything else to this, I do think villagers would be really fun to have here. In particular, Mike Wazowski looks a lot like an alien. Stitch is an alien. Wally looks a lot like a Star Wars droid. Eve is a little bit too advanced. Unless she's some kind of super hyper sophisticated Star Wars droid, but hey, they exist. So, but I think Wally is more convincing. And then Kristoff, he's just so basic. He can fit anywhere. Like, he works out anywhere. But Kristoff's clothes are kind of the same color as, like, the Jedi Padawan robes here. So it matches kind of matches the vibe, the environment. Not saying he looks like a Jedi, but I'm saying he can fit in with this setting. So, Kristoff, Mike Wazowski, Stitch, Wally. Not that you need all of them, but even just like one or two little villagers present in your scene, I think would be a really cool way to showcase Tatooine and show the voters that you really went above and beyond to create this alien environment with robots, you know? So I think Mike and Stitch would be some of the most ideal, and then Wally as well could be really fun. That is, if you want to do anything else with this. I think this is a very strong photo. It looks very cool. Great job again capturing Tatooine, like really limiting how much of the trees we could see in the background. There's like a ever so tiny pop-up of a tree over here. Very well hidden, very well hidden. And yeah, really clever use of items. You know, the ancient parts, very good. The speedster here. Yeah, really good job. Great lighting. I could see this one performing well. It's hard to get a strong beauty element in some of these Tatooine builds. But yeah, the Bluebird house, you know, the only thing about it that I don't like with the Tatooine build is all the lush greenery on the window, but it's pretty small. And for the bottom window, you hit it very well with the Agrabah Market piece. So that's like the only tiny thing that feels off is this greenery right here. And I think it's worth the trade-off to have this building because it feels like it belongs here. Very cool, very cool. Awesome submission, Mushu. Awesome. Well done, brother. Well done. Marie is up next. Hello, Samai. Thank you as always for your reviews. Here's my submission. Okay. So, one recommendation I have for you, Marie, if you have the Dream styles for Aladdin and Jasmine, since you're wearing her friendship reward, which is very similar to her outfit, I think it might be worth putting them in their Dream styles so you guys all feel a little bit different. If you have them. But Jasmine's pink/purple Dream style is so pretty. So I would definitely put that on her. And then I think Aladdin's would look good too since you guys have the Agrabah Palace build here. Like the cactus blooms here on the side. Now, same thing I told Hope. Now, you do have your Jasmine fountain a bit further back. But I think there are much better water sources to use that aren't going to obstruct the view as much. And the blue is going to be so much prettier if you use something else. So for the water behind you, if you have these pawns, I think that's going to be so much better. I mean, just look at the blue shooting up. Look at how lush that color is. I haven't even touched saturation. This is just default. Look at how nice those colors are. And now we compare those colors with the color of this fountain, and it's kind of lackluster now. If this fountain had a bit more blue to it, or if we could put items in this fountain, then I would be all for it. But compared to some of your alternative options, there's just stronger things you could be using. Now, if you don't have that fountain I mentioned, you can make your own little fountain area. So you take the river kit pieces, and you make a small river area, and instead of the river borders, you just put the cactus topiaries on the sides and seal it off that way. Now you have this beautiful little oasis pond, and you can actually put the glowing lilies in it. So that's another really good play. Both of those options would look a good bit better than the Jasmine fountain here, and they would fill out this space. You can just start the fountain or pond right behind Aladdin and Jasmine, and then you'll have your tea set here, your carpet here, and then Aladdin and Jasmine here, and then right behind them, beautiful fountain, beautiful waterway. The other thing I recommend is to really get a better effect of these camels, turn them a little bit more left, so they're kind of facing in toward, not all the way, I would say just maybe 1 or 2 more points in, so they're facing towards the castle entrance here. And then the last thing I would really recommend, Marie, is just giving your sky a little bit of detail. So fireflies, the aurora, can be beautiful. I mean, we see both here with bells. There's bamboo trees, dune trees, aurora, and fireflies. So very, very beautiful skyline here. This one, we're using fireworks and dune trees. But there's a lot of wonderful ways to fill out your skyline. You know, you don't always have to fill it to the max and, like, completely cover the sky. But it does make a big difference when the snap feels full from edge to edge, frame to frame. So I would work the sky a little bit. I would swap the fountain. I would turn the camels. And if you have the new swirling sands, I would definitely try to incorporate them because you have everything the challenge mentioned except swirling sands. Now, you don't have to have them, but I do think they're strong this week, and if you pair them with fireflies, they can be really nice. All right, moving on, we got M's next. So, option 1 here, a little Aladdin shot, and option 2, what the heck? Why is it so tiny? Okay, there we go. Oh, that one's fun. That's a clever shot. Okay, these are both pretty cool. So the first one, you kind of have a little romance scene with Aladdin. Unfortunately, with the angle you're doing this at, we can't really see the heart, the hand heart. And people that aren't familiar with this pose, I don't know if that's going to be communicated as well. I like the swirling sands in the back. I probably wouldn't use the gray stones here. They don't feel very natural to the desert. If you want to use stones for a pathway, use garden stones. In fact, our next Dream Snap is actually using them here. So you see these garden stones? These are perfect for the desert landscape. They actually came with the Oasis STARPATH for the desert. That's what these are for. So they're great for something like this. Now, it looks like you already kind of picked up on the gray stones not being the best because you already got rid of them. So good call there. You know, if you wanted to do something like this, I would definitely say garden stones for sure. Now, I really like this one. I think out of your submissions, this one is by far my favorite out of the two. This one, I think, would have a better use case if we altered the path and altered the pose a little bit. But let's just not worry about that one. Let's focus on what you got going on here, because I think this is so much cooler. So very creative pose here. You're riding. This tells a story too, which is fun. You know, you're riding magic carpet. You got this big sand tornado coming up behind you. Aladdin looks like he's about to, you know, jump into danger. It's cool. It's cool. You know, very good action sequence. Now, I do have a recommendation for you when you're building an action or chaotic snap like that. Like if you're trying to escape from a sand tornado. I'm gonna give you a fun little tip here. It's about the best time to use the camera tilt. So the camera tilt is not always like a great option, but when you have some action scenes or some chaos happening, using the tilt can be a really good way to build on that. It makes things feel more chaotic, like the camera itself has been a little jostled, and then you can design things on the sides a little bit differently, but this could be a really fun way to go about making your snap if you want to take that route with the sand tornado behind you. Of course, once you change the tilt, you're gonna see different spots you didn't see before, so you might have to alter some of the details, but I do think that would be a very, very fun route to take. Let me see. Yeah, for like this one with where I was going as Captain Hook, you know, we have Captain Hook's like aggressive energy here. There's like, you know, fireworks and explosions in the back. We have our pirates. And of course we have this downward tilt because, you know, pirates like rum. You know, we got a nice lean going. You know what I mean? So good lean there. This one, another one that's kind of chaotic and energetic. We're robbing a temple. You know, me and Donald here. I got my hands on the treasure here. There's fire traps going off. There's fire shooting in the air. There's lava. There's a dragon. It's chaos. And that's why we have this tilt. You know, we're going at this downward angle with the shot just to give it more of that chaotic energy. So, you know, there's not a lot of times where tilt comes in super handy. But when you're doing a scene like this, where you have like a sand tornado behind you, and it's like a bit of an action sequence, that tilt can be a game changer on how that scene feels. Because it puts the camera off balance and makes it seem like even the one taking the picture is like, you know, struggling or running as well. So very fun thing to consider there for the storytelling angle of this. But yeah, I like this. I like the idea of riding carpet, having the sand tornado behind you. Got some good cacti in here. I would try to build up on that angle a little bit more if you do take that route. And with the way this one is structured, unfortunately, we can't see too much what you have going on in the backdrop. So if you do end up running from the tornado, maybe turn the cart stalls to the left so it looks like you're going down an alley. And change the, change some of the background a little bit. Or add more details back there. But I think that could be really fun. All right, next shot here is Wag. Hi, Sabai. I can't find Jasmine, but I would definitely add her. Thank you for the advice. The camera mode also glitched out to moon setting, but it's supposed to be a sunset shot. Huh? The camera mode glitched out to moon setting? Oh, that's not even the moon setting. That's just nighttime. That's the moon crest. The moon setting is this. It's totally different. So I don't think your camera glitched out. To my knowledge, there's not a glitch that does that. It's just time of day. Now, if you go back and forth really quick, you can actually capture the moon in the sky, which is pretty fun. It's a quick capture. We've talked about this before. So, nope, if I can get it right. There we go. So yeah, when you toggle back and forth, you can get the moon to show up in your scene. but it's just a quick capture. But for you, it's actually nighttime. So I'm a little confused because you said the camera mode also glitched out on the moon setting because it's supposed to be sunset. Well, if you're trying to take a picture and it's nighttime, you just change time of day and it's daytime. So if you wanted to capture a sunset shot, you just use the toggle. Like I'm just confused by the way you worded that, because there's not like a glitch in the game where you take a picture and then it's like all of a sudden night, you know? Like it's either day or night, and you determine that by using the slider. So if you're trying to take a sunset shot, you just change the time of day to sunset. If for some reason your game is not at sunset and it's nighttime, then you go back to sunset. Let's see. See how we have the motif up here. Well, for a nighttime scene, you have really good color and lighting. Good character lighting on the avatar. Nice silhouette. The carpet pose is very pretty. Good hairstyle. Good complexion on the avatar. Good Agrabah Palace in the back. Aladdin. The Oasis House. And the garden stones. You got a lot of really good detail in your scene here. Very well put together environment. Very well detailed desert haven. I like that we can still see a lot of the desert sand. So everything's looking really good here. You do have the swirling sand back here, but I would consider moving it. It's really hard to notice here because we have the big light flare from the motif and the moon. I'm wondering if you put it over here in the left-hand corner, that might work better, or you can use the smaller swirling sand, maybe in your market somewhere. But yeah, overall, very solid. And nighttime is fine, by the way. Like, you know, it doesn't have to be a sunset shot. You know, right now, it just feels like a very bright moon shot. It doesn't feel like sunset. And we can see the stars in the sky. So we know it's nighttime, you know. The voters will know it's nighttime too, because the stars and constellation only show up at nighttime. The light flare just makes it look like an extra bright moon. But the challenge did clearly say it could be, you know, midday, afternoon, or night. So you don't have to do a sunset shot. So to me, this doesn't feel like a sunset shot at all. Because, for one, there's no sunlight. Number two, we have stars in the sky. And number three, we can see a giant moon crest. The motif doesn't look like the sun here. It looks like a light flare on the moon. You know, it just looks like a really bright moon. But that's okay. I think you should embrace that. Rather than trying to make this snap something that it's not, just commit to a good nighttime snap. Daytime snaps are typically more popular on average with voters because you get really good lighting and you also get light reflections off of these like nice gold pieces from the Agrabah wall sets. But you still have some good gold coming in here under the moon. And you have really good lighting throughout the scene. So, while voters do really love the sunset time of day with the sun actually hitting the scene, night shots, you know, when made properly, can be very good. And I love the light flare here from the moon. Like the little, you know, you see this little hexagon right here. that comes off of this. So I actually really like this motif on the moon. But yeah, I wouldn't try to sell this as a sunset shot. It doesn't have to be. You know, the challenge was clear. It said it can be midnight or daytime. At the end of the day, it just needs to be a desert haven. And you need two things to get votes, which is theme and beauty. And you have both. You have both. So embrace that, you know. You don't have to worry about saying that the camera glitched out on the moon all of a sudden, you know, like that's the time of day you set it to. So yeah, very confused. Maybe you were making a joke. Maybe you were kidding around. I can't tell because, you know, it's text. So, but yeah, this is cool. You know, it looks like a very bright moon. The light flare here is pretty. And you got your character lighting dialed in. You got your saturation dialed in. You got your highlight dialed in. Your settings are very, very good for a night shot. So hopefully this will stand up to a lot of these beautiful daytime shots. I think it can. It ultimately just depends on what you pop up against. But it's a well-crafted area. You did a very good job with the build. Very good job with the makeshift Agrabah Palace. We got a little Mickey Cloud. Yeah, the only thing I would consider adjusting is potentially the swirling sands. But even if you leave them there, I don't think it's detrimental to the snap at all. Heathen Dove. Hey, Zamai, I really love how this setup came out and have taken a bunch of photos for it, but I think I've narrowed it down to these two. Always willing to change things up, but I can't wait to hear your advice. Thank you so much. All right. Okay. So this is the quick swap to get the moon at the daytime. And this is regular sunset with the light flare. I would definitely move that light flare more out of the shot. It's a bit too much here. So, but if you take it a little bit higher, I think it'll be better. The other thing is that the foreground, the bottom left corner and the bottom right corner are empty. So, you know, as you know, I'm very, very vocal when it comes to foreground. It's so important. And if you look at any of my snaps, if you go to the corner of any snap, there are items there. There's always something in the corner. We got this white rose. We got these crystals, right? We go to this one. We got a log and sunflowers. And over here we have the garden stone and this makeshift like pawn thing. And this one, we got the giant gooseberry and we got the giant snail. So, Heathen, I have seen some of your comments in the Discord, and I know you've been a little unsatisfied with your previous results. And, you know, you were wondering if there's some kind of hidden thing to the algorithm that you need to do, but, you know, I responded to that comment. I was like, no, we have no control over the algorithm. We have no control what we pop up against and what kind of voters we get. So if you miss out on 4K every once in a while, then, you know, chalk it up to bad luck. You came across some really good dream snaps. But if you're consistently not getting 4K, like if it keeps happening, then it means there's likely room for improvement, because what's most likely happening in that situation is you're consistently popping up against photos that you have a hard time beating. And that's okay, because there are some crazy talented people out there. I think a big issue for a lot of people that don't get 4K, they make a beautiful snap and they're proud of it, but then when it doesn't get 4K, it's like they just automatically think there must be something else happening because there's no way I lost. Like there's no way my snap wouldn't get 4K. That's like saying there's not many good players out there, but there is, you know, and if you pop up against them, it's tough. So Dreamsnaps is getting more competitive. It's getting harder and harder to maintain 4K or to get 4K for a lot of people. And when it comes to being competitive, there are some things you always want to keep in mind, Heathen. You know, things that I've kind of discussed in a lot of these videos. Number one, definitely foreground. The corners of your shot, you never want to leave those empty. Can you get 4K with empty corners? Sure. There are exceptions to everything I say when it comes to Dream Snaps, because you can do an empty photo with a cactus, with you in a cowboy hat and a cactus beside you, and it can get 4K. All that means is that that photo popped up against random selfies. That's all that means. So that can happen to any photo. But when it comes to getting 4K consistently, you always need to prepare to pop up against really good snaps. And the best way to do that is to make sure you're playing competitively. So leaving your corners empty is something I advise against and have advised against for years now. And I know you participate in these reviews a lot. So, you know, you structured this really well, but I'm surprised. I'm surprised you left the corners empty, because we were just talking about, you know, the whole 4K thing. The other thing is, since you hadn't got the results you'd been hoping for, I encouraged you to check out the Thursday videos and maybe try one of my example recommendations. Like, you know, you don't have to copy it piece for piece, but maybe roll with the concept and the theme I present, because a lot of people do that and they end up getting 4K. So I was kind of hoping I would see you take that direction this week, but, you know, hopefully this will still do well. It's a beautiful snap, but I just wanted to mention, you know, if you're frustrated with your results and you're not getting the results you're hoping for, you could always try taking the advice I give in the videos. You know what I mean? Give it a try. Give it a try. You know, like, again, you don't have to do the exact scene I'm doing, but I discussed in the video this week that the Agrabah scenes have a very, very good beauty factor. And when it comes to getting 4K, you're going to be up against some absolutely beautiful photos, and it's so hard to clutch, you know, with how some of these look. And the best way to contend with really beautiful dream snaps is to make a really beautiful dream snap. That's your best bet to be competitive against snaps like this. So yeah, I was, after talking to you on Discord, I was really hoping that you would give one of the examples a try and really run with it, but maybe next week. Now for the snap you made this week, I think you did good on it. It's very pretty. Main thing I would focus on here is the foreground and the time swap to night, where you have the daytime lighting with the moon. This is very fun to do, but I wouldn't do it here because it's going to darken most of your shot, and the moon is not really visible. You know, you can see a little bit of it here. The quick swap, I think, is something that's much better to do if you are, if you have a good bit of open sky. Maybe not this far away, but like, let's say if I were, I don't know, I could probably try it right here. We might have enough open sky for it if carpet fricks off. Yeah, there we go. So in a spot like this where I can see a lot of the moon crest, you know, I think it would be something worth considering. But if you're in a position where you're not going to see much of that moon, I don't think it's going to be quite as impactful. Also, the way you put the motif in this one, it's more flush with your hand. And this one, it's a little off, but this one's very balanced. The only thing I think you should kind of concern yourself with on this one is the light flare is really big and really overbearing, but you can always scoot it out of the shot a little bit, right? So if you take this light flare and you move it up to where just like a little bit of it is coming out of the top, it's going to look like the sun at the top of the shot, which I think will be really nice. And then you really want to fill out your corners. So, you know, I've been very, very, very consistent with my Dreamsnap results for quite a while, and one of the things I talk about, I think, every week and constantly bring up is foreground elements. You always want something small in the corners. Something that you can easily see over. Like in this one, we have the tables with the champagne. But yeah, you could just take little cactus blooms down here. They would look so good. Just bring them down a little further. Remember, this is what you want to fill out in the foreground the most. This little corner right here, and this little corner right here. You could even do carpets or sandstone or like other things that are flat if you ever need to in your corners. That works as well. But yeah, bringing the cactuses down will be great because the challenge mentions cactus blooms. We have some swirling sands. Blue sky. You got good, good fireflies in the back. And the flower works good as like a desert flower. So it's a pretty fun pose. The last thing I would recommend for you here, I don't recommend having all this open space here, but you also don't want to just dump a bunch of plants and cactuses here because it'll get too cluttered. When you have open space like this, that's when you want to use things like small rocks or garden stones, things that are kind of flat that fit the environment. The most important one would be garden stones. So you can make a garden stone path from right where you're sitting, have it go back towards these flower petals, and then fill this area behind you. So the garden stone looks like sandstones. We can fill in this entire pocket here with garden stones, and then we can fill in these corners on the left and the corners on the right with cacti. But, you know, when it comes to getting 4,000 moonstones, you should not feel bad or defeated just because you get 1,500 or 2,500. Keep in mind, 1,500 moonstones means you beat 80% of players. There's like 200,000 dream snaps each challenge or so. So that means you managed to beat 160,000 people if you get 1,500. If you're aiming for 4K, you need to beat 96% of people as opposed to just 80%. 96, that's almost everybody. You gotta outmaneuver almost everybody. So you're off to a good start with this snap. The way you structure the backdrop is great. You're not showing a lot of exposed sky. You got a good angle on the avatar. You're doing a pose that tells a story. You got good lighting. But if you want to be competitive, you cannot disregard the foreground, and you shouldn't keep big areas open. You know, garden stones, flat things, just filling it in. That extra detail. The way voting operates or tends to operate, when the challenge first starts, everybody pops up against everybody. But you'll notice if you vote on a Tuesday or if you vote on even like late Monday, you'll start to see really good photos versus other really good photos. They start popping up against each other. So what the algorithm does, as you start to get votes, other people start to get votes. And then the system pits you against each other. That's how they determine who gets 1,500 and who gets 4,000. So later in the challenge, once votes have been pouring in, it starts to become good snaps versus good snaps. You'll still see all the others, but you will start seeing good snaps consistently popping up against other good snaps. So how do you beat the other good snaps? That's the question. How do you break through? Because this, I can guarantee you, this will not get less than 1,500. This will beat 80% of snaps without a question. But how does it beat 96%? Well, attention to detail. You know, you want to always put in that 4K effort. You want the picture to feel very full, but not to the point where it's too busy and cluttered. So flat items that detail the shot, like these flower petals back here, are great. We just need garden stones in front of those. And then you don't want to leave your foreground exposed. So we want something down here in the bottom left, something down here in the bottom right. And hopefully this one gets 4K. If it does not, Heathen Dove, I highly recommend, since you've had a bit of a disappointing streak, I highly recommend kind of choosing and focusing on one of the examples I give and really giving it your all. So when we do the review, I can help you build on it and grow on it. And, you know, I think it's worth trying if you're, you know, still not satisfied with your results. But hopefully this one will get 4K. It's a very pretty submission. I think you've done well with it. Horizontal. I'm struggling this week. I don't really like my snap, but I don't know what else to do, and I didn't really want to go down the Aladdin route. I don't know why. I can't choose between the house. It needs something more, but I can't figure out what it is. You're wearing a Jasmine outfit, though. You're already kind of heading down the Aladdin route. You got the Jasmine fit. So we got the Oasis house. Got the pond here, swirling sand. You got the sun behind the camera, good light coming in. Though, again, we've already discussed this, Holly. When you get close to the avatar, what are you supposed to do? How do you stand out against other 4K snaps? Beauty, right? And we talked about this during the Nature Challenge, Marvels of Nature. Makeup. I think it's very easy to forget, but I think this is the second time in a couple of weeks where you haven't done anything with your eyeshadow. And that's so important. Also hair, like, you know, having some kind of... There's so many hairstyles that give you, like, options for highlights or extra details. So consider that. But when you push that camera up, you're not getting the full benefit of pushing the camera up if you don't really work to customize your avatar. Changing the color of their eyes, changing the color of the eyeshadow, choosing the lip. Do not sleep on how important that is. Do not neglect it. It is extremely important in the upper ranks. That's what can often separate 4K from 2500 or 1500, is one avatar just looks way more beautiful than the other. So people that are consistently doing well, I never have to remind them of this. They will always go out of their way, like the dark purple with the light pink over it. Things like that are going to be very present here. But yeah, a lot of the players that are consistently doing well, you know, this is something they're always mindful of. Like in this one, we have this beautiful purple fading into the light blue. Same outfit as you, right? So if we look at this one, and we'll go back to yours here. So, you guys have the same outfit on, but the difference between the avatars is pretty big. It's too big. And I'm trying to get them nice and close to each other, around the same size too. So, you can really see, you know, what it's like when you match up against an avatar that's been fully customized for their outfit versus one that hasn't. So on the left, we have your look. Beautiful dress choice. Awesome fit. Good necklace to go with it, but there are better options. And you're using the regular Mickey pearl earrings. Kind of traditional brown hair. Nothing really special going on with that. No eyeshadow. And not much going on with the lip. Now, we look at the one on the right-hand side, pretty much the same size as you. Purple to match the purple waist of the dress. Fading into light blue to match the light blue of the dress. A gold and blue necklace to match the gold and blue dress. And then this golden tiara. She's got a golden flower tiara with golden roses across the head to match the rest of the gold trim on the dress. And then she's chosen a hairstyle with all these elaborate flowers to match with those golden roses. And then lastly, she has a bold, dark red lip to balance out with all these lighter colors and to play into that dark purple. So all of this is very intentional. And the fun thing is, this doesn't take very long to do, you know, doing the makeup. It's so easy to forget, though. So I'm always very forgiving when people forget this. But I wanted to spend some extra time on it with you today because I want you to see firsthand just how important this is when it comes to a beauty factor. Because most people that are trying, which I would say is probably like 40 to 50% of Dreamsnap submissions, at least, even if they're barely trying, they're trying. They'll at least go to the desert and take a photo. So if like 40% to 50% of people are doing the theme, that means you have a very high chance of popping up against other people doing the theme. So how do people choose between two photos that both did the theme? Well, one is going to be more beautiful than the other. And that's what it all comes down to when it comes to getting 4K. You have to be able to beat good photos most of the time. If you have a really lucky week, you might get rank 4 or rank 2 with a semi-decent snap. As long as you pop up against a lot of selfies and a lot of quest photos, it can happen. We've seen it happen. It happened in the Rainbows Challenge. Like an empty photo of a beach with some balloon arches got rank 2. We saw it happen in the Star Wars Challenge, Coziness Beyond the Stars. An empty room with like 6 pieces of Naboo furniture and that's it. Nothing else. Got rank 2. This happens every once in a while. So, if you're lucky, you can do really well as long as you did the theme. But you can't rely on that if you want 4K consistently. Just like how you can get lucky popping up against not so good snaps, you can just as easily get very unlucky popping up against very good snaps. Again, snaps are getting more competitive. Week by week, they're getting more competitive. The bracket for 4K has shrunk. More people are learning how to do this. And a lot of those people are taking the time to put in these fine details. So if you want 4K, this does not take very long to do. Doing the makeup, it's pretty quick. So just don't forget about it. I know it's easy to forget because you get really caught up in doing your decor and decorating your environment, but just don't sleep on how important this is. I recommend before you even build your environment, before you start, whenever you do your outfit, immediately right then and there, when you're equipping whatever you're going to use for your outfit, do your makeup, change your eye color, do your lip, choose your accessories, do all of that as you create your outfit, or you might forget. Very, very important. Now, you said you don't really want to do the Aladdin route and you don't know why. Well, you're already using an Aladdin outfit, so you've already kind of gone down that route. I mean, you could embrace it, and it's going to match better with what you're wearing. The Naboo house can kind of work, the greenery, especially with the cactuses in front of it. It's got like a little bit of a sandstone feel, so this house can work, but it doesn't have a great beauty factor. At least not in this setting because it's got very white light. I would more recommend the Oasis house. This has a much better beauty factor. You got these nice warm yellow lights from the top. The colors are far more inviting. I would definitely hide the mailbox with whichever one you do. It just never really looks good. And if you do take this route, I wouldn't position the fountain this way. I would flip it to where the round part comes towards you instead of the flat part. Because the idea for this fountain is that it kind of comes off of a property and then ends on an arch. So having the arch on the side of the property and the flat end here, it feels a little backwards. I think this photo would feel a bit more natural if you flipped it around. And you don't have to really make a whole Agrabah build, but if you have the Aladdin and Jasmine castle walls, like the Agrabah walls, you can use them with the Oasis house. So we talked about a lot of good options for this week. There's a lot of things you can do for a desert haven. You can do Tatooine, you can do an Oasis, you can do Agrabah, you can do a cactus, like a big cactus build with cactus houses. There's so many good options. So I wouldn't really look at it as if the Aladdin option is the only good one. The reason Agrabah items are popular is because they have a very strong beauty factor. So I would at least consider using some of them if you have them. you're already wearing an Agrabah outfit. You're already somewhat on an Aladdin and Jasmine theme as is. So I don't think it would hurt to have like an Agrabah tower here or there, just because it's got a beautiful gold. It's going to balance very well with this house. The other thing is you don't want to keep this area here open. I would recommend the garden stones, like a nice little sandstone pathway leading up to the house here. When it comes to snaps in the 4K range, they're going to be very detailed. They're going to have pretty much things going on from frame to frame, edge to edge. So instead of keeping the sand completely open, garden stones like these, you know, these came with the Oasis StarPath. They came with this house. So you could use those to fill in all this empty space behind you and have a nice little path leading to the house. I would also highly recommend some pretty, you know, desert flowers in your foreground. Like these sparkles, these little sparkles are cool and all, but like what are they really doing for the beauty factor? It would look a lot better to have some kind of beautiful item here in the foreground rather than open sand and some, you know, twinkling sparkles. If you can get both, like the twinkling sparkles and some beautiful flowers, even better. But some good examples of, you know, foreground elements in different snaps. Like, look at this one. You know, we have these little purple flowers down here. And I've seen several... Yeah, look at this one. You know, look at these glass flowers. Look at how pretty these are. These beautiful, diverse colors. You know, all at the base of the shot. Really filling out the foreground here. So, for your foreground... where'd your snap go? Yeah, let's make sure we go with the Oasis house because that has a better beauty factor than the other. But yeah, for your foreground, I wouldn't keep it empty and exposed like this. It makes the Dreamsnap feel incomplete. But if you have some beautiful glass flowers popping up here at the bottom, and then you fill this open area here with garden stones, your snap will feel a bit more polished. Unfortunately, since you're opposed to using Agrabah items for whatever reason, you know, I don't have as many good recommendations back here. But if you have the cactus house, maybe the big cactus house back here would be cool. Because that's got a good beauty factor. If you don't have the cactus house, you could do, you know, Aladdin and Jasmine's house. But again, you said you don't want to do that. But yeah, cactus house would be a great choice right here. Because this spot is covered. You got this spot full. You got the swirling sands. This spot right here is a little boring, and you could get so much more beauty out of this zone where my mouse is right here. If you slap that cactus house right there, that would look great. If you don't have the cactus house, Aladdin and Jasmine's tower in the background would be phenomenal there. And then, yeah, the foreground and this spot behind you is what I would focus on. And just, you know, make sure you take a good look at your avatar. Really work to make them as beautiful as possible. You know, eyeshadow, lip, eye color. Right now with the dark brown eyes, the eyes just almost look black. But if you... Let me show you... Look at the eyes on my character right now. It looks crazy. These eyes look crazy. They're really pretty. Carpet, will you frick off? These blue and purple eyes are so pretty and they're so cool looking. Now, you don't have to do something like this, but this just kind of highlights just how pretty you can make the eyes in this game. If you're... You know, sometimes, depending on where you are, if there's not a lot of light hitting your eyes, they can just come off as nothing, really. It just looks like a dark black pupil. But, you know, you don't have to do anything super crazy with the eyes, but you can get a lot of beauty out of them. So, yeah, makeup, eye color, lip, necklace, accessories, hair. Remember, if you want 4K... It's mostly going to come down to beauty. Some weeks, you'll be all right with a snap like this. Some weeks, you'll definitely get 4K with a snap like this. Other weeks, you'll pop up against other really good snaps. And you'll need to be more competitive if you want to maintain 4K on those weeks. And the fun thing is you never know when those weeks are coming. You never know when you're going to pop up against those really good snaps. So... one of the ways I've managed to stay very consistent is I always prepare for that. I always build my snap in a way to where I'm like, what if I pop up against the best stuff I saw during my review stream? You know, like what if I pop up against the best of the best? I may not beat them all, but I'm going to try to design my snap in a way to where the voter has to at least think about it, you know? And I don't think I beat, you know, if I beat them all, I'd be rank 1 every week, but there's definitely snaps out there better than mine. But I pride myself knowing that at least it won't be an easy decision when I lose. You know what I mean? So keep that in mind when designing your snaps. Now, again, as I always say, this does not mean you have to spend 6 hours on your snap each week to be competitive. You truly don't. You know, you can throw together a snap very quickly with the items all closer up and still have an amazing beauty factor and get in the top 100. This is like rank 113, took me 30 minutes. So on weeks where you don't have a lot of time, you still need to prioritize theme. You still need to prioritize beauty, but you can just move things in and build quicker. You know, you can do faster builds. And then on weeks where you have more time, you know, you can focus on theme and beauty, and you can set things back a little further and add all these intricate little details, you know, whatever you want to do. Just keep in mind, either way, whether you spend a lot of time on your snap or you don't, it's going to all come down to beauty. And the main reason I'm repeating that is because I really want to get you in the habit of beautifying your avatar as much as possible. Of course, you don't want to, like, turn the blush up to max and make him look like a clown, you know, but those fine details, you know, your eyeshadow, your lip, your accessories, your necklace, your hairstyle, you know, what is going to give you the best beauty factor? What is going to make you more competitive? Ask yourself that every time you design an avatar. Beautiful work so far, though, Holly. Definitely go with the Oasis house. Again, if you don't want to use any Agrabah-style buildings, Cactus House back here would be amazing. If you don't have it, and you don't have any other good desert things to put back here, I would bite the bullet and use either Aladdin and Jasmine's house or an Agrabah wall. And you definitely want to fill out this space behind you and add some items to the foreground. Now, again, when you fill out the space behind you, you don't want to clutter the scene, so you're going to want to use garden stones, like something nice and flat, just to add texture to this empty sand. Sabelina is next. Oh, we got another Raya snap. Very cool, Lena. Very cool. Good angle of Raya here. I like the walking stick. Very fun pose. You're up in the Oasis at the top of that, or not Oasis, you're up in the Glittering Dunes at the top of that hill, down where I think the Bumblestone is. I talked about these tents in my Thursday video. So cool to see somebody using them. I talked a lot about different great items to use. And one of the only good items I recommended that I haven't seen anybody use yet is the tents. So that's very cool. Yeah, very pretty, very pretty. So you have the orange tent, the black tent, and it was these two in particular that I mentioned. I don't even know if you saw the video. Great minds think alike, so maybe you chose these just because you knew they'd be good, but they really are. They fit the aesthetic very well. I like the torches out front. The hanging rugs here, the pillows, even got a little Fennec fox down there, very cute. I like how you have a campsite on the left and a nice little desert oasis here on the right. I think this really captures the wonders of the desert. Now, I do see the swirling sands back here. The only thing I really wish we could see with this snap is the swirling sands a little bit better, since the challenge referenced them. You have pretty much everything else the challenge referenced. Like, you have the cactus blooms, you have the blue sky, you have the golden dunes. So the challenge saying there's beauty in the swirling sands. I see the swirling sand here. What if we were to put it... I don't know if this tree is part of the map, but what if we got rid of this tree? If it's not part of the map, I can't remember. Actually, I think this one's not. I think this one is, but this one might not be. But if you put the swirling sands right about here, I think that would showcase it a bit more prominently. And then you could also include fireflies around it to give the swirling sands an even better beauty factor. And there was another snap I came across that did this, another Raya build, you know, similar to yours, but also not. You know, they're very different concepts. But it was such a cool build. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah, check this out. So they have the swirling sands much closer in. Like there's one here on the left, and they have this big one here on the right, and there's one further back here. I'm not saying you have to go this crazy with the swirling sands, but I do think they're very fun to highlight, and I think when used properly, they can be really neat. So, and also it would help, you know, come up in the skyline a little bit. But yeah, I like the transition of the sky too. You go from this kind of like white sky up into a deep blue over here. Very cool. Also, beautiful angle on the avatar. You know, she looks very pretty. Hat comes right up to the top of the frame here. Yeah, very cool photo. It's quite different from a lot of photos we've seen. Like I haven't seen anybody really do the campsites and the tents. So I'm curious to see how this performs, but I definitely think it's worthy of 4K. Ultimately, it'll come down to what kind of voters you get and what you pop up against, but wonderful scene. I think very well done. Very cool. Now, Varia is next. All right, so we got a cactus house here. Swirling sand. And then, oh, Donald in the little safari outfit. Very fun. Great details in your sand here. I love the sunlit grass scattered throughout. The antelope skull here. The cactus blooms in the foreground. And the traveler outfit is a very fun approach to this challenge. Now, it is a little outside of what the challenge specified for outfits, but I think people will be pretty forgiving on that because they'll probably see what you're going for. You have Donald in the safari outfit. You're in a traveler outfit. Though the challenge did say dress and decorate to channel the wonders of the desert. So I feel like this is more of like an explorer outfit, not necessarily an outfit chosen because it channels the wonders of the desert. But again, I think players will be forgiving for that based on, you know, the way you're matching with Donald here. Like, it's pretty clear what you're going for. But yeah, Cactus House is fun. Now, for the swirling sands, I do think you should consider the tall ones as well. So you have the short ones 4 times. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4. What if you did the tall ones like just on the edge here? They are very fun. They do look really cool. We were just looking at a shot, you know, a few moments ago that did something really incredible with them. You know, they look very, very cool here. Not saying you have to go this crazy with it, but if you did have the taller swirling sands on the outside, you're not really going to be covering anything of vital importance. The only thing you want to make sure you don't cover really would be this little waterfall right here. And if you put one here and one here, it's going to look really nice with the fireflies that you already have present. And it's going to give a little bit of diversity to your sandstorms because having them all be the exact same, you know, while it looks good, I think it could definitely look better if you gave it some diversity. But yeah, overall, very solid scene. I like the golden silhouette backdrop that you have here from the lampposts. I like the diversity and all the plant life you have down here at the base. The sunlit grass looks wonderful. The antelope skulls, the cacti, and the cactus house. The cactus house is a great beauty factor, though. I think it would be worth considering scooting it over just a little bit so it's kind of in between you and Donald so we can see it better. Because it's one of the most beautiful things in the photo, but it's kind of hidden behind you a bit. I get it that it's centered with the shot. But you can still have that balance. If you move the house over a little, you can just do a couple of dune trees on the left-hand side to balance that out. It would still feel very, you know, balanced overall. But yeah, very fun scene. Very cool concept for, like, the Desert Explorer. I like it. I like it. Kimberly is next. So we have a couple of options here. Thank you for your help, sis Kimberly. You're welcome. Was doing this super late and realized I hadn't added both photos. Oh, gotcha. Okay, so yeah, this one and this one. All right, well, let's not worry about this one. We're going to focus on this one. This one's better. Yeah, I like the outfit more. I like the hair color more. And I like the build more. So I think this one's definitely the better option between the two. So I think we should focus here. Now, one thing is your character lighting, I think, is a little too bright. Now, I know when you have the sun setting in the background, you're not getting any light on your character, so you're definitely going to want to boost your character lighting. But you don't want to bring the character lighting up so much that the skin of the avatar kind of gets pale like this. You just want to give them a nice glow, so they're very easy to see. But you don't want them to be shining kind of like a beacon here. So you can reduce the character light a little bit. You don't have to go much further back. I would say maybe like dial it back like 5 to 10%, you know, gauge it there. Now for your foreground, you have these glass flowers. But what I recommend when you use flowers for your foreground, don't show the stems. Don't show the stems. Bring the flowers even further down so we just get the beautiful glass blades. Like, this is what we want the foreground to look like right here. That's what we want to see. We don't really want to see this part. We just want to see this part. I'll give you a really good example. Black Knight did this very well with their submission. If I can come across it again. Yeah, here we go. See these beautiful glass flowers at the base of the shot here? They mixed in like a lot of different colors. So you get these very beautiful petals at the base. And that's actually going to fill out the shot a bit more down here, which is going to be very important. You know, really you want these corners to be very populated. So I would take these flowers and move them a little further down. And then you could put even more flowers behind them to have the glass flowers come all the way up to where they are now. Really what you could do is just add more flowers in front of this. That way you get some glass flowers, you know, filling in this whole spot. So you can keep these here, but just add more under them. Now, you have the sun setting in the shot. I'm glad you boosted your character lighting because that's very important. But unfortunately, you will be up against a lot of very beautiful shots that are using the sunset in the opposite way as you. So you have two ways to use sunset in this game. You can either capture the setting sun in your photo, or you can use the sunlight to light your photo. That's what this person's doing. That's what we see here from Keto. That's what we see here. Here. You see this from a lot of our consistent 4K earners. So sunsets are very beautiful. Like, I get that. It's really pretty. But it's not as pretty, unfortunately. It's not nearly as pretty most of the time as actually lighting up your photo like this. This is what voters like more. I'm not saying there's anything inherently wrong with sunsets. I'm not saying I don't like sunsets. I've submitted plenty of sunset shots. What I'm saying is voters like this more. On average. Voters love colorful, vibrant shots. They eat these up. So if you're really hoping to get 4K, you know, I get it if you want to do a sunset shot every now and then, but here's my snaps, right? I've been very consistent with 4K. Been getting great results for a very long time. So every single daytime shot you just saw was at sunset. But none of them showed a setting sun. That's because I always have the sun behind the camera, just like in this scene. And this scene. And this scene. And this scene. And these photos got 4K. So, I'm really not trying to discourage people from doing sunset shots. I'm not. I just want you to know what the voters seem to like the most. That's why I rarely do sunset shots anymore. I'll still do them, but it's been a long time since I did one. And it's been a long time since I've missed out on 4K. Again, voters absolutely go bonkers for well-lit, well-saturated photos. And when it comes to an outdoor build, an outdoor submission, you simply cannot beat sunset lighting. You just can't beat it. It is so beautiful. You get the best saturation, you get the best color, and everything in the picture is so beautifully lit. And that's with the sun back here. So I use sunset in almost every outdoor photo I take. But I use it as a light source. Now, if I do choose to make a sunset Dreamsnap submission, I typically only do it if I can capture a beautiful sky transition in color, because this is where sunsets truly shine, or a beautiful golden backdrop. So when it comes to creating a sunset Dreamsnap submission, it's not worth it unless you're getting something very valuable from the sunset. Because what you're trading for this golden sky, this purple sky, and this sun in the backdrop is all this light and vibrant color. You're sacrificing all of that. Now, if Dreamsnap's voters were more art forward, if they were more considerate of, how beautiful a sunset is and how captivating the sky can be, that wouldn't really, sunsets wouldn't be a tough idea at all. But unfortunately, that's not the case. So the average voter, you got to put yourself in their shoes. The average voter is the average selfie submitter. They are the average quest photo submitter. People that put a lot of time and effort into their snaps, we are a minority. You can tell that just by voting. If you go vote right now, you will see how much of a minority we really are. Now, when you vote on Tuesdays, you're more likely to find a lot of good photos because it's rounding out, who's going to get the higher ranks. But throughout the rest of the week, good luck. You're going to have to skip a lot to find what you would consider to be a good 4K snap. So, people that put a lot of effort in are a minority. So, the average voter, they outnumber us. Probably 9-1, 8-1. And what they seem to really love and really like is bright and vibrant, colorful, saturated. They love shots like this where the sun is behind the camera and everything is very clear, vivid, and crisp. Not to mention, a lot of them vote on small screens, and snaps like this are so easy to appreciate, when shrunk down. Whereas, compared to this snap, look at how much darker everything is. Yeah, the sky is pretty, but was it worth the trade? Look at how noticeable this is versus how noticeable this is. Again, I personally don't have a problem with sunset shots. I will happily vote for them. I think they're beautiful. But it's not about what I think. It's about what does well. It's about what performs well. It's about what gives you the safest route to 4K. So, you know, that's what these review streams are all about. It's not me just being like, oh, you should decorate this way because I said so. No, I'm just sharing what I've learned about voters and what I've seen do well as somebody that's been doing Dream Snaps from the beginning and has always looked at and evaluated results. So, while a snap like this is beautiful and the sunset is very fun, you know, we don't have any color in the sky and we're not going to have great color in the environment either. Not to mention these gold Agrabah pillars, these really pop when you get that sunlight hitting them. You know, we got the sun there. We got these beautiful gold reflections coming off of these, off these pillars. And there are people here in this community that submit sunset shots just as much as I do. And most of them get 4K just as much as I do, if not more. So, and and also, like, I have a, not to toot my own horn or anything, but I have a very, very, very impressive ratio when it comes to getting 4K. It's very rare for me to not get 4K. Extremely rare. Now, again, you know, I'm not saying you can't do this. I think these are beautiful. And I'm glad you got the fireflies in here to help balance it out. We had another really good sunset shot earlier. If I can find it. This one. Now, what made this one so strong is the way they silhouetted these trees against the sun. If you're going to go the sunset route, you have to do so understanding what you're trading. You're trading all the vibrancy and great color you get naturally and organically from that sunlight in order to have the sun featured in your photo. So if you are going to take that trade, you really need to make it worth it. Most of the time, I don't even bother because it's just safer and more consistent to go the other route. But if you do something like this, it can definitely work. So what did this player do to make the sunset so beneficial here? Number one is the silhouette of the trees. Look at these beautiful silhouettes. I think they also set light bloom to 1% so the sun didn't have as much of a flare, so you could really see the tree over the sun. So they set light bloom to 1%. They positioned the sun perfectly with these trees. And then they added all these candles in to give an extra glow to all the darkness that comes with having the sun in the back versus in the front. And that's kind of what you have to consider. It's very tricky. It's very tricky to get a great sunset shot. Now, this could very well get 4K if it pops up against the right things. But again, with the average voters being so bloodthirsty for, you know, these very colorful, very saturated shots, it's an uphill battle unless you really make the most of the sun. One thing you can do is set your light bloom to 1% so you can get that same silhouette that she had. So you see how this tree here is kind of overwhelmed with the light and we can't really see the outline of the tree as well as hers? That's because her light bloom was set to 1%. And I would definitely recommend adding some more fun light elements into your scene. But on average, you know, unless you're getting 4K very consistently, and even then, I recommend sticking with the sun as your main light source behind the camera. So if you end up keeping this one, my recommendation is to add some extra glass flowers to the base of the shot for your foreground. I would set the light bloom to 1% so the sun silhouettes here are a bit more crisp. And I would add some extra candles and fun things into the build. You have one here and one here, but maybe some behind some of these ledges to get a glow coming from that. Unfortunately, this update, they nerfed Vitalis lanterns. Vitalis lanterns were one of the best ways to make the sunsets more beautiful, but they don't work the same way. They don't cast light anymore. They only glow like candles. So they completely ruined Vitalis lanterns, which is really sad. But yeah, it's a well-crafted photo. I like the backdrop. I like the Agrabah walls. I would reduce the light bloom a bit. I would spruce up the foreground a bit. Also, instead of just glass flowers, consider cactus blooms. The challenge did directly reference cactus blooms. You have one cactus, but it's buried behind you here. So maybe instead of extra glass flowers in the foreground, maybe add some cactuses down here instead. That'll be a good way to cover the base of these glass flowers. We'll have the blooms from the glass flower and then the cactus bloom below that. That'll seal off your corners a bit better. Reduce your light bloom slightly. You don't want the character to be too bright, but you do want them to stand out. And maybe add some more fun light sources to the backdrop. And, you know, hopefully this will do well. It'll ultimately come down to what it pops up against. But my big advice for being very consistent on your snaps is only do a sunset shot when you have a really good call and reason to do so. Because while a lot of us find them beautiful, the average voter gravitates towards something else entirely. So I just want people to be aware of that. Nothing wrong with a sunset photo, but it's not the average voter's cup of tea. Exactly. Fim, hola, hello, happy review day. Hope you had a great weekend. Always look forward to your critiques. I did one more in the comments with Jasmine closer, just in case. Nice, okay. So we have this one here. Beautiful lighting. Wonderful, wonderful. This is the exact kind of color and saturation I'm talking about. Look how vivid and bright everything is. Look at the gold reflections coming off of the camel and off of the gold vase here, off of the tea set. Everything made of gold here is shimmering. Look at the gold popping on these tower pieces. The gold popping on the tip of the tent here. The gold popping on the Agrabah Palace model. This is why voters love that sunset lighting so much. Again, a sunset photo can be very artsy and pretty and beautiful, but you got to consider what you're trading for that. If you're really clever with how you construct the Dreamsnap, you can make it totally worth it. It's tough to do because you're trading something very valuable for that. So just keep that in mind. Now, between your two photos here, let me look at your new one with Jasmine up closer. So since you're kind of in a Jasmine cosplay, like since you have the Jasmine hair, great job on the makeup, by the way. Wonderful job. Light blue leading into this dark purple matches the outfit perfectly. Gold necklace complementing the gold outfit. I do think there's a better necklace, though. The one that has the gold and blue. Yeah, love the Oasis house. Aladdin with carpet. And really good job filling out your sky with all these fireflies. Very good job. This Dreamsnap has a lot of potential. I think it will likely get 4K. You even filled in the empty space here with sandstone, or with the garden stone. Great job there. Cactus blooms in the foreground. And then you got little details like the scorpion and the bones. Yeah, really good job here, Fim. Really good job. Fantastic details, fantastic item diversity, fantastic lighting. You covered everything quite phenomenally here. Between the two, you could go with Jasmine closer. I don't think you absolutely have to, though, since you're kind of in a Jasmine cosplay. I feel like that's emphasized by having her a bit further back. But it's good either way. I feel like these would rank about the same. Voters do like seeing the villagers up close. So if you wanted to have Jasmine closer, I think that's fine. But I kind of like Aladdin closer with carpet. And I do love the gold shine coming off of this tea set. So I kind of like this one more. But voters might like this one more just because, you know, Jasmine is very pretty and she's going to be closer to the scene. Ultimately, I feel like these would rank pretty close to the same because when you look at them on a smaller scale, they're going to pop about the same at the end of the day. Man, it won't even let me switch back and forth on a small scale. I got too many open. All right. Very good job here, Fim. No recommendations for changes here. I think this is very solid. Very safe snap. Sweet Dreamer Casey. Oh, very cool. Very cool. Cute avatar. The jasmine flower blooming behind you is very pretty. Very good beauty factor. Great aurora here. Really filled out the sky quite nicely. And then I love the placement of the sand fountains. So we can see these cactus blooms on the top of the flowers, and we get these beautiful blooms here. I love that you did a cactus bloom here, but then you did the sunlit flower here because it's the same bloom. So it just looks like a cactus bloom up higher. Very clever. And then this beautiful fountain here on the left-hand side. This blue light you have coming in here from the spirit fire is really clever. So you have a spirit fire here on the left-hand side. So you have this gorgeous fountain, and then we have this blue light on the left side of the scene that matches the blue of the fountain. That's really pretty. Yeah, very good beauty factor here. Also, fantastic lighting, once again. Just like Fims, you have the sun behind the camera. Beautiful saturation cascading throughout the entire photo. Light reflecting off of these beautiful pieces here. Light reflecting off the camel. We get this nice glow here. Aladdin and Jasmine paired together. And great job on the makeup, too. Yeah, overall, very, very strong Dreamsnap. Great pose. Great build. No recommendations. I think this is very strong. I think you're ready to, you know, send it off, be fully confident with it. Beautiful build. Miss Saint is next. All right, we got Aladdin and Jasmine's house, the Agrabah walls, fountain. So with this pose, Miss Saint, it's not really the best to use here if your hands are empty. Like if you're interacting with something or you have a motif, it makes more sense. And the other thing is when you use walls, you always want to avoid having them just abruptly stop like this. You want your build to feel like a movie scene and not like a movie set. And since walls don't just end at a perfectly flat line like this, it feels a little bit more like a movie set or a fabrication than, you know, it takes away from the realism of the scene. Now, the beauty factor here is good, so those things might not matter if you pop up against the right snaps. But again, Dreamsnaps are getting more competitive, so things like that are very important. If you look at some of the other walls here, you're going to notice, like in a snap like this, there is no spot where the walls just stop because she covered it. And the walls actually go behind Aladdin and Jasmine's house on purpose. That way, if the walls do abruptly stop, we won't see it. So it's all about hiding those elements. But you really want to avoid having those elements kind of flat. And when it comes to choosing your pose, it's a big opportunity. Choosing how you showcase your avatar is a large portion of where your Dreamsnap's beauty is going to come from. If your pose tells a story, even better. But if the pose sacrifices beauty and storytelling, it's not really worth it. So if you had a pose where you were standing, we would be able to see the beauty of your avatar a lot better. We'd see your makeup, the way you style your lip, the full outfit, and you wouldn't be as small. Now, this pose can be really fun, but I would definitely advise doing this in a way to where there's a reason that you're doing this. I feel like the only reason you're choosing to pose this way is so we can see into the photo better, or see the palace better. But in this case, you know, it's not really that important of a detail to sacrifice the beauty of the avatar for, because the house is so close up. There's not like a lot of, you know, there's not a lot of beauty or detail you would be covering if you did showcase the avatar a bit more clearly. Now, for the walls, what you can do to make this look better, set it up to where you have the rounded pillars coming up to the wall like that. See how that ends more naturally? Now, for my actual build, I have it on another island right now, but I'm using the Desert Palace. I'm not saying you have to use this. I'm just saying this is what's actually present in my build. So my Agrabah Palace looks like this. Now, if you don't want to block your scene, like if, you know, if standing where you would usually stand causes you to block, you know, part of what makes your scene pretty, it doesn't automatically mean you should sit down, especially if sitting isn't really going to work in terms of beauty and in terms of storytelling. Instead, it's a good idea to consider choosing a pose that allows you to move to the side. I think that's wrong. Oh, no, that was right. So we're going to use Pluto's pose here to do this. So if I get really close to the item pushing my camera and I turn to the right about 45 degrees and then go back into portrait mode and use Pluto. Let's hide my companions because carpet is being a problem. We fix our focus. And now we have the avatar pushed to the side so we can see the center of the shot without sacrificing the beauty of the avatar. Without, you know, pushing them down, we can still get the beauty of the eyes, the smile, the earrings, the hair, you know, the makeup, whatever you decided to do with that. Again, there will be times where a seated pose is a fun idea or a good idea. And you could use this, but I would definitely recommend finding a way to do some storytelling, maybe some kind of motif. You can even do the flower motif in your hand and then do like a cactus bloom to the right or something to show that you're holding flowers. Like that would work. And for the tower, you know, I'm just not sure why you would use the flat walls here when the game gives us the sections you need to make it look normal, right? Like we have a wall that ends naturally. It's this one. It's the end piece. So instead of, you know, bringing up the edge of the wall and just having it stop like that, you use this piece to end the wall. Again, you know, the idea is to have your dream snap feel like a movie scene, not like a movie set. You don't want it to feel incomplete or fabricated or unnatural. And, you know, of course, having a wall that cuts off flat all of a sudden, you know, that doesn't really give you a good beauty factor, and it makes the scene feel a little less believable. Now, again, that won't really matter if you pop up against the right snaps, but as I've said multiple times today, snaps are getting more competitive. You know, they're getting more challenging. More and more people are getting better at snaps. And you have to take that in consideration. So, you know, build decisions like this, you know, when you see this, it should stand out as a bit of a red flag to you. While it won't matter against random selfies, it's not the random selfies you got to worry about once you get into 4K. Once Monday and Tuesday roll around, good snaps start popping up against other good snaps. And if you can't beat them, then you'll end up in 1500 or 1200. So that's where the real challenge comes, is from the other good snaps out there. Now, you might not pop up against them. Even the ones you pop up once you have some votes might be other snaps that got some votes just because they popped up against random selfies. So you can get really lucky. In fact, you can get so lucky that you can end up in the top 5. You know, we've seen it multiple times with other challenges where, you know, some snaps that definitely deserve 4K didn't get it, and other snaps that probably didn't deserve 4K at all got in the top 5. So on some weeks, it won't matter. But the best way to be consistent with snaps is to treat every challenge, go into it thinking, I'm going to pop up against good snaps, and I need to make my snap as strong as possible. So, final thoughts on yours here. I would fix the walls for sure. Oh, and one last thing. You don't necessarily have to have the walls abruptly in there. You could do the corner piece as well. Like, if this wasn't here, for example. We could do something like this with the corner wall, right? And then you could wrap this wall around the castle like this. Now, I don't even need to put a wall here because we're not going to see that part. And even if we did, we could find a way to hide it. So if we put this here, this here. Put this here. And put this here. Actually, yeah, we don't even need that one. No, we'll do it anyway. We'll do it anyway. We'll do another corner piece. We'll bring it all the way in. And then we set this here. Now, yes, that wall abruptly ends, but you're not really going to be able to tell when you look in there, see? Because it's not right at the front of the build anymore. So you could always wrap it like this if you wanted. Or you can set it up the way we originally had it and just have, you know, the end come just like that. All right. Thank you, Miss Saint. Thank you. Ashley is next. Very pretty, Ash. Very pretty. Good swirling sand here. Great cactus blooms. Like the Jasmine cosplay. The gold camels, the gold Iagos. Very fun. Very fun. The only minor downside here, Ash, is, you know, I do think showing a bit more desert would be good. Like, in mine, I have these kind of golden dunes on the side. Oh my god, bro, Carpet, you are such a menace. So there's like these rising sand dunes, like one here and one here, with the challenge being, you know, very desert-centric. I do think making sure you showcase a bit of that desert feel can be good, but you do have the giant swirling sands, which is very good. So maybe that'll make up for it. You know, maybe you don't need to have like the dunes in there at all. They also, the dunes do take up a lot of space. But yeah, the swirling sands look really nice, especially with the fireflies here. I mean, if you wanted to squeeze even more beauty out of this, you could do the aurora. And I would recommend changing the eyeshadow. I think doing, instead of the brown, maybe like a purple. And then like this one with the purple and blue, I think looks really nice. And I don't typically go for purple lip because it's almost like, you know, makes me think of cadavers. Like I avoid like purple and blue lips a lot. Red lips look really good with just about any setup. But I do think you'll get a better beauty factor out of the avatar, especially with the eyes closed. Like this one, I really like the makeup here. I came to this one a few times. We have this dark red lip, which it's not quite purple, but it works very well with the purple. And then we have this purple fading into blue. I think a direction like that for your makeup could be a bit stronger. And the reason I think that's going to be important for your snap in particular is because you're using the Pegasus pose with your eyes closed, so your makeup is front and center here. So I think styling the eyes a little bit differently would be a great idea. Good silhouette around the avatar as well. And for the light flare, it kind of comes in front of this tree. What if we took the light flare you're using for the sun and put it up here where you have this open space, and then had most of it out of the frame to where it kind of just comes down into it. That way it doesn't show up over something to, you know, it feels more natural, feels less like a motif, if that makes sense. I would move the motif up here. And the last thing I would recommend is you do have some room if you wanted to include Aladdin. Now, since you're cosplaying Jasmine, Jasmine would be tricky, but you could do Aladdin and Jafar. You know, you can do Aladdin here on the left, Jafar here on the right. That could be very fun. You do have the Iago statue, so that could be a great play. The last recommendation I have for you, Ash, is down here at the base of your shot. I would highly recommend having some blooming flowers or glass flowers break up a little bit of this concrete structure. So some pretty flowers down here in the corners, so it's not just the concrete brick down here from the flower beds. You can get some kind of flowers or some kind of item down here in these corners. I think that'll amplify the beauty factor further. Looking really good so far, though. I think with a few tweaks, this will do very, very well, and probably would already do pretty well as it is. Samaranth is next. Blue skies or clouds? Honestly, I like the clouds a bit more because it feels more like a sandstorm. But there's one thing right away that's really throwing me off, and it's the makeup. You have like a really heavy blush, which is like a pink blush, and then you also have the really heavy eyeshadow, but it comes like it goes like way outside of the eye here. And with the blush, it looks like this whole pocket is colored pink. So I would definitely tone the blush down a little bit, and I would tone down the eyeshadow a little bit too, because it's like it's a bit too much. I think it takes away from the beauty, because when I look at it, like, this entire pocket is purple. With this dress in particular, I think you could do really well with like a light pink, like these little flowers, and a gold, and that would match your outfit a bit better. I think the lip is fine, but I would definitely rethink the eyes, and I don't think you need the blush at all. Now, as far as the choice between the two, I would go with the clouds, because if you're going with a raging sandstorm in the back, the clouds work really well with that. Now, for the scene, you got the Agrabah Palace in the back. Lots of cactuses. And then the big oasis here in the center. I think it might be worth breaking this scene open a little bit. Like, you have garden stones down here, but if we had like a little garden stone path that went through this space, it would feel a bit more natural. But like, the castle's back here, but I don't see like any way to get into the castle, which makes this scene feel a little extreme in terms of like all the decor placed. I think if you were to swap out this oasis, you're covering it anyway, you know. You do get these cool sand structures, or these like stone structures. But if you had like a beautiful fountain behind you instead, you could use that as like a walkway. And then we can see these gateways of the castle, but they're completely obstructed by like all these items. You want to detail your snap for sure, but it is 100% possible to overdo it if you're not careful. You want everything to be detailed, but you also want to create areas that you can move through, if that makes sense. So like, take this snap for example. Everything's detailed, but we have a nice little walkway that leads to the Cloud Home. There's also a walkway that leads to Cinderella's Palace. Creating these little openings in your environment so it feels more natural is a great way to be competitive against other well-structured snaps. But if you place a lot of items like this and you don't leave any breathing room, it can be really challenging to perform well against photos that are equally detailed that have taken that approach. So, yeah, between the two, I would definitely go with the clouds. But as far as what I think you should work on here, the makeup definitely needs work. And then I think this oasis is just really big. It's going to be really hard to open this scene up at all. But like all these cactuses and jars, like this doesn't feel like I'm not really understanding what this part of the snap is, because it's like a market. There's like jars and carpets, and there's a stall, but it's completely overgrown with like cactuses to where you can't get back in there. This side makes a bit more sense, but I think it would be a good idea to open this up a little bit. I know you have the garden stone, which is a great thing for pathing here. But yeah, there's a few ways you can go about that. You can replace this big oasis with some kind of sleek pond. If you go back to Belle B's snap, she actually made her own like little oasis pond with river kit pieces and cactus beds, which was incredible. That would be a great way to have cactuses and a nice water like stream behind you. That way you don't need so many cactuses over here on the left. You know, this snap might do just fine, even with all these items. But the biggest struggle for it, the biggest competition it's going to have in terms of 4K when it starts coming up against other snaps, are the beautifully made snaps that have what I'm talking about, which is these openings that you can navigate that make them feel like real environments. Like this one has the oasis like you, but it's much further back. And we can clearly see how people can navigate to the oasis house. We can clearly see how, you know, you can navigate towards this tent. You know, it's fully detailed like yours, but it's manageable. You know, you can navigate it. It feels like a movie scene. So just be very careful. Be careful because, you know, you want a detailed snap, but you also want to make sure it feels real and convincing, and you want it to have a bit of balance. Okay, Chica. This might be my longest review stream yet, because I'm not close to done. Not yet, anyway. All right, we got 3 options for Chica. Mickey Cloud 1, Mickey Cloud 2, and Mickey Cloud 3. Different poses as well. Well, this one has a different pose. So I like this pose more, Chica. I think it showcases the avatar a little bit better. Now, with that said, this photo kind of has the opposite issue as what the last one had. It's a little barren. You have some great Agrabah items. Maybe you don't have Eternity Isle. Maybe that's why we don't have cactuses. But actually, I think you might have cactuses in landscaping even without it. But if we visit what the challenge said, and, you know, if you're going for a beautiful desert space, you know, cactuses are going to be huge here. Dress and decorate to channel the wonders of the desert. Golden dunes, cactus flowers, and blue skies. So, the challenge mentioned golden dunes and cactus flowers. But we don't have any kind of greenery here. Not only would adding cactus flowers work very nicely with the theme, but it would also make your photo more beautiful. You'll have more diverse color. The other issue is the sky is very open. So, for a photo like this to get 4K, it's going to be a very difficult uphill battle. If you pop up against random selfies and quest photos, you did the theme, so you'll get 4K. You know, anybody can get 4K that knows how to do a theme if they pop up against the right stuff. But when it comes to getting 4K week after week after week after week, you gotta really put in the time to, like, really deliver on the theme and really fill out your photo. So what I'm getting at here is, you know, if this photo popped up against this photo, it will be impossible to win the vote against a photo like this. This photo would probably beat whatever I make. But I'm going to, you know, I always design my snap in a way to where people at least have to think about it. You know, they have to consider, they have to look at both and you know, give it a second. Now, I don't want to just throw you up against, like, the best photo, but, you know, here's another great one. The difference between these two is pretty staggering in terms of detail. This is what you need to compete with to get 4K. You won't always pop up against snaps like this, but many times you will. And if you can't match them, then you can't stay in 4K. So you don't necessarily have to beat all of these photos, but you need to be able to contend with them. So how do we do that? Well, what makes this a photo that's likely a good contender for 4K? Well, look at the item diversity. We have these cactuses here in the foreground. The foreground is filled out. We have these cactus blooms. They didn't just put items down from their furniture menu. They went to their house. They went into their storage. They picked up scorpions. They picked up bones. They picked up sandworms. They picked up glimmer. They picked up cactuses. And then they dropped these items in their scene to make it even more beautiful. They made an oasis tent area. They made an Agrabah tower area. They have the oasis house. There's so much diversity. There's even a little oasis back here in the corner. So in your shot, the lighting is very good. You got the lighting down. But if you are expecting to break 4K consistently, you're going to need to put in a bit more effort than this. And that's not me being rude. That's just me being honest. You didn't consider any pocket items. You didn't consider any items from the landscaping tab. And it's tough to get 4K. And you didn't consider any angle on filling out your sky. You know, fireflies, fireworks, the aurora. This photo can easily get 1500. So if that's your goal, you're good to go. But if you want to compete for 4K, you're going to want to approach Dreamsnap challenges from several different angles. You're going to want to consider your pocket items, like what kind of items can you pull from chests that you can drop into the environment that are going to work good? What kind of landscaping items should you include? At its core, this is a nature challenge. It's about the desert, you know, it's about a desert sanctuary in particular. So how do we really sell the desert? You know, it's not just sand. What else? The challenge tells us what else. Cactus blooms. It pretty much handed it to you on a platter. But we have no cactus blooms. Now, if you're doing a Tatooine build, you can't really do cactus blooms because plants don't grow there. But, you know, this is Agrabah build. You can definitely have cactuses here. So there's a lot of things you can add to, like, really elevate the beauty level of this and make it more on theme. Again, lighting is very strong. You know what you're doing with lighting. Villager presence is very good, so you're doing a very good job with villager selection. And you're doing a great job being very selective with what kind of decor you decide to show. Everything you've added here resonates with the theme, and that's a big part of it. So you're doing a lot of things very well. You just got to take it to the next level. That's the next step for you. You got to start putting in more detail, more thought into your build. And a great way to know where to start would be to look at some of these other snaps. Look at the way other people are approaching the challenge to really deliver the beauty element. Because anybody can do the theme. But to do the theme and make it beautiful enough to beat the other really good snaps, that's what you have to do to get 4K. And that's what these streams are about. These streams are not about getting 1500. They're not about getting 1200. They're not about getting 2500. These streams are about breaking into and maintaining 4K. And that is not easy. It's sweaty. It's the most competitive people within Dreamsnaps. If you want to get 4K week by week, you know, it doesn't necessarily translate to having to spend hours and hours and hours on your snap. It translates to what your thought process is when you create a snap. That's the biggest thing that's going to lead you to success. Because like I've mentioned many, many times, I have a lot of snaps that took me, you know, 30 minutes to an hour to make that easily got 4K. Like this, something like this doesn't take very long at all. But it's got loads of beauty and detail crammed into a small area. So if you want to have some insight into what you can do to take a snap like this and bring it up to the next level, look at your competition. Look at other 4K snaps. You know, check out Dreamer's Portal, or just watch these streams and look at what other people are submitting. You've seen a lot of them today. You know, we can click almost anywhere and find an absolutely stunning snap. But look at the, you know, look at the stark difference between, you know, where you currently are and where you could be. You're not far from it, right? Like I said, you got the lighting down, you got villager choice down, you got decor choice down, but there's so much more you could be doing. You could be putting a beautiful silhouette behind your avatar. You could be adding tons of other items that work well, like, again, the cactus blooms, other desert-themed items. And even if you don't have those, like, let's say, hypothetically, you don't have Eternity Isle, well, there's, you know, things like street lights that everybody has. Anybody can use street lights. So putting street lights behind your avatar for a silhouette, that's another great way to add a beauty element to your Dream Snap. And even without Eternity Isle, there's other wonderful things you can add to fill out the snap even more. So I think the main focus for you should be, you're on the right path. It really just comes down to finding out how to get to the next level and making a more diverse Dreamsnap. You know, again, consider pocket items, very important. Pocket items are huge. Consider things like sandstone so you can still have open areas to navigate, but they're also detailed. Consider all the items in your landscaping menu, like cactuses. There's so many different ways you can approach. And then consider things like your sky. You don't want to leave your sky completely empty. Fireflies, fireworks, different things you can put up there. There's a lot of different things you can do. But I would love to see this snap tomorrow for re-review. If you can, you know, really up the level of detail here and take this to a completely different level than it is right now. Because, again, lighting is good, villager is good, decor is good. So you're going in the right direction. If you take some inspiration from some of these other snaps we've seen today and you apply that to all your Dream Snaps moving forward, I feel like you could consistently get 4K because you clearly have an eye for how to at least structure things and how to get the good lighting. And a lot of people struggle with that. Bella is next. We got 1, 2, and 3. Raja's cool, but he doesn't, yeah, he looks really two-dimensional and doesn't really look too natural here. And Simba, I don't think is the best replacement for him. You're going to get a better beauty factor by focusing on the things that are actually in the game. We've discussed motifs. Motifs can be really fun. There are a lot of motifs designed to be used in Dream Snaps, like the new sun one. Yeah, I'm kind of surprised you're not using that one because you like motifs, and that one's actually really good. Now, the sand fountain here on the left, I think, looks really good. But the jasmine fountain here on the right, this thing is huge, and it is taking up so much real estate. This fountain is better as like a background item, and there are also much better fountains to use that have really, really nice color. Like, even if you don't have this one, if I go to Belle B's Dream Snap, she made her own fountain with the river kit, or her own little pond, and it's so pretty. She did a killer job with it. Let me see if I can track it down. There it is. So she made her own fountain, but the nice thing about, you know, these two fountains I'm recommending, they're low to the ground. We get the beautiful blue water, the beauty from the fountain, but it doesn't obstruct the rest of the photo. So with this one coming in here, I would either move it further to the left so it's not as obstructive, or replace it with a fountain that has a better shade of blue that doesn't come up so high. You know my rule of thumb for composition. Foreground is the shortest stuff. Midground is your medium stuff, and background is your tall stuff. You know, we've covered that before. So I would be very careful putting large items like this near the front of your scene. Because again, like, this is your competition. Look at how well structured these are. Look at this fountain compared to this fountain. Whoops, not this fountain. That's Belle B's. So this fountain here compared to this fountain here. This one on the right, we can see over it. The water is clear and blue. It's got these beautiful blue jets. So you're going to get much better value out of something like that. So yeah, the first thing I would do is reassess the fountain here. Now, the other thing is the sky. You can do a lot of nice things with the sky. Fireflies, aurora. You don't have to leave it open. Remember, everyone everyone that's trying is going to do the theme. And a lot of people are going to do exactly what you're doing here. So a lot of people are going to use Aladdin and Jasmine. A lot of people are going to use Agrabah walls. A lot of people are going to use the same decor. So how do you do better than them? How do you surpass them? How do you beat them in a vote? You have to be more beautiful. Your snap has to be more beautiful than theirs. If it's the same approach, if they're both Agrabah theme, if they're both desert theme, it's just going to come down to which one is prettier for the voter. So if you pop up against photos like this, it's going to be really hard to outbid that. Or photos like this. Now, hopefully you won't, you know. If the stars align, you can pop up against just about anything. And you can wind up with the best rank you ever had. It really just depends on what you're matched up against. But again, it's about consistency. It's about getting 4K week after week after week after week. So one thing I've been very vocal on lately is it's not just about theme, it's also about beauty. So here's what you're doing right. You got great lighting, right? A lot of people drop the ball on that, but you have wonderful lighting coming in. You got great light reflecting off these Agrabah towers. Nice gold reflections here. Beautiful, beautiful. You got Jasmine in her beautiful dream style. I would have Aladdin in his too, but, you know, he's fine. We have this sand fountain down here at the base. And we have a little cactus bloom kind of showing here, but it's a little bit buried behind this fountain, unfortunately. But yeah, you got the blue skies, you got some good desert sand, you got some cactus blooms, and you got great lighting and great villagers. So let's stick with those strengths, you know, keep those present, but let's make the Dreamsnap even stronger by building on the beauty element. So first off, let's address what's hurting the beauty. This giant fountain. This thing is doing you no favors. It might not matter if you pop up against random selfies, but trust me, it's going to matter if you pop up against snaps like this. If you don't change that, it's going to cost you the vote against anything that has more visibility, where there's not large items covering the shot. So I know this is a Jasmine fountain, and that's why you want to use it, but it's more of a background item, and if you don't have space for it in the background, just use a different fountain. People are looking for beauty. They're not looking for Jasmine's fountain in particular. They're just looking for a beautiful photo. So you don't have to use things directly from the Aladdin and Jasmine tab. So the biggest thing hurting your beauty right now would be this. Not only is it obstructing our view, but it's also casting a huge shadow, which is darkening your scene. And that's one of the tricks of doing a sunset shot, is you want to minimize shadows where you can. So if we replace this fountain with maybe a small oasis pond or a smaller fountain, we're going to be in a much better position. Your sky is pretty open, so you could use the new motif, the sun motif. You know, for somebody that loves motif, I'm pretty surprised it's not here because you got a lot of open space. You have fireflies as well, but they're so far back I can barely see them. Like, there's a little cluster here, and there's a little cluster here. If they're this small, you might as well not have them. Like, if you deleted these, it wouldn't change anything about the snap. That's how little of impact they're going to have there. So if you got rid of these, your rank would be exactly the same. I can pretty much guarantee it, because that's barely noticeable. So what if we took these fireflies and we put them kind of right over your head here? So we got a beautiful sparkle up at the top of this shot where we have all this open blue sky. Now we have this blue sky overlaid with these beautiful sparkles, right? You see the beauty idea there? See with Belle's, she doesn't even have that much blue sky, but look at all those beautiful sparkles. And then her pose, kind of in awe at this beauty. Her eyes are going up towards the sky, kind of showing that she's taken aback by how gorgeous this desert haven is. This gives an element of storytelling and beauty. And that's what you're competing with. So keep in mind, you want to stick with what you're doing right, stick with what's strong. Good villagers, good lighting, and for the most part, good decor. What you need to focus on now is playing up the beauty element and removing things that are hurting that beauty element. The fountain, number one, is the main thing you need to get rid of. I can't see what's behind it, so I don't know if, I don't know what you have going on back here. So just make sure whatever it is has a good beauty factor. And then cactus blooms. The challenge directly mentioned them. Glass flowers, cactus flowers, these are beautiful. They're in the desert. Flowers are beautiful, and we want beauty. So we can play up flowers down here in the foreground once we remove this large obstruction. And we want to detail the sky. You can do the aurora. You can do fireflies. All kinds of fun things to make the sky more beautiful. And lastly, you never want your walls to end like this. It looks unnatural. It doesn't have any beauty factor. They gave us walls that attach for a reason. They connect together. If you look at the high-performing players, people that consistently do very well, you'll notice there aren't any flat wall endings. And if there are, they're usually buried behind a silhouette or behind an avatar so that it's hidden. Like if we look at Belle B shot here, the walls are sealed across the entire snap. There's not really any benefit at all to just having the walls like stop right here, especially in front of a gate. Like we have a gateway here, so why is half the gate blocked by this wall? Why not just turn this to where the flat piece faces the wall at least? Let me show you what I mean. So if you have, because what you have is a wall like this, right? And you have this piece like this in front of it. Why don't we just do that? Like, that's it. If you do that, problem solved. Now, if we look at it from this angle, it still looks a little bit weird, but we're not going to see it from that angle. When it comes to your Dreamsnap, voters are only going to see the angle you show them. So you could just do this, and you're going to get the same effect, but you're not going to have this weird, straight, perfect line that looks like a laser beam went through it. You know what I mean? So keep that in mind when I feel like a lot of people really struggle with the walls, but they're pretty easy to play with. Like they gave us end pieces, they gave us corner pieces, they gave us gate pieces. Utilize them, Make it beautiful. That's the whole thing with Dreamsnaps. Make it beautiful. That's the priority. Again, anybody can do the theme. Not everybody can make a snap beautiful enough to get 4K, especially consistently. Well, everybody can make a snap good enough to get 4K if they pop up against the right things that week. But consistently is another. That's another story. So you're on a very good path with your snap right now, Bella. Really, you just need to focus on... Where did your snap go? Let me close these. You just need to focus on those little adjustments we discussed. There we go. So, removing this is going to get rid of a lot of this shade, a lot of these shadows. You don't want these weird, flat wall endings. And we want to get more beauty in, so be mindful of your sky. Again, aurora, fireflies, great. And we want cactus blooms. The magic carpet pose is good because it can tell a story, but you could do this a little bit closer to the camera if you wanted. And if you move this fountain, you could also have Aladdin on the left and Jasmine on the right. You can balance out the photo more. Right now, it's very heavy on this side because you have, 2 villagers and then 0 villagers on here, just a giant fountain. But if you properly fix this fountain, you can have Aladdin here, Jasmine here, you in the middle on carpet. Could be really fun. Or you can have carpet floating around and you can pose with a monkey as Abu. We saw a shot like that earlier. Doing the Abu pose might be even better because you're going to be able to showcase the avatar better. The carpet pose isn't really that great. I think it can be really good if you do something really clever with it, like you're outrunning a sand tornado. Like, I think that's a super fun concept. But just posing on it like this, like normal, there's better ways to storytell with Magic Carpet. Magic Carpet looks so much better floating around. If you attach it to Aladdin, and you put Aladdin on the right, Jasmine on the left, and then you have a monkey, you can push the camera closer, you can show off your avatar more, and you can storytell. You know, you're hanging out with Aladdin and the gang. You got Abu, you got Aladdin, you got Jasmine, you got Carpet. The whole gang's there. You know, very cool storytelling opportunity. Alrighty. Denny is next. Hey, Senpai, after my 900 Moonstone fail with Cozy Dreams, my motivation for building snaps is a bit down, so I made one with lower effort. But if you have any tips to improve my snap quick and easy, I would really appreciate it. Thank you for the advice. Side note, I don't have the Aurora or the Fireflies from Tiana. Just start playing in January. Okay, good to know. Thank you for letting me know. Thank you for letting me know. And the rocks on the left side are sadly not deletable. Okay. Gotcha. Well, the rocks aren't too bad. They aren't too bad. Great pose with Aladdin here. And Carpet. That's awesome. Well, I like this. I like the sun motif here. I think that's a good call. Yeah, too bad you don't have the Fireflies, because they work so well with these tornadoes or the Aurora, but you got to work with what you got. And overall, for a quick build, you've done pretty good here. The rock on the left is not too bad. Don't worry about that. That's not too bad. The cactuses coming down here in the base are great. You did a really good job on the foreground with the cactus blooms. And it looks like you're in the shade from the biome you're in, but you did boost your character lighting, which is great. I think you might have it a little too high. Now, the reason I say that is if we actually take a look, look at how bright this is. It's so bright that we can't really see the details of the fit anymore. You can turn it down a little bit. You definitely want character lighting, right? Since you're in the shade, so that was great to adjust it, but you can roll it back just a hair. Maybe 5% less. I think we'll be fine. Now, the Raja motif, he's fun, but the problem with him here, the issue with motifs, you got to be very careful with how you use them. You see how we have this dusty haze coming off of this tornado here, but it just doesn't affect Raja? It looks like a Raja sticker slapped on top of a picture, and I would avoid that unless you're adding like a little sticker in the corner, Now, this motif is perfect. Like, this is a great way to use motif. But I think your photo would be better without the Raja sticker here. That way we can see the details of the building here. That's going to be better than a two-dimensional motif. Like, we would be able to see, the doorway, the candles, the stones leading up to it. Now, I don't know if you got the garden stones. I know the crystal variation was in the vault. But they were part of the Oasis StarPath, which is where this house came from as well. If you have the garden stones, they would be much better to use as opposed to these rocks because they're a bit more flat and they feel more like a walkway than these do. That is, if you have them. If you don't worry. These are great. You can definitely use these if you don't have those. Now, I wish I could see how it looks behind these sandstorms. Because from what I can tell, it looks like you have the taller sandstorms behind them. I think those are going to be better for you than these. Because you can have those further back and you still get this really fun effect. But then we could see more of your Oasis house. We could see more of the build and the environment around you. And you still have the big sandstorms in the back. So, great pose with Aladdin and Carpet here, by the way. I would definitely keep that, regardless of what you change. But for a re-review tomorrow, I would love to see a version of this snap with slightly reduced light bloom and without the medium-sized tornadoes here. I want to see the big ones in the back because I can see one back here, but this one covers like so much of the shot. This has taken up a ton of real estate in your image. And I think that's also taken out a lot of the beauty factor. I would love to see the sandstorms in the back a bit. So, yeah, great foreground. Great job increasing the lighting for the area you're in. Good play of the motif here. Main thing I would like to see is a variant of this without these mid-ground tornadoes. I kind of want to see the background ones more because those ones are taller, they're a bit more fun, and they won't obstruct your entire scene this way. We would be able to see this beautiful house here. We'd be able to see more of the Agrabah towers. And if we did remove these, then you could add different elements in their place, like a few more little blooming cactuses. You know, we can add other little beauty elements, and then we can make the most of the tall ones. But yeah, I would love to see a version of this with just the tall ones and with the light bloom slightly reduced. Now, I think you're using the Sunbird pose. I talked about this earlier. Great default pose. I think the main thing right now is that the lighting is really strong. I do think a darker hair color would be very good here because we already have a lot of this, like, kind of clay brown, you know, in all the sand here. So it's very present. So if you went with a dark brown for the eyebrows and for the hair, I think it would work. I think it would balance really well with the gold dress. And I think you would stand out a bit more because, you know, your hair would be a different color from the ground. So you're going to pop a little bit more visually. Lastly, you know, if you want your avatar to really pop, instead of just relying on the heavy light bloom, you could also put a couple of street lights behind you to get like a really pretty glow around the avatar. That would be another great way to boost your beauty factor. But yeah, I would love to see a re-review snap with these elements. And these will be quick and easy things since you don't want to spend a bunch of time on it this week. I feel you there. But after, you know, hearing you got 900, I would love... Oh, you got a second version. Oh, yeah, we saw that. I would love to see I would love to see you get a better result. But, you know, one of my big rules of thumb when it comes to structuring your snap, I try to avoid, you know, items that take up this much space for me are typically going to be background items. And I like the tall ones for that. Now, we did see a really good snap earlier that used one of these in the foreground, but they had it way over on the left-hand corner kind of coming up. So I think you can use these this way, but they're going to have to kind of be on the edge of the shot. Overall, though, for a snap you put together quickly, it's looking really good. I definitely think this can... Cozy Dreams was really competitive. I think everybody really liked that challenge, and there were a ton of submissions and a ton of really good, really beautiful submissions. So every once in a while, you know, things aren't going to work out with Dream Snaps. At the end of the day, you want to make sure you're having fun, you know? Don't get too caught up. If Dream Snaps isn't fun for you, I wouldn't even bother doing it. If getting, you know, less adequate results makes you not want to play, then are you really enjoying the game? That's what you got to ask yourself. You know, for me, even if I don't get the results I want, like, I genuinely find these fun. I could get 300 moonstones. I'd be pissed, but I'd still be excited to do the next week's challenge because this is where all the fun is in the game for me. So if bad results, you know, or subpar results make you not really want to do Dream Snaps, are you doing snaps for the right reason? First and foremost, you should be enjoying them. You know, should be fun. I know it's harder to have fun when you basically have the system telling you didn't do good, but sometimes there's just going to be weeks like that. You know, there's a lot of really talented players out there. This is looking good so far, though. Like I said, I think if we remove these large... I mean, they're the smaller ones, but they're taking up so much real estate. I think if we remove these, the motif just feels kind of wonky here. Again, it looks like a sticker slapped on top of a photo. Like the fact that we have the sand here and the rocks and it's just, you know, stuck to the shot here. When it comes to playing up the beauty element, focus on things that are actually in the game and focus on motifs that are built for Dream Snaps. You know, these are really good. Strengths here, Aladdin's pose, great lighting, fun outfit. I would love to see more of the scene, and I would love to focus more on the giant swirls of sand you have in the back. And if we do move these smaller sand swirls, we can actually add some beautiful details into the shot. Switch Mama. Number 1. Oh my god, bro, it's past 10 and I'm still not done. I should have gone live early today. Number 2. Well, you know what, dude? At least Ashley came in clutch with the dono. I got my overtime paid for today. You rock, Ash. Thank you, thank you. If you guys are enjoying the stream, though, consider supporting the content. If you're not a supporter yet, you can join by typing !sub over on Twitch. And I think if you type !members, you can become a channel member on YouTube as well. You can also support the content by typing !tip or !donate. Almost done for today, though. We're moving right along. All right. So, Switch Mama, we have this one here, and we have this one here. The Raja motif looks a little bit better on this one than it did in the last snap because there's no, like, sand or haze you're covering. But again, yeah, I'm not a huge fan of 2D motifs. This one, this Raja actually looks better than most of the ones I've seen today, though. This one actually looks somewhat like he's actually sitting there. And then you have this pose. Okay. So a few things, Switch Mama. First off, I would try to line this up a bit better. See how your camera angle, you see how the wall is a descending line? Framing is really important when it comes to beauty. So in your scene right now, you have the castle wall, and it's kind of like at a kind of downward angle. Now, when we look at, like, you see how it's going like this, and we have the tower here. Yeah, it looks like you have the angle of your photo turned kind of like this. But when you're using, like, a wall set behind you, what I recommend doing is lining it up and trying to balance it. Voters and the human mind in general really appreciate symmetry. Symmetry and balance. Not everything on the photo needs to be identical on the left and right, but you want things to feel balanced. Like, we have a house over here with the Oasis house, so we have a house over here with the Cactus house. We have a sand dune here, so we have a sand dune here. Now, we don't have the same cactus on both sides of the sand dune, but you get the idea. And the wall has tower, 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 tower. You know, they're all spaced out evenly. Now, going over to your shot here, you have tower, tower, and then we don't have one on the left side, and it's because your camera is kind of pointed this way. I think it's because you're trying to compensate for the pose. Just like how, how on, for example, on the right side of the shot, you're showing us this whole bottom fountain, but on the left side of the shot, we can barely see it. So you've made a balanced snap, but you're turning the angle to break the balance. And you're doing so to compensate for this pose. Don't turn the camera, turn the avatar, right? If you want to get the avatar position properly, okay, I'm going to turn off Carpet because he's really annoying. But it's just like the Pluto pose, right? Let's say I want to use the Pluto pose here. Well, in order for me to use this the way I want to use it, which is her doing this laugh, I am probably not going to want to turn my camera all the way over here because now I lose my entire shot. Now that applies even if you turn it a little bit. If I take this as my shot, I don't have that balance anymore. Now instead of having a house on both sides and a swirl on both sides and a sand dune on both sides, there's just all these elements on the left and like none of them on the right. So instead of turning my camera to get the Pluto pose the way I want, I turn the avatar. Now I can get the pose I want, and I can center my shot properly. And this is really important if you're creating a balanced shot. And you do have a balanced shot. Why does she look so mad? So you've made twin fountains on each side. You've balanced your wall. But then you ended up kind of sacrificing that balance in your first shot. Now, your second shot, you fix this. But I just want to warn you to be, you know, very, very conscious of this when doing your pose. Don't turn your whole camera angle to get the pose right. Go back, go into selfie mode, move the avatar, turn the avatar, and then go back into portrait mode and try the pose again to get the pose lined up right. But don't turn the camera if you're trying to balance your shot, because this is the balance you want, right? You have a gold tower here, gold tower here. We can see just about the same on the fountains. So this is what you want to do. And you can do that with your other pose too. You can do that here. You would just need to turn the avatar, not the camera. Nice fireworks here. I don't know if you have the Aurora Switch Mama, but if you do, the Aurora would be very pretty in your sky backdrop here. Fireflies, you do have. I see them on the lower end here. So you have all these fireflies. What if we took those fireflies and we brought them closer to the camera? If you bring these fireflies closer up, they're actually going to fill up the sky. So we just need them a bit closer to the avatar, and then they'll actually fill out a lot of this empty space you have and make the sky feel very sparkly and magical. That's going to add to the beauty factor. You did a great job with the silhouette. You've been getting a lot better at snaps. You've been getting better at the beautification of snaps, which is good to see. In the past, you know, I know you struggle with things like getting the camera close to the avatar, making the avatar beautiful, getting a silhouette. But now you're doing all of that, you know. You seem to be getting better and better every passing week, which is really good to see. Because now we can focus on the more advanced stuff, you know, like adding additional details or filling out your sky. But yeah, what I think you should focus on today is bring some of these, these fireflies are pretty far away. They're not doing you much of anything out here. A little bit, but not much. If you bring them up, they're going to be contrasted up against this dark blue sky. We're going to get this, you know, beautiful shimmer in the sky here. Make sure you keep this balance. Like I mentioned, do not turn your camera angle to get a better shot of the avatar. Turn the avatar to work with the camera angle. You also added some lilies to the pond, which is great. And again, not a big fan of motifs. Like Aladdin would look so much better here. Like Aladdin with magic carpet. So you can have Jasmine, you can have Aladdin in the carpet, and you don't need a two-dimensional sticker. But at least Raja does look better here than he has in some of the other Dream Snaps. I still think, you know, an actual in-game presence is going to have a better beauty factor than a two-dimensional slap-on sticker most of the time. Some of the motifs are very good. And if you're very clever with how you use them, they can do very well. But something I like to bring up every once in a while for all my motif fanatics, you know, if we go to rewarding each week and we go to top submissions, there are very rarely photos that have a lot of motifs. This one here has a Tinkerbell motif, but to be fair, it's also the least impressive photo in the top 3. It's kind of surprising that it's here because some of the 4K ones I saw were so much better. It's not horrible. It's a beautiful bedroom. They did a great job with the gold walls and the lights. But yeah, there's definitely a lot of snaps out there that are a bit stronger. But look at the beauty factors you get out of these, you know, and they're not playing up large motifs or motifs all over the place. That's why in-game items, like actual furniture items, actual villagers, actual companions and friends, are always going to look better than a motif. Now, if you have like a painting easel, slapping a motif on it can be really cool. And there are motifs designed for Dream Snaps that can be really cool. And sometimes if you get very clever with it, some kind of other motif can end up working. But I would recommend not relying on them very often. If there's an alternative that's actually built into the game, like in your case, Aladdin, use that instead, you know? Great pose here, though. Beautiful shot of the avatar. Great makeup. Great headpiece. Great framing. Looking really good so far, Switch Mama. Let's try to get this sky detailed a bit. Aurora could be really nice. Bring the fireflies up. Also, I don't know what this green thing is at the top. I'm not sure what you have going on up here, but it's I think you should get rid of it, whatever it is. It feels kind of weird. And yeah, I think bring in Aladdin here. The other thing is the flowers and the path here. Not a big fan of the speckled path, but it's not the worst. Not with the outfit you have. I mean, it can kind of work, but this path feels more like, I don't know. I've always seen it more as like a good ever after, or it almost looks like the bottom of a colorful fish tank. But I do think there may be some better pathing options. And also, if you trim this path down, you could put cactus flower beds up against the fountains here. And I'm noticing you don't have any cactus flowers in your snap. And the challenge did directly mention them. So what if we put some cactus blooms up against these beautiful fountains, open this path up a little bit, and use some kind of a different path that feels more suitable for Agrabah. You could also use garden stones. Looking good so far, though. Like I said, you've definitely been improving in your snaps, which is great to see. Lee said, after getting slightly less this week, I'm obviously still needing to do a lot of work. Thank you for your help. These are slightly different, but I wanted to keep the pose and theme the same. Just try different angles, different times of day. Okay. So we got a little Aladdin romance. Aladdin romance. Okay, very cool. I think this one and this one have the best angles. I just wish we could see the Cave of Wonders in this one, because I thought that was cool. Considering the challenge is asking us to dress and decorate to channel the wonders of the desert, I think showing the Cave of Wonders is a great play. But I like the nighttime feel more. I like this one the most, especially with the Dreamlight projector or the Starlight projectors here. But I would love to see, you know, basically this shot right here at night. Like this, the other one you have here is close, but the angle isn't as good. So essentially this angle with the cave taking up the right-hand side here, but at night. Now, when you do that, you're going to want to boost your character lighting a little bit, just to get a little bit more light on the romance factor here. And the other thing you're going to want to do with a night photo, because it's a little bit trickier than a regular photo, but let's go to night real quick. So one of the most important things, aside from character lighting, we already know character lighting is important at night, right? We want to get some, we don't want to take it up too high, but like 40% is more than enough. But the other, and we'll probably have to lower that, because what we're about to do next will raise it further. Highlight. Highlight is way more important than brightness. You don't want to use brightness because it just whitewashes your photo. Not a great one to use. Highlight, on the other hand, raises the color level of everything. Notice how it's not making the photo look white. It's actually making the blues more blue. It's making the sand more tan here. It's making the yellows more yellow. Highlight strengthens all the colors, whereas in this game, for whatever reason, brightness just puts white light over everything. So if you're taking a nighttime shot, highlight is your best friend. This is the most important slider for nighttime. So for your photo here, if you want to get a good beauty factor and you want to get this nice romantic scene and you want everything to still visually pop, you don't have to have, you know, you don't have to turn the highlight all the way up. But even boosting it to like 0.5 can make a big difference in how visible the different colors in your snap are. And that's going to allow you to remain competitive against daytime snaps. So highlight is very important. You know, saturation can be good paired with highlight because it's going to make those colors that you're strengthening a bit more bold and bright. Like, look at the difference here than what we had just a moment ago. Like, look at how easy it is to see everything outside at night versus if we were to turn this off, you know, same exact scene, but completely different. So going back to your photo here, I think this one has a lot of potential, but for the romantic vibe, I think night is just going to work better for the idea and the concept you're doing. If you weren't doing this romance scene, I would say this one, and then I would, you know, kind of change the way you're doing the poses. But if you want to go with the romance, I would do this exact angle with the cave here on the right-hand side. I would get things framed just like this, and then I would do nighttime, and I would boost highlight and slightly boost saturation. Aside from that, you do not want to leave your foreground empty like this. So, like, you could bring these bushes down a bit to fill out this gap here if you wanted to, or you could put cactus flowers down here. There's all kinds of things you can put down here, but this little stone, these stone steps leading up, that I don't think that's going to cut it, because this whole area feels so empty, and you're going to be up against a lot of snaps with a lot of detail if you want 4K. This snap has a lot of potential. I think this can do really well. But for the concept you're going for, nighttime I think is going to work better. You'll just need character lighting and highlight and saturation. And you'll definitely need to fill out the bottom of your screen here. You don't want the build to abruptly end moments before hitting the bottom of the frame. You want to fill a dream snap from top to bottom, left to right. But yeah, very cool concept. I think this has a lot of potential. Scuttle is next. All right, cool snake shots. Okay, okay. Very fun shot on the right-hand side. Cool split shot, Scuttle. Very cool. I hope you had a wonderful weekend. I had a lot of fun with this one. Decided to try something new. I know it's probably risky since I have only seen one other split shot, but I like it. No, not seeing... That's not really an indicator for what's risky. So, like, not seeing another split shot does not, you know... I didn't see any other, like... Okay, here's a great example. Well, if I can find it. But one of my favorite snaps today was, like, a one-of-a-kind. That doesn't mean it's risky snap. I haven't seen any other sandstorm snaps like this. Not a single one. But in no way does that mean, oh, uh-oh, that's dangerous. So when it comes to, you know, what would be deemed risky, that's going to really depend on how well it translates the theme. No one has done this that I've seen, but it's not risky because it's giving you exactly what the theme asked for. So if for some reason this wasn't giving us what the theme asked for, then it would be risky. But it is giving us what the theme asked for. You know, it's talking about desert wonders. You have the literal cave of wonders here. So very fun split scene. But yeah, don't assume something's risky just because you haven't seen other people doing it. Like I said, when you deviate from the theme, that's where it gets risky. Now between your two shots, I like this one a lot more. Like, Jasmine's more cute in this one. But Jafar in this one, he's kind of in an action stance. Like, he looks like he's up to no good. He's got the smirk. He's holding his staff back. We can see the Cobra staff, and it's right below the Cobra. Like, look at how cool that is. Look at that perspective. Like, Cobra head, Cobra head. That's so sick. And then we have the Cave of Wonders here. You have the lightning coming through at the top. You know, it gives a lot of energy to the scene. There's the gold Iago. And then on the left side, you know, we have this nice, happy little Agrabah build. You got the cactus blooms, the challenge referenced. Now, we don't have the swirling sands, and we don't have the golden dunes that a lot of snaps will have. But at its core, this still delivers exactly what the theme expects, which is the wonders of the desert. And, you know, what's more of a wonder of the desert than the Cave of Wonders itself, right? So, yeah, very, very strong, very fun. And I really like the way, you know, the Cobra staff lines up with the Cobra head. Like, that's so fun. I probably wouldn't change anything about this because I would be worried too much about losing this feature. I know it's a small feature, but I feel like some people are going to look closely at this because it's a fun shot. And I think they're going to appreciate this angle. But yeah, overall, very solid, very solid. The only thing I would do differently, you know, if it were my split shot, I like to break up split shots, not with a wood beam. I don't think you need the wood beam here. You're the divider. And if you just put street lights directly behind you, and you got a little silhouette going around your whole avatar, it would serve as a magical divider. And you can even get the lights so close that their light covers this as well. And that could be a really good magical divider, but I wouldn't worry about that this week. Just for future split shots, you don't really need wood beams. The avatar is the divider. You're not going to see the rocks come over here if we use light to divide the scene. Like, you have some light back here, but we don't have it on this side. That's the only thing I would recommend doing differently. But, again, I would not tweak that this week because you got, I think, about the most perfect shot of Jafar you possibly can have. So I would roll with that. Very, very cool submission here, Scuttle. I really like this. Very creative. Delivers on the theme quite well. Good job. All right, Juju. First time submitter. These are screenshotted photos, so I hope I'm submitting them correctly. Also fairly new to Dreamsnap, so looking forward to the advice, leveling up my photos. Appreciate you. Hey, thank you, my friend. Thank you. So we got number 1. Yeah, these are great. These are great. I'm getting tons of clarity. They come in nice and big, which is what we want to see. All right. So we got one of you sitting on the Jasmine Fountain, one of you in front of the Jasmine Fountain with Aladdin and Jasmine on the left, and then one on you on Magic Carpet, or no, with the Dreamlight Carpet, Magic Carpet over here on the left. Now between these 3, I think this one is the strongest. The couple duo here is really fun. The pose is inviting. Now, there are things I would consider changing here. Number 1, something we've talked about a lot today, Juju, is lighting. Now, this is only going to work if you're in the right place. So you can't always use sunset lighting. But that's why it's great to build on, like, you know, if you look at some high-end Dream Snaps that from players that consistently perform well, you'll notice there's a big difference here in the lighting for this snap versus the lighting for this snap. And that's sunset time of day versus midday lighting. So most of the hours of the day, this is how the lighting always looks. It's very bright. We have a very harsh light flare on the outfit here. A lot of the colors are kind of washed. And keep in mind, I'm not hating on your snap. I think this is actually very solid for a first-time submission. I'm just saying in comparison to strong 4Ks, like if you want to get to, you know, that level where you're consistently getting 4K, there are better times of day to consider as opposed to the midday lighting. But the sun always sets in the same place, so sunset might not work with where you built this. The trick is to go to your settings and offset your time of day to sunset before you start your build. Once you do that, once you offset your time of day, like we have here, you know, right now it's registered at like 6 or 7 p.m. in my game, and we know where the sun is. It's right there. So we build our scene using the sun as a giant spotlight, and we get this really incredible lighting because of that. You know, we get this beautiful lighting, very good saturation, very good colors. So you want the sun behind your shot, and you want that sunset lighting. Now, you're using midday lighting, which is pretty much everything before 6 p.m. So, you know, it can still be pretty, but as you can tell, it's a pretty big difference in terms of color overall. So, as you can see, the avatar is a lot more whitewash. We don't have the strong saturation. In this case, you would want to boost saturation a bit, so we can crank up the saturation to make up for that. So we just took saturation to 0.5. So you could do that to get more color into your snap, but nothing really beats using the actual sunset time of day. In fact, if you go through a lot of my snaps, Pretty much every single outdoor snap you're going to see that was taken in the daytime is taken at sunset with the sun behind the camera. This is one of the first things I tell newcomers, and it's funny because this is also something that once people have started doing, they never stopped. I have the same friends that found me like doing these reviews 8 months to a year ago, and as soon as they started using sunset lighting, they never turned back. Like now, every single time I review their snap, it's in sunset lighting, and they're consistently doing very well. Of course, there will be occasions where daytime may be better than sunset, especially if you're building on a biome, because the sunset might be blocked by the mountains, you know. So that's why it's something you want to set up before you start building. So keep that in mind for your future snaps. That sunset time of day is massive. Now, aside from that, we're going to assume that you can't switch to sunset this week because you've already made your snap. And you do have good light coming in on the avatar. So what you can do from there is boost your saturation. That way you can still have some good color to compete with some of those other snaps. You can get some fun colors into the scene. And my other big recommendation for you here is for your composition, there's a certain way you want to layer things when creating a snap. It's going to allow voters to see more of your scene and to appreciate the scene as a whole a bit more. And this is another thing I do with all of my snaps. For foreground elements, I do small things. So crystals, rocks, pillows, companions. We have a little bed over here. We have flowers. Roses are very good for the foreground. And then for the midground, we're going to use medium height things and skinny things that we can see around. So like Goofy or the horse or, the horse is not usually always skinny, but since I'm covering most of them, we're fine. We have another diorama back here, little table with a lamp back here, and then tallest things in the background. So the biggest thing that I think is going to hurt the beauty factor of this snap, and that's really what you need to get 4K consistently, theme and beauty, especially beauty. Anybody can deliver the theme, but when it comes to getting in those higher ranks, you're going to have to beat other very strong snaps, and it's ultimately going to come down to which snap voters find more appealing. And some of the people out there are crazy talented. Like, they are so good at this. So you really, really need to deliver on beauty. Like Scuttle Snap here, great beauty elements, the one we were just looking at. We got this gold Iago, once again, sunset lighting. There's these little orbs from fireflies here. We have cactus blooms at the front. And then, we can look through a lot of other photos to see some wonderful beauty elements. Like this one is utilizing the aurora fireflies. I've talked a lot about the aurora today if you have it. Aurora and fireflies are a great way to fill out your sky. We have a spirit fire over here on the left, adding this blue light going up the left-hand side. Now they're using the same fountain you are, but see how it's a good bit further back and kind of tucked away on the right with Aladdin, Jasmine, and Carpet in front of it. So that particular item, this particular fountain, it's a little large and obstructive to put in the center of your photo, and unfortunately, it's not very beautiful. It has a beautiful shape, it has beautiful architecture, but unlike some of the other fountains in the game, the water is very gray that comes out of here. And the sandstone isn't very detailed either. Whereas when you look at some of the other fountains, like if we go back to that one that also used the fountain you're using, look at the details on the Jasmine fountain, and now look at the details of this Regal fountain on the left. The water is a much deeper shade of blue. Look at the two blues comparatively. Right? This one, the water looks kind of gray, and this one, the water looks blue. That's why it's a better idea to highlight things like this if they're going to be closer to the frame. And for things like this, the architecture works, but you can bury most of it behind villagers and carpet and stuff like that. So for your fountain here, I don't know what other items or options you have in terms of fountains, but one that you can see over that's also very beautiful would be this one that we got a while back. This fountain has a deep, deep, rich shade of blue. Absolutely gorgeous. and it has these blue water shots that come up from the fountain, and you can put glowing lilies in the fountain. So that's going to greatly elevate the beauty factor that you're going to be able to offer with your mid-ground here. And best of all, it's low, so we can see right over it, and we can see the beautiful details of the palace in the back. So going back to your shot here. Well. I would definitely stick with Aladdin and Jasmine together in your final submission. But I would consider a different fountain to feature here. Also, if you really wanted to, you could create your own little waterway. Another applicant or another review we did, Belle B, she made her own little water set out of the river kit earlier. And it was a very impressive build, but we see it here. So we have the river kit down here, and instead of the edge of the kit, she's using these cactus beds to surround it. So this is another thing you can do instead of the fountain. But both options, like the fountain I showed you and the river kit, they're going to give a much better, much deeper shade of blue, and you're going to be able to customize them with additional items inside of the water. Not to mention, it's going to help break up this white. So the thing with the daytime lighting that you're using, it's not the most flattering, and voters just don't like it as much. A lot of the advice I give isn't necessarily what's better or what I think looks better. It's more in line with what I know voters tend to gravitate towards on average. And with a lot of time and a lot of talking and a lot of social posts and a lot of results, you know, I've really been able to dial in like what voters seem to gravitate towards on average. And they love well-lit, well-saturated, colorful, diverse, detailed shots. So a scene like this that has the sunset lighting, that has rich saturation. Hey, thank you, my friend. Thank you for the overtime pay. Much appreciated. Very nice of you. Very nice of you. Alice, thank you for the 400. Yeah, dude, it's been a long day, bro. It's almost 11 o'clock. I can't remember the last time we streamed this late. It was actually the last time that we streamed this late on reviews was before I switched over to supporter only, because we were doing followers and supporters and it just got too busy. I think Mondays I might start having to go live earlier. I think we're just gonna have to go live at like 1 or 2. I said I'm so sleepy. Dude, me too. I'm so tired. How do you buy the hydrate thing? Hydrate. I'm out of drink, actually. Oh, no, I have some water. So if you type exclamation by space hydrate.
Have a refreshment.
Exclamation by space hydrate. And if you want to know what the other commands are, Alice, if you type exclamation commands, it'll take you to my website. And you'll see the chat commands you can do. Because there's a bunch you can do that are... I think you can do them on YouTube, too. So if you type exclamation commands on YouTube, you should get the same thing. Gryffindor said Pacific time viewers are feeling good right now. Well, good for you guys with it being 7:40 right now. Nah, that is cool. That is cool. I mean, I wouldn't mind doing late night streams. People just aren't used to seeing me this time of night, so my streams are much busier earlier in the day because that's typically when I'm live. Alice says I aged 20 more years when I get on Twitch, I swear. Ash said it's past my bedtime. Yeah, me too. I'm not going to lie. But we're almost done. We're almost done. Okay. So, yeah, final thoughts on your snap here. You know, Juju, in future snaps, definitely consider that sunset time of day. It is very strong. I would consider swapping out this fountain for a alternative option that has more of a beauty factor, like the deep, rich blue. And lastly, one thing I like to avoid in my snaps is a lot of white. White and gray in particular, I really try to minimize. And I've had a lot of success from doing that. It's another thing voters don't seem to gravitate towards very much. So if you look through my snaps, you will very rarely see me using gray brick or white floor. You know, even when I do use brick, it's usually this like darker gray or sinister or these like darker pebbles. But like the basic brick we get when we start the game and a lot of whites, I really, really try to break up and avoid. Now, for my snap this week, I am using this floor here, just like you, very similar. But since we're at sunset, it's not as bright white, and we broke it up with this bright blue fountain. So since voters love vibrant, rich color, it's very important when you're using like a white path to break it up as much as you can with fun colors. So if we get a nice blue fountain in the middle here, we can actually shrink the size of this walkway down a little bit. And you can also line, if it's a straight fountain, you can line it with cactus flower beds as well. But yeah, great first submission. Final thoughts would be, you know, with you using the midday lighting, I would definitely adjust for saturation. I would swap this fountain because it's a little bit too tall for a mid or foreground item here. It would be better like off to the side if you wanted to use it, but I would just 86 entirely here. And I would use a smaller, lower fountain with a better beauty factor. And definitely bring Aladdin and Jasmine in like you had. That was a very strong play. And if you do shrink the fountain, it's going to provide you an opportunity to build out your foreground. So foreground is another thing I take into consideration for every snap. All my snaps, you're going to see stuff in the corners at the bottom of the snap. Like here we have a log and sunflowers and a rock. Here we have this giant gooseberry. We have this giant snail rock. I always layer my snaps to have foreground, midground, and background. Even if they're really shallow, like this one. Like this one took like half an hour, but it got a wonderful rank. Foreground has party hats. Midground has Minnie and the wheelbarrows. Background is magnolia trees and cherry blossoms. You know, very simple snap, but it still has those same layers. So in your case here, once you rotate this fountain out, you'll want to figure out something for the foreground. The pillow tea sets from Eternity Isle are really good for the foreground. So to show you what I'm talking about, I actually have them in my foreground. Like this little set right here. Wonderful for the foreground. You get this beautiful stained glass lamp. You get this gold tea set. There's also things from the Aladdin and Jasmine. I can't even talk because it's so late. We got these like little gold stools. So that's also good. And then you have things like glass flowers and things like this little tea set here. So there are all kinds of wonderful things you can put in the foreground of your photo. You know, like as we see here, and just like all my other snaps, you know, it's structured the same. We have foreground elements here, and if they're blurry, just adjust focus. That'll fix the blur. So, you know, we have these beautiful elements here, and then nothing's obstructing our view to the back. And the last thing I'll mention is, if you are going to use a more beautiful fountain like this, you don't want to block it with your avatar. So you want to get kind of creative with your pose. So, for example... Oh my god, you scared me. Oh my god, bro. Hey, Fim, thank you, my friend, thank you. Let's go.
Late night senpai, I did it. Ha ha. Thanks for another amazing review.
Of course,
as always,
my friend,
I learned
thank you.
Something new by watching all reviews.
Very happy to hear that, Fim. Very happy. And thank you again. Thank you again. I greatly appreciate the OT pay. This is a long stream, dude. I am tired. Also, my studio is really hot. Like, I think I'm going to die this summer. My AC does not put out enough cool air. And actually, I think the AC's off. And I have, like, a supercomputer. Like, this thing is absurdly strong. And it puts out way too much heat. Like, I'm literally sweating bullets right now. And I've been sweating bullets for the past 6 hours. Like, I think I'm going to die. But thank you, my friend. Thank you for the dono. Really appreciate it. Thank you for making the content possible. So, yeah, last thing for you here, Juju, is if you do set up a more beautiful fountain, make sure to go with a pose that's going to allow you to kind of shift to the side so you can get the most out of it. Another thing that's very, very popular with voters, with your average voter, is seeing the avatar well highlighted, close to the front of the scene, and well lit. So just like the foreground elements, you know, we want the avatar to be somewhat close up. But if we have like a beautiful fountain, we don't really want to obstruct that. So choosing a pose that can kind of push you to the side like this is a great way to approach it. And if you want to use the same one I'm using, this one's a little tricky to do, but you want to get really close to the item pushing your camera up. And we're going to use Pluto. So you get so close that your hair goes out of the frame. And then you go into selfie mode, turn left about 45 degrees, then go to portrait mode, turn your camera back, then bring in Pluto, adjust your focus, unpause, wait for her to do the smile, hide Pluto. Now the only problem is we have this weird gummy smile. We want to fix that. We just got to pause and unpause until she closes her mouth a little bit and opens her eyes. There we go. And just like that, we have a beautiful pose where she's looking at the tea set, and we have this wonderful fountain in the back. It's that easy. This is one of many poses you can use. There's a lot of poses that'll push you out of the center. The dragon pose, the Nana pose. There's a Max pose, the footstool dog pose. Just, definitely experiment a lot with poses because those are going to be very vital to building your snaps and telling stories. But certainly try to familiarize yourself with poses that push you out of the center when you have a centerpiece you really want to show off. And this Pluto pose is probably one of my favorites right now. I'm obsessed with this. Very, very nice. Thank you for the first time review, Juju. Greatly appreciate it. Can't wait to see more of your snaps. And if you would like a re-review tomorrow, feel free to submit. Okay, we have a handful more to do. All right, Panda Pie is next. Okay. Very nice. We got the magic carpet pose. You push the camera up closer with the carpet pose. Actually, I think it's a Dreamlight carpet. If it is the Dreamlight carpet, oh, okay, good. I was going to say you can attach magic carpet to Aladdin, but it almost looks like he's draped over here over the railing. All right. Good sand dunes. Very nice cactus blooms. Great shot of both Aladdin and Jasmine here. Hey, Mama Llama, thank you for the reset, my friend. Welcome. Though I will say, one thing I definitely recommend here, Panda Pie, when you do get nice and close with the camera like this, it is a wonderful opportunity to play up your makeup. Great hair choice. I also like the hair highlighting, kind of changing to a lighter tone as we go down. And it feels like you have like a skin tone eyeshadow on because it's a little different from the rest. But I would say with this like light blue and gold dress, a light blue to gold eyeshadow would be very fun. If the colors are too bold, just increase the opacity and make them a little bit more dim. The other thing is the eyes look kind of half closed here, and the mouth looks a little awkward. The avatar doesn't look too beautiful here because the facial expression is really weird. It's not your fault. It's just the way Gameloft codes some of these poses, this being one of them. So there are going to be, especially in the 4K range, there are going to be a lot of really strong, really beautiful shots of the avatar where she looks just absolutely stunning, and that's going to be kind of your competition for a lot of these scenes. We see the same thing here. Absolutely beautiful look on the avatar. So when using a pose, I will throw the entire pose concept away if the face is weird. It's not worth it because so many people vote based on beauty, and how natural and beautiful the avatar feels when they're this close plays a very big role in that beauty. So, there are some other fun poses you can try if you want to, or maybe if you unpause and repause this, you can get her making a better facial expression, but this one feels a little off. Lastly, if you want to do anything else with this, you could throw the Aurora on for a little bit of sky detail, but you have plenty of fireflies, so you don't need to. If you have the new swirling sands, you actually have a really good build to make use of that. Putting the swirling sands back here behind these cactuses would look amazing. But if you don't have them, you can always leave them out, but I do think they would look really good with the fireflies. Wishing Star is next. Hi, Sam. I've been lurking for a while and have learned so much. Thank you for putting all the effort in and being straightforward and honest, like you are with the reviews. Anyway, I know it's outside of the Heaven definition, so it will be risky, but looking forward to your thoughts. Okay, so we have like a sandstorm kind of magic scene. Very cool. The Raya one has better color, and carpet looks really good in this one. This one, they look like they're playing around. You know, this one looks a bit more serious. And carpet actually looks like he's flying super fast. Like he looks like he's in the sandstorm. So this one, I think, has a much better wow factor. This one's still cool. Still very cool. And I wouldn't say it's outside of the Heaven, because technically the Heaven could be behind you. You know what I mean? Like, we see the castle walls. We see the castle. Like, that's the Heaven. You're just in front of it. So I still think this could apply for the Heaven concept. And it's a very cool photo. I think the bigger risk here isn't departing from the theme. It's obstructing a lot of the scene. So hopefully this wow factor will carry where you don't have to worry about that. The lighting here is very strong. The outfit is awesome. The Raya outfit, the gold eyes and the gold eyeshadow, and especially the animation of carpet here. I think this will sell this Dreamsnap. If you were to do anything else with it, I would not swap this one out unless you get the exact same shot of magic carpet, because that's about as good as it gets right there. But if you were to make any changes, I would add some small details like rocks and maybe even a little cactus down here at the base of the shot. So some extra details around you in the sandstorm could be very cool. But yeah, the aurora in the back looks like magic from you. It looks like it's coming off of the hourglass here. Very good pose for the swirling sands here. And yeah, definitely good wonders of the desert kind of feel. Very cool. Again, you know, the bigger risk versus theme is when you do a build like this and you have these kind of large swirling items in your mid-ground and foreground. It makes it very hard, you know, to see more details of the scene. So it's going to be very limited in terms of details. Whereas, you know, there will be a lot of snaps circulating that have like crazy amounts of details and beautiful color and lighting. So how it will do against snaps like this or other snaps similar to this is anybody's guess. It really just depends on what kind of voters you get. I think there will be a lot of voters out there that think this is really, really neat, and they'll be likely to vote for it. But there are also voters out there that are just automatically going to prioritize snaps that they feel had more complexity and detail. Sadly, with the average voter, they tend to prioritize beauty over concept. Now, luckily for you, this is actually beautiful, you know? So it's a cool concept and it has a good beauty factor. The gold notes in the swirling sands, the aurora, you know, it might not have a ton of detail, but the beauty is there. The avatar looks beautiful. The sky looks beautiful. The swirling sand looks beautiful. So this has beauty and a very fun and interesting concept. So I could see this doing well. Ultimately, though, it'll just depend on what you pop up against and what kind of voters you get. If you pop up against very detailed, very beautiful snaps, it might struggle a little bit, but I don't know. I expect this to do really well because I think it's a super interesting shot. And what really, if you didn't have carpet here, I would definitely recommend some big changes. But carpet sells this so well. Like, dude, I think this is so cool. This one is like 1,000 leagues below this one. Like, that's how good this one is. You have the perfect lighting. You got the beautiful aurora for the magic. And the action sequence of carpet getting sucked up into the sandstorm. This one doesn't really have that, and it kind of shows how different the snap is without those elements. You know, it has some of the magic here, but it doesn't have the action of carpet getting sucked up. And we also don't have the sunset lighting, the beautiful lighting. So this doesn't have the beauty. It doesn't have, it's just not the same concept. This is so much better. This is incredibly strong for what I would consider to be a rather simple photo to make. You know, this is not too complex to build. It's just a very thoughtful design. So yeah, I hope this does really well. This deserves 4K. I think this is so cool. I know you had one more option, but I wouldn't worry about this one. This by far is the strongest. Everything is layered very, very, very well. Super, super fun shot, Wishing Star. Very cool. I sincerely hope it gets what it deserves. Danielle is next. Okay. So we got you on Magic Carpet. Jasmine, Aladdin, a little Agrabah Palace build, some Swirling Sands. Danielle, if you have the... good job, delivering the theme this week. I think last week, we had to redo your original snap because it was completely off theme. But yeah, you got it this week. Good Swirling Sands, good Cactus Blooms. It looks like you paid attention to everything the theme asked for. Now, one thing you definitely need is character lighting. When you use items to push the camera closer, if they block the sun, we've talked about this, Danielle, you got to boost your character lighting. So I know you're using that frosty tree to push your camera closer to the avatar. And that's why we have these shadows all over your face and these shadows all down here. These shadows on Jasmine. We've talked about this like 2 or 3 times now. When you get those shadows, you can fix them. You just got to increase your character lighting. So, hopefully this time we will not have to address that next time you do a sunset shot with pushing the camera closer. Remember, character lighting. You got to learn your camera. Those sliders are everything. Now, another thing I would recommend here, if you have them, garden stones going up this walkway would be a great way to detail this instead of leaving the sand completely empty and exposed. So the Oasis Retreat Starpath garden stones would be wonderful here. And then fireflies around the Swirling Sands would be awesome. And if you have the Aurora, it could be a great way to add some magical detail to your sky. But the most important thing you need to fix here would be the character lighting. You got these wonky shadows all over you and Jasmine. Let's clear those up a bit. And then, I don't know about the red pupils. Like, you're kind of smiling, but you look like you want to take my soul and throw it into a bowl of soup. So, what if we didn't have red eyeballs? Like, what if we didn't? What if we played up the colors of your outfit and we gave you, just some, like, blue eyes with, like, a regular black pupil instead of, like, I'm going to eat your soul pupil. Additionally, the Magic Carpet pose is fun. It kind of works with the challenge, but the face is really weird. It's not your fault. We talked about this with another snap as well. We see it here too. Like, look at the face. Like, she looks like she might start drooling, This is not anybody's fault but Gameloft's. I hate that some cool poses just have the most derpy faces. But keep in mind, beauty is of the utmost importance in your Dream Snap. And even on a subconscious level, people will choose based on beauty. So if one avatar looks like this, little baby doll face, puckered lips, hand extended, so cute, so adorable, I just want to give her a hug. And then another avatar has this weird forced smile, like, and then red eyes, I don't want to give her a hug. Like, I want to run far away and call the police. So even on a subconscious level, this can mess you up if you pop up against good snaps. So you want to be very careful when choosing how to present your avatar. Remember, it's all about beauty. Get familiar with your poses. Get familiar with the facial expressions. Get familiar with... Like, look through all of them. Look through the pet poses, the regular poses, the tool poses, and look at the avatar's face and look for beauty. And then find your favorite ones and write them down and try to stick with those. But, yeah, as much as I like the carpet pose, the face can be really weird on it sometimes. So, you can always pause it and unpause it and try to see if you can fix it. You can cycle through the facial expressions to see if that fixes it. But you definitely want to prioritize beauty. Again, everybody can do the theme, but in order to get 4K, you need to do the theme and make a beautiful snap. All right, Alfira. Oh, very, very beautiful Alfira. Wonderful build here. Great details. I love the pitcher pans, the glass flowers, and then thankfully we have the cactus blooms right at the front and center, which are the most important here. We have the same fountains I'm using. These are my favorite fountains for this challenge because you can see right over them, and the blue water shooting up is very colorful. Then you have right behind you here the Regal Fountain, Aladdin and Jasmine. Very good, very safe Agrabah style submission, you know. One minor downside to this one, though, Alfira, is with it being such a desert-style theme, showing so much of the inside of a courtyard and not showing much of the desert at all, I think might be a little risky. There are going to be a lot of cool snaps out there that are showing some really amazing desert scenes, like we have this, and there are other snaps out there, a lot of snaps out there that are showing, I keep going to swirling sand ones, but, you know, this one too. You know, this one we see a lot of good sand. We see the cactuses were kind of outside of the Agrabah Palace. The Agrabah Palace has a very high beauty element, and you're going to be able to use a lot of gold items in here, a lot of strong things. But I do think, you know, since this challenge mentioned golden dunes and swirling sands, seeing out into that desert landscape a little bit, I think is a strong play, which is why I built my scene outside of Agrabah this time around, because I really wanted to showcase these dunes here on the side. Like, we have one dune over here, we have one dune over here, we have the swirling sand in the back. We can see the palace, but I made sure not to pave the whole thing because I wanted to see the sand. I wanted to have that desert feel, like the cacti and the sand. Again, that might not matter, you know. This is still very beautiful. It'll beat most of what it pops up against. I think what I'm saying is the only snaps I think that can give this a run for its money will be snaps that match it on beauty, but show more of that desert wonder and don't show just the Heaven itself. Lastly, if you wanted to build on this anymore, I do think getting a minor silhouette on the avatar could be good here. And then the Aurora, I think in the sky would be a great play to get some more beauty and color up there, because you have a lot of beauty and color at the base, but the sky feels a little dull in comparison. Wonderful work, Alfira. Even if you don't make changes, this is very likely for 4K. Sila is next. All right, so we have these swirling sands here. Now, Sila, I do think this could be a lot stronger if you use the sunset time of day. You're going to get that better... You know, you're going to get the lights to activate on these fountains. It's one of the coolest parts of these fountains. You see these lights popping off here? They are beautiful. Another thing with the fountains is you can put items inside of them. Like, that's another thing that makes these fountains so good. So, the glowing lilies, you know, again, it's all about beauty, Sila. It's all about beauty. So, yes, these are beautiful fountains, but what are we doing to amplify that beauty? Anybody can place these fountains, but how do we be competitive about it? Well, we put in glowing lily pads. We use the sunset time of day so the lights on the fountains activate. And then we can add street lights in these archways to have a glowing silhouette back here, and we can put items visible in the doorway, but behind the doorways, it's pretty much open and empty. The fountains are empty, and then the area behind the fountains are also empty. There's a lot of room there's a lot of opportunity here for you to do more, to make this more beautiful. You could add the aurora to the sky. You could add things into these gateways in the back. You could use the sunset time of day to get these lights to activate on your fountain. You could add glowing lilies into the fountain, and then you can better balance the photo by matching the item on the left with the item on the right. There's no pocket items. You didn't bring a single cactus from your pockets. Those are the ones that you can actually have in the foreground. You didn't bring any glass flowers. So, like, this cactus is fun, but it has pretty much very little beauty element. This one's cool, but the pot just feels too small, and we can't see the bloom at all, so it just feels like a giant ball of cactus inside of a pot. Doesn't look very beautiful. What if you got rid of this pot, and you got rid of this cactus bed over here, and you took the 60 seconds to go to your storage and actually grab beautiful cactus flowers and glass flowers, and actually took the time to put them in your frame? You know this, Sila. You've been doing these reviews with me for a while. You know snaps are getting more competitive. You know if you want to push for 4K, you got to put in 4K effort. but I'm not seeing it on this one. I'm not seeing your 4K effort. I'm seeing 1500 Moonstone effort here. This would easily get 1500, but most of the snaps I've seen that are 4K worthy would beat this. And that doesn't have to be the case. I know you have the talent to change that. Maybe you didn't have the time this week. So I think what you should do between now and tomorrow, detail these fountains. Get some pocket items. There's some great items. Get some glass flowers. Get some actual little cactuses. You know, let's fill out the foreground here with some cactus blooms. Let's get a tea set in the foreground here. Maybe a little Agrabah stool behind you guys. Or even a rug. There's nothing on this path except for you guys. I'm surprised with this snap, honestly. Usually you do so much more. Maybe this isn't your vibe. Maybe this theme isn't for you. But I would love to see you do more. I know you can do better than this. And it's off to a great start, you know? Like, you have a good structure for the build. It just feels incomplete. So the angle is great. The pose is fun. You got a good spot for Aladdin Jasmine's house, the Desert Palace, the Agrabah walls. It's all set up right, but it feels like you just stopped halfway. Like, we didn't put anything back here. We didn't do anything with these open doorways. We didn't do anything with the pawns. We didn't touch the foreground, really, except for these two items. We didn't drop any pocket items, and we did absolutely nothing with the path behind you. You're better than this, Sila. I know you can do better. So, yeah, visit your storage, get some good items. Let's fill this snap out. You know, you can also add the Aurora. You can add Fireflies. You could do so much more. But if you want this to be competitive, you got work to do. Mama Llama. You know, I like these mosaic paths. These look really good for the desert landscape. Oh, and look at that. You can get a pretty smile on Magic Carpet. Let this be a lesson. It is possible, thank goodness. So, we've seen, maybe it's the Dreamlight carpet that gives the stupid face. I don't know. See, you're on Magic Carpet, but everybody I've seen on the Dreamlight carpet looks like they're about to start drooling. It's not their fault. Again, I'm not making fun of them. It's GameLoft's problem. But, yeah, whatever you did here worked. Your face actually looks really nice. Aladdin munching the apple is fun. Jasmine hitting the wave, very nice. Great job with the fireflies around the swirling sand. I've talked a lot about that. It's a great way to add a beauty factor to those giant sand swirls, so very well done there. And you got pretty much everything the challenge asked for except for the golden dunes, which you don't have to have. You have the blooming cactuses here. You have the swirling sand. You have the blue sky. If you wanted to add even more of a beauty element to this, you could throw in the Aurora. Don't feel like you have to skip the Aurora just because it's not a winter area. Keep in mind, the Aurora Borealis can appear anywhere in the world. It just requires a geomagnetic storm to do so. It's a great beauty factor. If you want to throw it in, you can. But the blue sky looks nice here if you want to keep it out. You filled out most of the sky, so you don't need it as much as others. I do love the twin Oasis buildings. So that's very cool that you actually went to the Glittering Dunes to build this so you can use two of the Oasis houses. They look very nice side by side. And I like that you rotated them to where the balconies face each other. Swirling sand in the middle is very nice. Great Jasmine cosplay. Very strong, Mama Llama, very strong. Wonderful lighting. Very balanced build. Very aesthetically pleasing. Great beauty factors. I think this is a very safe submission when it comes to 4K. The only thing I would recommend really adding or altering would be a little foreground element that breaks up like the gray brick where like this flower bed just ends. I think another flower coming up here, like a glass flower, maybe one here and here on each side could be a good addition. You don't need it, but the gold glass flowers could look really good because you have this gold Iago statue. So doing like the gold glass flowers down here in the bottom right corner, maybe in the bottom left as well, could be a really fun way to bring more of that shiny desert gold glow into the build, which will balance with Iago and the camels. So yeah, very good, Mama Llama. Not much in terms of recommendations. You know, maybe consider the glass flowers, maybe consider the Aurora, but this is looking pretty safe for 4K. The avatar looks beautiful, very cute smile. She's not about to drool on herself, so that's a win. All right, Precious is next. We're getting close to the end here. All right. I know the pink trees are not giving the full desert vibes, but I couldn't resist adding color. Well, you can add a lot of color, Precious. You know, there's so many fun colors you can add, but you've kind of departed from the theme here. So, you know, look at this desert snap. Look at how much color there is. We have blue, we have pink, we have purple, we have teal, we have gold, we have white, we have yellow, we have brown, we have red. We have just about every color. So, you don't need to add things that don't exist in the desert just to have color in your desert scene, you know? Now, I do like the wobbly path here. Personally, I would not do a Tatooine build if I wasn't going to try to make it look like Tatooine. It's neat, but as a Star Wars fan, and I'm not trying to sound rude, I probably wouldn't vote for this. My favorite thing about the Tatooine builds, I'm really not trying to be mean, it's a pretty snap. If it popped up against the right thing, I might vote for it. But compared to the other Tatooine scenes I've come across, it doesn't feel anything like Tatooine. So I don't really understand the use of the Tatooine items here. Like, I see other Tatooine snaps where they went out of their way to make it feel like Tatooine. And I've even seen some that not only made it feel like Tatooine, but had a really good beauty factor. In particular, Miss Spock's, if I can find it. Yeah, I love this one. So the cool thing about Tatooine is it has two suns. That's one of the cool things. So we have the sun here, and they use the motif here. Now, Tatooine is a desert planet. It has no vegetation. None. So Miss Spock intentionally hid most of the plants that are part of this floating island. And then to give the snap more color, she added villagers. And I talked about this in my Thursday tips guide. Like, if you want to add more, what Tatooine lacks in beauty, you can make up for with good storytelling. But if you want a colorful dream snap, don't do Tatooine. Like, just, there's so many other options you can do with color. But, you know, this one actually feels like Tatooine. And as a massive Star Wars nerd, somebody that absolutely loves Star Wars, this is one of my favorite Tatooine snaps I've seen today. But I have seen other really good ones, like Mushu's was really good. But the fact that, you know, the villagers work so well here, we have the droids. This one, like the spirit fire and the cherry blossoms, I think some people might kind of like this, but like at that point, I just don't understand why we're even trying to do Tatooine, because it's like, it's so outside of Tatooine that it feels really foreign to the concept of Tatooine. Like, it's like a fairy tale Tatooine, which is kind of weird to imagine, but, you know, I'm looking at it. So, yeah, I don't know. I feel like if you want to do a colorful snap, there are really, really good options for that. But I think the Tatooine snaps, I think, are going to do best with Star Wars fans. I think people that really enjoy Star Wars are going to see the Tatooine stuff and be like, oh my god, hell yeah, check that out. Like, this looks like Tatooine. That's so cool. I don't think they're going to see it and be like, I wish it had pink. I don't think that's going to be the approach. So if you want to do color, why not embrace a concept where you can do that? There's so many good snaps where you can go crazy with the color this week. But to take a desert planet that's a hive of scum and villainy and turn it into a pink flowery paradise, this feels like heresy. This feels heretical, okay? And again, I'm really not trying to beat you down or be mean about it. I'm just giving you my 2 cents as a Star Wars fan, as somebody that is excited to vote for Tatooine builds. What excites me is seeing how people pulled it off. That's the most interesting thing about seeing Tatooine builds to me as a voter. Other people may feel differently, but I know, and I talked about how Tatooine builds are going to be tricky and complicated, and you're going to have to focus on storytelling. And the people I've seen do that, I'm blown away by what they were able to do. But I don't think you should force Tatooine to become a pink, flowery, green landscape to add color. There's a lot of other snap ideas you could do. I think this, it depends on who sees this performance. If this gets seen by a lot of people that don't know diddly squat about Star Wars, I think it could do well. If this is seen by a lot of Star Wars enthusiasts, I think it might have a hard time. Because the rainbow, bro, the rainbow on Tatooine? Rainbows? It's a hive of scum and villainy. And we have cherry blossoms and rainbows. Pretty neat, though. It's definitely imaginative. Like, this is... I never in my life thought I would see something like this. So, I gotta say, if anything, it's like... It's out of the box, you know? It's clever. It's neat. But it's not what excites me about Tatooine builds, you know? And again, there's so many great options if you want to go colorful. You can do cactus builds. You can, there's really cool swirling sand builds you can do. There's all these different Agrabah builds you can do. There's Oasis builds. Like, look at the beauty here. You could do something like this. You're talented. I mean, your snap is so pretty. You could knock something like this out of the park. But I think you're taking a big risk trying to make Tatooine into a pretty pink paradise. I do. I mean, it's beautiful, though. You got a lot of talent here. I just think that talent would serve you better with a different build. But yeah, it's pretty. I feel like you're messing with me. It's pretty. Gryffindor Panda. All right, Panda. Well, we got the cactus house. That's a great start. Cactus house in the back, very, very nice. Works well with the challenge. I don't know if you have any other walls, but like the Agrabah walls would work nice. The new, even the new Tatooine walls would work good. Casino walls are all right. They just have a lot of green on them, but they can work for desert walls. The biggest hurdle you're going to face here, Gryffindor, is you have no foreground. And again, as we've discussed, that's very important. In pretty much every Dream Snap, you really want things filling out your corners. So flowers are such an easy choice when it comes to foreground elements. So glass flowers, cactuses, there's so many great things you can have in your foreground. But you'll notice, a lot of strong snaps are going to have these foreground elements, like we see it here too. We see pixie dust, glass flowers, cacti. So having items in the foreground is going to be very important. And in addition to that, you never, ever want to just use the same items copy-pasted. And that's exactly what you did here. So copy-paste cactus, copy-paste cactus, copy-paste cactus, copy-paste, 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 copy-paste. You put the same cactus like 6 times. Why? You don't have to only decorate with items from your furniture tab, right? If you go to your storage, you have Eternity Isle. You're in it. You're inside the Glittering Dunes. Cactuses literally grow here. You can pick them up and put them in your scene. And then you don't have to use the same potted cactus 12 times. They're everywhere. Just run around and pick them up. Or go to your storage, grab a whole bunch of them out of a box, and then you can place those. Also, in your landscaping tab, there's a bunch of good cactuses. You can also craft cactus flower beds. So if you want to play up the cactus house, I think that's a good approach. But you can't just copy-paste a bunch of cactuses. And I also know this, you said this is what you have so far. I think the big thing you need to focus on is item diversity. So if this is the best you have so far, you haven't really spent enough time on this to expect 4K. And that's what these reviews are for. You don't want to submit for a review if your goal is 1,200 or 1,500. You want to submit for a review if your goal is 4,000 moonstones. And I don't think if you think this is enough work for 4,000 moonstones, you gotta rethink that. You're up against the best of the best to get 4K. and you got to consistently beat them. Now, anybody can get 4K on a given week if you pop up against random selfies, right? Anybody can. Getting 4K is possible for anybody that does the theme. But, like, this is the kind of snap you're up against. If you're submitting this, then, you know, your goal is to get 4K. You got to do more. So you said, this is my best attempt so far. You need to attempt more. You need to do more attempting. You didn't touch the foreground. And you placed like a total of 8 items. Like, you know, you have the swirling sands here. And I'm not trying to be mean. I'm just trying to give you a bit of a reality check because I want you to get 4K. I want you to do well. But 4K snaps require 4K effort. Not copy-pasting a tiny cactus. And if you're not thinking about pocket items you can drop, like, you know, the cactuses you pick up in the Glittering Dunes. If you're not thinking, how do I decorate this pond? What kind of items can I put in this pond? If you're not thinking about your foreground at all, like if you just leave the entire bottom of your photo and this entire corner over here empty, and that's your best attempt, I don't believe you. I personally do not believe this is your best attempt. I think you might have been limited on time this week. You put a handful of minutes into this and then submitted it to see what I had to say. I am doing re-reviews tomorrow. If you want to get better and if you want to get a chance at 4K, I want you to submit your actual best attempt tomorrow. But I don't believe this is it. Because you've been coming to these reviews. You know what I mention week by week. You know I constantly talk about how important the foreground is. You know I constantly talk about pocket items. You know I talk about item diversity, like using different items. You know I always recommend people do not copy-paste the same item multiple times. You know I always ask people to get closer with the camera. And you also know that the theme is one of the most important things. And the theme asks us to dress for desert wonders. And I'm not sure how this plays into that. So with you knowing all these things, with you participating in these reviews, I do not believe this was your best attempt. I cannot believe that. I think you're better than this. I think you are more talented than this. And I think you can do better. So I would love to see another attempt tomorrow, but I can't really give you a review on an incomplete snap. You didn't finish this. If you read the rules of the Dreamsnap Reviews, one of the big requirements is, hey, thank you for the resub, Beyblade. What up? One of the requirements to submit for a Dreamsnap review is your snap needs to be finished and ready to submit to the actual challenge itself. This review process is not designed for me to build your entire snap for you. And that's essentially almost what I would be doing here because you haven't done much of anything. You've chosen a location, you placed a cactus house, you dropped a tornado on each side, you dropped a handful of potted cactuses, and 2 pieces of water, and then you put a fence around it. That's it. That's all we have. I can't help you from here. I need you to send me a complete snap, and then I can give you guidance on how to make it better. That's the purpose of these reviews. It's almost midnight. It is 11:30 at night. I cannot make your whole snap for you. That's why if you read the rules, it has to be a complete snap. So fill out your snap, I know you can do better. Give us some foreground details. Give us some items down here. Don't just copy-paste items. Go to your storage, get some actual cactuses, drop them, go to your landscaping menu. But you've learned enough here to make a better, case than this and have it be your best attempt. Again, I think you're just limited for time, but I do not think this is your best. I would love to see a resubmission tomorrow, but I can't really give you much guidance here because it's an incomplete snap. So for resubmission tomorrow, send me a complete snap, and we can discuss how to make it stronger. But it must be complete for a review. Beyblade, what up? Dang, you got here right on time with that resub, Beyblade. I just got to you. It's almost midnight. We're chucking right along. Ooh, very pretty, Beyblade. Very pretty. Very cool snaps. Okay. Love the Aurora. I've been recommending this a lot today because a lot of people are using the Agrabah Castle walls, and they're pretty far away because they're using Aladdin and Jasmine's house, and they want a little bit of distance there. So a lot of builds have a lot of open sky, and I'm like, dude, the Aurora is so good for this. You know, it looks really good with the gold and the fireflies. So not surprised you would use it. You always do a great job with your builds. I would expect no less here. So yeah, great job. Great job with the backdrop. And you're not only using Aladdin, but also Jafar. You have a couple of monkeys here. Very fun. And no Jasmine, because you are the Jasmine of this story. Love to see it. Love to see it. Beautiful glass flower arrangement in the bottom. The only thing I would kind of recommend tweaking here, which is a very minor adjustment, Beyblade, is I know they're not the most beautiful flowers, but I would really consider highlighting the cactus flowers. Usually I wouldn't, but you know me, I'm very big on theme and very big on theme description. And since the challenge stated dress and decorate to channel the wonders of the desert, golden dunes, cactus flowers, and blue skies. So the only flower the challenge mentioned was cactus flowers, and we've never really had a challenge prompt us to use them before, so most people haven't. So I do think cactus flowers will be impressive to use. Like, if you can showcase them somehow in a beautiful way, I think it's really, really worth doing. Maybe you can mix them in with the glass flowers, or tie them into the side of the wheelbarrows here somehow. Again, it's a very small adjustment, but it's the only thing I feel like is kind of missing from this shot. Beauty factor is very strong. Villager factor is very strong. And again, I know they're not the most beautiful flower, but I think they, you know, if you can use them and use them really well, I think they can have a cool wow factor. One very interesting thing I saw, Beyblade, is this flower on top of this cactus is actually the same as that giant flower from the Sunlit Plateau. You know, the big ones, like the pink ones and the orange one. And I saw somebody layer these, like, lower around it and then put the Sunlit Plateau one up, but you couldn't see the stem, so it just looked like the bloom. And it looked like a giant cactus bloom in the foreground. It was a really pretty idea. Maybe that would be a good way for you to do the cactus flowers. You know, you could do something like that on the side, potentially. That's if you want to. I feel pretty confident this will get 4K, even if you just leave it as it is. I'm glad you have the sand fountains, because I do want to see a little bit of sand in the scene. You know, it's a desert haven, so it's okay for it to be mostly the haven, but since the challenge mentioned, like, swirling sands, I think seeing some of that desert nature and the cactus blooms, I think, are going to be big this week. So at least we get to see some sand here with the fountain. Only small critique is, again, I would love to see you play up cactus flowers a little bit. They're trickier to use, but you're a super talented player. So I'm actually kind of excited to see what you could do with them if you went for it. All right. Oh my god, I think I'm on my last Dreamsnap. Nope. I got 2 more. I'm almost there. Cyber Lucy. Would be interested to know your thoughts. Okay. Oh, that's why you defended butterflies earlier, because you used them. Yeah, you and one other person. I should have known. I should have known. The moment I called out fireflies in another one, you were the only one between Twitch and YouTube that was like, well, actually, not fireflies, but butterflies. Butterflies are in the desert. Now I know why. It's because they're in your Dreamsnap. That's why you defended them. Of course, of course. Okay. It's all coming full circle now. All right. Well, at least you made more of a North America desert, where I do think they can work a little bit better, and you didn't use bright blue ones. The fiery butterflies work a little bit better than the giant blue ones. Still, you know, not as common here. But they're not close to the frame. I don't think they're bad when they're tiny details. I didn't even notice them in Beyblades. But in the snap we saw where I pointed out them being a problem, they were right at the front of the frame, and they were literally everywhere. And it was an Agrabah style build because we had Aladdin and Jasmine. And again, you know, if you watch the movie Aladdin, you're not going to see a bunch of butterflies. I think they could be fun details, but you see, you know, what I'm talking about here. Like, they're huge, and we don't need them. You know, this snap has plenty of beauty without them. Now, in the case of this snap, we don't have as much going on, so you need to hold on to the beauty elements you do have. We have the daytime lighting, a Native American style. The horse is fun. I think this is the only, like, kind of North American or Native American style Desert Haven build I've seen. But it does work, you know? I mean, at the end of the day, you got to dress and decorate to channel the wonders of the desert, and that works for a Native American style build as well. Golden dunes, cactus flowers, and blue skies. So, as long as you have those elements, you'll be on theme. Now, I don't know if you have the swirling sands. You don't have to have them, but I do think having all the elements of the theme is the best way to play it. The little oasis here is pretty. I would love to see this without the brighter daytime kind of lighting. I would love to see this with the sunset time of day. The white shirt with the midday lighting is ultra bright. It's like a very harsh white. And the sand is also kind of harsh and lacks a good bit of its color. So I do think sunset lighting would be much better here. But it's a really great feature of the avatar. Nice close shot of the avatar here. Horses are good up close. Muriel's house works for the kind of, you know, Latin American vibe. So going with like a North America desert, it's very different from a lot of what we've seen. Ultimately, how something like this does will kind of depend on the voters. It's got some stiff competition, but it's outside of the box because most people have gone in the route of Tatooine, or they've gone in the route of Agrabah because we have a lot of beautiful items for that. And I think this is the only, like, North American style desert we've come across, which in its own way is pretty cool. It's hard to get the same level of beauty, which is super, super vital when it comes to performance, as some of these other snaps will, that are utilizing, you know, heavy elements like fireflies. Again, it's not about what's the best, it's about what voters like the most. There are snaps every week that deserve 4K that don't get it. Every single week. We see it time and time again. And there are also snaps that never in any world deserve 4K, but get 4K. It all comes down to what you pop up against. So, it could be a random selfie. It could be a, random quest photo. Or it could be some of the most beautiful snaps circulating in the entire game. So ultimately, it just comes down to that. Now, in your case, I think the biggest struggle is going to be competing with some of the snaps that have a stronger beauty factor. But if you don't pop up against them, it shouldn't matter. This has a very good natural beauty. But unfortunately, voters have kind of proved that they're a lot more into the sparkly fantasy beauty, sadly. You know, I don't personally think it's better. It's just what they like. It's what they love. Things like this just consistently perform very well. Now, snaps like the one you have here certainly can and will get 4K. So long as, you know, you don't pop up against the sparkly, pretty, you know, super saturated sunset time of day photos, and you don't get the average voters that are just looking for that kind of thing. But, you know, they eat stuff like this up. Now, on the bright side here, the avatar does have a very, very good beauty factor. I've seen a lot of snaps today where they did a good job kind of building out a beautiful scene, but like the face felt off, you know? Like this one, for example. Like, this is really pretty. And it's got really good lighting. We got the sunset lighting. We got that nice sparkly feature that the voters love. We got good villagers. We got this pixie dust down here at the bottom. All very pretty. But the avatar feels kind of uncanny, you know? She looks like she'll start drooling at any moment. Whereas your avatar looks very good. You know, the B pose is undefeated. This pose is so strong. But she has a very natural beauty to her. The bold red lip, the light blue. So you did a fantastic job on the avatar. So even if you pop up against some really beautiful photos, I think you'll have a chance to beat them based on avatar. The only thing with the avatar that puts me off a little bit is with the midday lighting and with how bright it is. I don't know if you've also boosted highlight, but the white on the jacket is like ultra white, a little blinding. But yeah, everything else about her is perfect. And she looks really, really good. I like the little scorpion details here. And thanks to the little oasis pawn, you know, that helped fill out a lot of space. But yeah, ultimately, it'll come down to what it pops up against. Good for a North American style desert. But yeah, there's a lot of really, really crazy, over-the-top kind of scenes out there this week. And again, you know, it's not about what's best in my eyes. I'm only one voter. It more or less comes down to what the masses gravitate towards. Like, that's the bigger deal. So they eat stuff like this alive. You know, they love it. They come back and ask for seconds every time. But you still have, you know, a very strong beauty presence with the avatar. Good colors. You got some good details scattered through the environment. So definitely has the potential for 4K. Should you get the right voters and should you pop up against the right snaps. You're my last one. Submitted at 257. Hello, somebody really struggling with filling out the space to the right and left. Worried there's too much empty sky. I'm wondering if I should keep trying or work on or scrap this idea and do something else. Nah, keep working on this. You've got a good foundation with the buildings and with the Agrabah walls. For the sky, I don't know if you have the Aurora, but that's an awesome thing to use here. Great beauty factor. The Aurora Borealis can appear anywhere in the world. So Geomagnetic Storm makes it appear all the way at the equator. So you can definitely have the Aurora featured here if you wanted it. That would help fill out the sky. Also, you have this swirling sand, but you're only using it way over here on the left. What if we put some of that swirling sand behind the castle walls? And also, you don't necessarily need to use the gate each time between the towers. Like, you could seal a couple of these up with an actual wall. I like them being open so we can see some of the desert, so I would keep some of them here. Now, to fill this area out... Hey, let's go, Cyber Lucy, thank you!
Thanks. I will try sunset lighting, maybe swapping the butterflies out for fireflies.
We can check it out. I think in your case, you could probably keep the butterflies, to be honest, because like I said, with this being North America and with you using red, yellow, and orange ones, they feel way more suitable to the desert. I don't think you have to swap out the butterflies in this case. But I would love to see it with sunset lighting. At least that way, on re-review, we could kind of go back and forth between the two. And, you know, if this one's better, then, or, you know, if, I mean, ultimately, it's your call. But I think it would be worth checking out, you know. We can see it. It's also going to depend on where the sun is. With where you made this build, if the sun is behind the camera, it could work out really well. But if the sun is off to the right or the left, then we might not get the adequate sunlight scenario or situation. But yeah, I would love to see it with the sunset if you have time. You know, we can just do the same photo with the sunset lighting and see how it turns out. It's not always going to be better because ultimately it just comes down to where the sun is. You know what I mean? So... it's still going to be very strong. Like I said, I think the biggest challenge is the average voters and their thirst for sparkly, which I'm not a big fan of. You know, I don't like that things are the way they are with that. But just like with Cozy Dreams, there were a lot of really pretty nighttime shots that were very like tastefully done and very artful, and I thought they were very deserving of 4K. And then when I see people get their results, a lot of those night shots got 1,500 and 1,200, and in some cases even 900, and it just was surprising. But then when I look at the night shots that did get 4K, most of them had like you know, the aurora and really high saturation and like, you know, fireflies and like all this sparkly nature to them. And I'm like, okay, you know, yeah, I see it's voters being voters again. Which is just the way the cookie crumbles. But that doesn't mean photos like this cannot... I think photos like this certainly deserve 4K. But, you know, if every voter had my mindset, Dreamsnaps would be very different than it is. But yeah, they love stuff like this, you know? Things with these, like, high beauty factors, with, like, a lot of little sparkles, with, like, the aurora and the fireflies. Like, this is a very beautiful snap. And it's one that voters will... you know, just devour, I feel. Like, I feel like this is guaranteed to do very well. Whereas when you make a very nice, very tasteful snap like this, it's hit or miss. Because if you get those voters that, you know, and you start popping them against the other good 4K photos later in the challenge, and you happen to get those voters that are, you know, just foaming at the mouth for anything that sparkles, it just kind of sucks, you know? So, I'm not very fond of it being that way, but at the end of the day, it is what it is. Again, I do think the saving grace here will be how beautiful your avatar is. There's not going to be very many avatars that can match, you know, I see a lot of people doing, like, the carpet pose and some seated poses and some poses with weird faces. The avatar looks really, really good here, and I think it clearly delivers on the concept you're going for. My only other concern is that I feel like some voters out there, you know, never passed second grade. Not all of them. Not even most of them. Just a handful. And they have a really hard time, like, understanding things. So, like, something that's a little different. Even this, you know, it's not different to the degree to where it should be hard to understand. You can clearly tell this is Native American inspired and North American desert. But will they understand that? Or will they be like, why Casita with Pocahontas? I don't understand. Like, you know, again... it's just one of those things that's, like, kind of frustrating with Dreamsnaps. You have something that works together perfectly, but people don't understand it. I don't think that should be too much of a problem, though. I mean, even if you haven't passed second grade, you should be able to make the correlation, I would think. But yeah, I would love to see it at sunset. And I think you can keep the butterflies here. It's more about having them very close to the frame and having the big blue ones that feel a little bit out of place. Also, that photo had... The big thing with that photo was that it just had way too many overlapping beauty features. It was a little bit over the top and a little bit chaotic, so we wanted to dial it back. I think this is very tasteful in terms of the beauty features. You know, the Oasis, very bright blue water looks good. The red, yellow, and orange butterflies are going to work well. And, you know, if you did try sunset lighting, I know the aurora is not something we're typically going to see in a North American desert. And it's not the direction you're going for this, but if you do submit a sunset version of this photo, I would also like to see a sunset version, maybe with the aurora and some fireflies as well, just to give the, you know, the very hungry sparkle lovers what they want on top of that. This one still might be the best one to submit. We won't know until we see the other snaps for re-review. And thank you for the super chat. Now, for M's, yeah, the sky you're definitely going to want to fill out if you can. Like, if you have a lot of open sky. Whereas, you know, with this one I said the aurora would be kind of optional. But that's because they have this tree filling out a lot of the sky, the house filling out a lot of the sky, the Mickey cloud in the middle, the avatar, the horse, and the trees. So there's very little exposed sky here. In your case, you have quite a bit. But what you can do, Ims, is you can move these swirling sands.
The horse is here.
It is. It's right there. You know, we just saw it. You can move the swirling sands over a bit. I think if you had one big swirling sand here and here, that would be pretty cool, especially if we can see it through the gate. And then if you put fireflies around the swirling sands, that could be a really good way to make them a bit more beautiful. Also, the aurora can be really nice. Now, to fill out your scene here, I think it might be wise to have, I don't know if you have the lower fountains, but for example, this fountain here has a really good beauty factor. The water is a very, very bright shade of blue. It shoots up these little blue, you know, blue pockets, and then you also can put things in it like the glowing lilies. If you have those items, it might be worth putting the fountains behind you in between the Aladdin Jasmine house and your avatar, and then you can line the side of it with some of these cactuses. That would fill out the center of your snap. And then for the other sides, you can get creative with pocket items. You know, I don't see any pocket items here, so you could go to your storage and get more of the little pretty cactuses. You can get more glass flowers. Don't rely too heavily on flower beds. They force you to display the flowers a certain way. Flowers from your pocket are almost always better. Now, flower beds are great to line things with, like line a path or line a fountain, but for like a circular fountain, you know, those are going to be a lot better. Also, you have Aladdin and Jasmine, and you have Agrabah walls, but you have no Agrabah items. So if you're looking for ways to fill out this courtyard, what about Agrabah carpets? You know, you could put a carpet here to cover some of the sand, and you could put like a stool, like a golden stool on it. You can do the same thing over here on the right-hand side. If you go to your crafting station, and you have, you know, you obviously have Rift in Time because you have Glittering Island here, you can make the Agrabah tea sets. It's like a tea set. I have it in the foreground of mine. Look at this pretty little tea set here. It's got this stained glass on the side, you know, hanging down. You got this little teapot. Like, look at how pretty that is as just an item to have in your scene. Let's hide him. Also look at this little tea set here on the right. So things like this are going to be very good. Things like this, and this little golden stool. Look at how it catches the sun, right? Catches the sun really well. And then we have all those pocket cactuses here. So if you're looking for extra insight as for what you can add to your Snap M's, there are a lot of options. I recommend just checking out my Thursday video. I would check that out as you make your Snap next time, because then you won't have to wonder before the review what kind of items you can include. Typically in those videos, I'll go, I actually went out of my way this week to place all the items and walk through them and say, hey, look at all this fun stuff you can use. So I'm guessing maybe you didn't check out the video. And if you had, I think you would have some answers by now. So make sure you check out those Thursday videos, especially if you're participating in the Dreamsnap Reviews, because we can both save time that way. That way you can go ahead and use the items to decorate your Snap, like this happy little lounge. Hey, Vortex, thank you, my friend, thank you. You can add things like these little pillows and these little carpets. There's the Agrabah stalls. There's this Agrabah palace model. There's so many good items that you could place into that scene. And then if you do that before your review, we can focus on ways to make it more beautiful. But since you didn't do that, now we got to focus on how to fill out your Snap before we can focus on improving it. You see what I mean? So I would say for future challenges, M's, if you're feeling stuck with, you know, what items you could be using or what you can use to fill out space, check out the videos. That's why I make them. You know, they make this whole process a lot easier for you and me, assuming you check them out. And I think you'll find some things in there that are going to be very useful for this build. But yeah, overall, I like the build of the castle walls and the use of the avatar. The villagers are good. And we have some good options to like fill out the sky. But I would restructure the inside of the courtyard a bit. So check out the Thursday video. Look at some of the items I mentioned. Just skip the parts about Tatooine since you're not doing that. And focus on, you know, good Agrabah decor. You got good sunset lighting. There's a lot of great golden Agrabah decor that you can include here. That's going to elevate this Snap quite a bit. And then you can focus on the beauty of the backdrop. Alrighty. Well, it is almost midnight. I have a headache, and I am extremely tired and hot. That was it. The longest stream I've done for Snap Reviews in a very long time. But we had a lot of reviews today. I hope you guys enjoyed. Long day. But we're finally done. Cyber Lucy and Vortex, thank you for the super chats, my friends. Very nice of you. And yeah, we'll be diving into... Where do you get the antique pillar? Antique pillar... I'm not sure which one you're referencing here, but I would look for it, but I gotta run because it's super late. Ask me tomorrow if you're here, Zeth, and I can probably find it. If the name of it is actually Antique Pillar, you can always search for it on the Dreamlight wiki. You can look up any item there if you have the name for it, and it'll tell you exactly. It'll tell you exactly where you can come across it. Creeping said epic stream. Yeah, that was a big one, dude. I am exhausted, but yeah, feeling pretty good. Samantha, thank you for helping with the rules there. Yeah, 8 hours, 21 minutes. Bro, that was almost a 9-hour review stream. Yeah, starting next week, I think I might have to start going live at like, I don't know, like 1 or 2. We'll see how many Snap reviews we have next week, and we'll decide from there. But yeah, that was a big one. All right. Well, I'm going to skedaddle because I'm going to go take a shower because it's so hot in here. I'm going to have some dinner, and I'm going to go to bed. I was really wanting to work on my Dreamsnap tutorial tomorrow, but I'll probably have to sleep in because it's so late, dude. It's so late. We might even have to start doing a bonus stream for these reviews, or maybe on Friday we can knock out some of the reviews, like people that get them in early. We can get them out of the way, so when we get to Monday, we might just have to start doing Dreamsnap reviews 5 days a week, guys. I don't know. We'll figure it out. Either way. But yeah, thank you for being here. It's been fun. It's been real. Willis says, "Night, I messed up." What do you mean? What'd you mess up? That way sucks. I put it in at 2 a.m. yesterday. Where did a mod respond to you yet? Oh, yeah, I see. Yeah. It's, don't worry, we'll get you out of the way first thing tomorrow. Unfortunately, this is why I beg everybody to check out the rules, because it'll communicate all these things. But you can still get a re-review tomorrow. If you're going to be here during the stream, Willow, don't worry. I'll make sure we get you out of the way first thing. And while I do all the other re-reviews, you can work on your Snap, and I'll make sure you get a re-review since you did submit on time. It just moved you out of the queue because you commented during the stream. So, that's why rule number 4 says do not submit or upload. Oh, wait, no, sorry, that's the wrong one. It talks about the order queue. And you can reset the order queue. So, number 2 is review submissions are reviewed in the order in which they are received, which is the order queue. Keep in mind, adding anything to your initial review resets your place in the order queue. That's just the way Discord works. So once you comment it, it'll treat it as if it was uploaded at that time. But don't worry, like I said, we'll get you out of the way first thing tomorrow. And if you want to get a re-review, we'll make sure you're covered. I would just stay and do yours, but like I'm about to die, dude. I'm so sorry. Like normally I would just do one more, but I'm running on fumes. I feel like it wouldn't even be the best of my abilities at this point. But yeah, I got you first thing tomorrow. I'll make sure we get yours first. And then once we're done with the new first timers, I'll move on to re-reviews. And you just let me know when you upload for re-review, and I'll make sure I get it if you want a re-review. All right, you guys, I'm going to go get some rest. And take a quick shower and maybe drink a nice cold glass of ice water. I will see y'all for the stream tomorrow. Thank you so much for being here for this legendarily long show. 8.5 hours of Snap reviews. The most we've ever done, so we made history today. Very cool. Big shout out to Ashley. Thank you again. She probably went to bed because we're done. Thank you so much for helping with the Snap reviews, Ash. And also, thank you so much for the very lovely partner anniversary dono. That was very sweet of you. Big shout out to the rest of you guys for the super chats, bits, and direct donos. Thank you for helping us hit our goals. Yeah, really appreciate going well over goal today because that was a big one. I will see you guys for the rest of them tomorrow. As always, stay safe, stay awesome, and stay healthy. Have a wonderful night, you guys. And yeah, we'll wrap up the rest of this on the morrow. And I'll keep you guys updated about maybe doing some reviews on Friday before we play Pokopia. I might do like a 1 hour, maybe even Thursday. Like maybe on Thursday, I'll go live with Dreamlight Valley first for about an hour, knock out some reviews, do the same thing Friday, knock out some reviews, and then we'll end the stream and switch to a Pokopia stream for the last 2 hours. We might have to do that in order for us to not be here till midnight on Mondays. All right, I'm going to go get some rest. Y'all take care. See you tomorrow. Ta-ta for now. Bye-bye.